To the first hearing of the Joint Select Committee's inquiry into arts and music education and training in New South Wales. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands of which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Julia Finn and I'm Chair of this committee, and I ask everyone in the room to please turn your mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or others after completing your evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for all inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Okay, welcome and thank you for taking the time to give evidence. Could each witness, starting from my left, so from Dr. Anita Collins, please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
I'm Dr. Anita Collins from Muse Consulting, and then I read this. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
My name is Louise Barkle. I'm the National Education Advisor to the Music in Me Teacher Mentoring Program. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
My name is Bernadette Hurd and I'm the National Manager of the Australian Youth Orchestra's Music in Me Teacher Mentoring Program. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short statement?
Yes. Good morning, and thank you for the invitation to be a witness for this committee. I'm a music teacher, researcher, writer and presenter in the field of music education with a specialisation in music learning and brain development. I currently work across almost every Australian state and territory and every education system to support school teachers, leaders, policymakers and system leaders to improve the provision of music education for Australian students. My submission focused on the need for the capacity build the New South Wales teacher workforce to be able to be confidently and competently deliver quality, ongoing and sequential music education to every student.
Yes, I'd like to make a statement. Thank you also from both Bernie and I to be here as part of this important part of the process. As you heard, Bernie's the National Manager of the Music in Me Mentoring Program, and I'm the National Education Advisor to that program. We both studied music education in New South Wales. We've both taught music in primary and secondary schools in New South Wales and have continued to work in the music education sector on both the New South Wales and national level. Nearly a decade ago, the late Richard Gill's determination to address the continued decline of the quality of music education in schools led to the establishment of the National Music Teacher Mentoring Program, which is now known as the Music in Me Mentoring Program. He truly believed the greatest impact would be about starting with teachers in service of teaching and teaching in primary schools, and that we needed to upskill the current workforce so that they gained experience and raised their confidence and their competence to teach music across all primary years. So from the original pilot of the program, which occurred in New South Wales public schools, in metropolitan, regional and remote schools, a core model of mentoring and upskilling general primary teachers to teach music was established, and also ways of adapting that model to meet local needs. We truly believe that we have an opportunity to make a generational change through this inquiry to improve the status and the quality of music teaching and learning in all New South Wales primary schools. Our focus is very much on the implementation and the quality of teaching and learning in the classroom in primary schools. Our recommendations fall into two categories: solutions that address our observations about the current quality and effectiveness of music education in New South Wales as it relates to primary music education, and also how we propose that the Music and Me program can be scaled to be a bigger part of the solution. We know if you want to improve student outcomes, you improve teacher quality. We believe that mentoring teachers through the Music and Me program could enhance any and every other initiative designed to improve the quality of music teaching and learning in primary schools.
Thanks. Bernadette, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I'm happy for Louise to speak on both our behalf.
Thank you. Questions? Ms. Boyd?
I'll start. Hello, thank you for coming, and thank you very much for your submissions. Can I start with you, Dr. Collins? I think one of the things that stuck out from your submission was in relation to the benefit of music education in and of itself rather than as a path towards a vocation. Could you talk us through a little bit about sort of what the research is around the overall benefits of music education?
Yeah, so it's very clear from about 30 years of research now, and that's neuromusical research, so research that involves the brain, that music learning basically improves how the brain functions, and the more that we can do that in the earlier stages of development for any human, the better it can be. So basically, particularly before the age of about 7 or 8, it makes the brain wire far more effectively, it works faster, it's far more consistent, which is a really, really big issue for kids, particularly who are coming from a trauma or disadvantaged background, but also for kids in this day and age where we have devices and we have things that are shortening our attention span. So the ability for the brain to work more consistently and to maintain attention is even more important than it's ever been. It assists with synchronization, again, another really important issue for learning. So basically, it's the ability for the brain to work in a synchronised way to pass messages around as quickly and as effectively and in sync as it can. And that's how learning happens. It's actually how memory is made. So again, very important that one child can learn something on a Tuesday and can recall it on a Wednesday. And music learning builds the mechanism in the brain that helps that occur. It helps children be literally healthier, so their immune systems are activated. If they're in any kind of emotional distress, it will regulate that distress for them, meaning it will either bring down their cortisol or it will raise their cortisol if they're in a very low state. So basically, music learning is vitally important as an art form in itself, but it has these proven benefits that lead to all other learning. And that's the most important thing for me, as I see it, is that we can enhance the entire educational experience of the next generation of Australian children by making sure that music education is seen as that foundational pillar within it. And we have research to back up that it helps it in so many different ways, and it is something we already have within our education system. So it's just utilising that more and more effectively to enhance everything else that's going on, particularly literacy and numeracy. Literacy is very much causally related and improved by music education. So understanding, creating a better working auditory processing system will help kids when they then go to learn how to speak, and then that helps them learn how to read. So they're directly related, and we have countless examples of music programs that have been put into schools that have then improved the literacy outcomes for students.
Are there any, I guess, do you have any comments in particular around children with disability and the use of music education in early intervention?
Yes.
Is there sort of evidence around that?
So there's a lot of research, and I'd probably add into that group neurodiverse learners as well. There's a lot of research that shows that how beneficial music learning can be in, again, helping the brain to function more effectively. And whatever the disability or the neurodiversity is impacting on the brain, music learning can help to improve that, and it helps them to then be more successful at school, which is not just about their academic achievement, but their sense of self and their self-esteem as well is very important. So it does many things at once.
Thank you. Ms. Barkland, so did you want to comment on that sort of basic sort of question, I guess, about the non-vocational benefits of music education?
Absolutely. Totally agree with everything Anita has just said. And we know that music is a unique way for people to learn about young people to learn about themselves, to be able to express themselves, excuse me, perhaps in non-verbal ways, what they learn about themselves, how they interact with their peers, how they build team building skills, empathy, their sense of well-being. I think that's a very, very important part of music learning, and it's for every child. We're not talking about a potential vocation. Yes, that might be one possible outcome, but it is for every child, and that joy of learning music, and so that they can actually make informed decisions as they get older about how they want to interact with music, and maybe they want to continue say in secondary school looking at elective music or learning an instrument, but how they're going to be able to make those informed decisions if every child does not get that opportunity in the classroom. Otherwise, we're relying on perhaps parents or perhaps some other community opportunity. But it shouldn't be ad hoc. We're talking about music education for every single child, starting as early as possible.
Dr. McGurk?
Thank you very much.
I think Ms. Hurd had something to add.
Oh, my apologies.
Thank you. Further to what my colleagues have noted, I think it's also really important to understand that the majority of graduating generalist primary school teachers do not graduate with a sense of confidence in including music in their classroom. Yet we understand that music has these benefits to all areas of learning, yet the majority of teachers do not feel confident to be able to put that in place in their classrooms. Therefore, the work that we do especially is in ensuring that we can build that confidence and build competence as well for primary school teachers within their classrooms so that they can incorporate music into all aspects of learning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. McGurk?
Thank you very much, and thank you for appearing as witnesses today and for the work that you do. Dr. Collins, you highlighted in your submission the role of principals and also an issue around capacity of primary school teachers. Ms. Hurd, you've just commented on their confidence. And you've made comparisons with Victoria, Queensland and South Australia. I just wonder if you could expand on those comparisons and give us a sense of where New South Wales sits in relation to those issues. And then actually also interested in the Music and Me experience as well in other states compared to New South Wales. So can I start with you,
Yeah,
Dr.
sure.
Collins?
Big question. At the moment, what I'm seeing across, and as I said, I walk across all systems, but also almost every state. The two most important factors in delivering music education to every child are that well-informed principal and that well-trained teacher. The well-informed principal part is that music education within a school doesn't sit in the timetable, just go, we'll put it here and we'll put it here, and that's it. It's not an easy thing to do. It requires more parts of the school to be involved, and the support of the principal is absolutely vital in that, to make sure that music is delivered ultimately every single day and that it is part of the curriculum and that all teachers are doing it. And that comes down to what my colleagues have talked about, which is that confidence and competence to do so. In terms of my experience, New South Wales teachers are the least supported in that confidence and competence when I look at Victoria, South Australia and Queensland as well, in the government system in particular. They do get very little time. We have done research into the fact that across Australia, the average is 8 hours in their pre-service teaching. It's 9.39 here in New South Wales, which is a little bit more. But when someone is coming from a background of, I've never played an instrument, I never sang in a choir, I didn't really have very much music education at school, it wasn't very confidently and competently delivered, then to say now you've got to deliver this subject area is too much of a stretch for them within their pre-service teaching with such a small amount of time. So it needs to also be supported for in-service teachers once they're teaching by the department. And as I said, principals need to be informed about the benefits that are not just about music. It's these broader benefits around literacy, social development, executive function development. All of these are really important for principals to understand so that they can then see the broader impact of music and then therefore understand how to support it in the many different ways that they need to. So there's two sides of it. South Australia has their music education strategy, and they are looking specifically at those two areas and targeting principals and teachers as well with what they need in order to make sure that the students of South Australia get all the value that comes from music education. Queensland has a long history of supporting music and having it in a privileged position within their curriculum, and have had very highly trained teachers through university because they use a specific methodology called the CADI methodology, which is how they're trained. Victoria is doing a lot of work within their department to improve and provide support for teachers, but also I'm very lucky to have been working with them to develop a tool which then helps define how much the teachers know and how confident they actually are, and then to put PD in place to improve that, and then test again with that tool to see how that is travelling. So they're approaching it very much from a data point of view. So I think there's a lot of work that can be done here in New South Wales. There's a lot of benefit that New South Wales students can get from this. And there's a lot that principals in their very difficult and just very difficult jobs that they have could benefit from understanding about where music sits, implementing it in their school, and it could improve far more, as I said, than their academic performance, but behaviour within the school, relationship with parents. It has this far-reaching ability, which I would love to see principals be able to utilise to make their jobs just that little bit easier.
Just before we go on to hear about Music and Me nationally, just the Kadali.
It looks like Kadali.
Kadali?
And it said Kadai.
Kadai.
Yeah.
What's involved in that? That's in Queensland, you said.
It's a methodology. It's worldwide. Queensland has adopted it as the methodology that they teach their teachers. And that sort of means that there's a continuity across the state, that when teachers move around, the students are still receiving the same way of teaching music. Here in New South Wales, a lot of teachers are CADI and what's called ORF trained. It's another methodology, and a lot of teachers use those together. So there are established methodologies that help with that. Queensland's had a very long tradition of having that as a base methodology that means, as I said, students get the same education out of it.
So just are they trained in the methodology, or do they get that training when they go into the education system? Both. And
yes.
the education system is committed to continuing that?
Yes, as are the professional associations within Queensland. So it's very supported within Queensland. There are, of course, other ways of doing it. It just happens to be part of their history and what they've done. They don't get a lot of it, as I said, in pre-service teaching, but they do get a lot of opportunity when they're in-service teachers.
And just to clarify a term that you used, you said that music education for teachers holds a privileged position. Mm-hmm. What does that mean?
They have some policies around having a specialist music teacher in every school. We know at the moment there's not one of those because there is a lack of just having enough specialist teachers trained. Mm-hmm. But they have sort of made sure that it is part of every single school and what they commit to as well. Doesn't mean the other arts aren't delivered, it just means they understand that it is a very important base for all education comes from music education.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's all right. Can I hear about the Music and Me program nationally? Thanks.
I'll just, in answer to your question there about in other states and territories, through my experience with the Music and Me program over 10 years and in previous roles where I've worked on national music education programs, New South Wales is, I think, the only state or territory that at any point in time has not had specialist music teachers in primary schools. Then it's not there in all states and territories now. There's a mix, but there's never been specialists there. So we're sort of behind the eight ball right from the start when you combine that with what we know about initial teacher education, music within initial teacher education for primary teachers. I mean, there is no teaching code in New South Wales for a music specialist in a primary school. So even where there are teachers that can teach as a specialist, they may not even be able to get a job that's an ongoing job, an ongoing role in the Department of Education. So our experience has been, we hear about them if they want to get a permanent ongoing teaching role, they end up looking outside to the non-government sector to get a role like that. So there's this sort of spiral of issues there.
Can I just jump in there?
Yes.
You haven't recommended that New South Wales adopt a specialist teacher in every school. Why is that?
No. Well, it's a combination. We believe it's a combination of upskilling, well, firstly, more music in initial teacher education for primary teachers, upskilling the current workforce, and also a role for specialist music teachers, so we think about it as a three-prong approach. And I think because we've seen this generational decline in the quality of music education over decades, if New South Wales said, okay, the solution is specialist teachers in all primary schools, I don't think I'll see it in my lifetime. I think it's a very long-term goal. And plus, we also know, particularly if we think about the research that we've heard Anita speak about, it's also the benefits that music has in other learning. So you don't want it to be an isolated with one teacher teaching, particularly in those early years of learning. It's how can that music learning impact all learning.
Can I just pick up on that? Because
Yes.
I think you also recommend mandating 30 minutes a week.
Yes.
Surely that would be easier to achieve if you had a dedicated music teacher in each school.
My understanding is that currently there's that's about what the recommendation is now, is the 30 minutes. But we know a lot of ways that teachers teach music and integrate it into their teaching and learning program across the whole week. That it might be 10 minutes here, it might be 10 minutes on another day. So we are aware that is often how music is implemented.
Because one of the issues, of course, is the crowded curriculum.
Absolutely,
And so
yeah.
you've got, a lot of other competing. We've only got mandates for numeracy and literacy. If you introduce mandating for music, then other disciplines would
That
expect
is
a
in
similar
keeping with
thing,
the
and
syllabus.
you just don't have enough hours in the week
Yeah.
to accommodate the full curriculum. That's one of the
Yeah.
problems.
That is the current Department of Education guidelines.
Mr. Anderson?
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Barkle, obviously you've pitched this to the Department of Education New South Wales previously, I would expect.
I'll let Bernie talk
Yep.
about how Music and Me is a collaboration with education authorities.
Sure.
And also, just to follow on from that previous point, in our Music and Me Summit, which was just last week, we had a fantastic discussion which Anita led as part of a panel about the value of incorporating 10 minutes a day of music into a generalist primary classroom as a way of building, switching children's brains on and really incorporating, preparing them for different areas of learning, and the incredible value that there is in having those activities before you do other areas of learning, the way to engage children and focus them and prepare them for learning as part of their day, doing that at the start of the day. And that's really only achievable if the classroom teachers are confident and able to, equipped to deliver that kind of learning as well. There are many fantastic programs out there which we all speak about in our submissions, and our colleagues as well who you'll hear from today, where models of incorporating 10 minutes of learning or small brain breaks and energizers and ways to incorporate music into everyday learning is incredibly effective, and the research certainly does demonstrate that as well. The Music and Me program, when it was first established by Richard Gill 9 years ago, as Louise mentioned, was piloted in New South Wales, and we now work in a number of different states and jurisdictions in a co-funding model. Our federal funding supports the national coordination, my role and my colleague, and then also it supports the delivery and design of professional learning for mentors to teach them the art and the craft of being a good mentor and how to how to follow the structure of our program of how to support teachers in their classroom. I think the beauty of the program is the teacher who's being mentored, who's seeking that professional learning, doesn't need to leave their classroom or go outside school time or do additional work online. They have a teacher, a mentor, come and work with them side by side in their classroom. So they're learning on the job. They're understanding how to manage a noisy music classroom and enjoy all that wonderful activity that happens when that works in your classroom. We work with different jurisdictions. As I mentioned, in New South Wales, we work directly with the Department of Education. The curriculum team work with us very closely, and they send out communications through New South Wales Department schools. School leaders or teachers who are interested in being mentored can then apply, and they are then matched up with a mentor from our collective, usually someone who is geographically close to them as well. We know that the program is more effective when there are more than one teacher within the school being mentored, ideally if there are multiples or there are models within our program of a whole school being mentored over a period of time, or people being mentored in multiple years. And that really does have a great impact on the culture of the school, and the teachers are able to support each other in between those mentoring sessions and ongoing, and share what they're learning, and for it to become part of the fabric of the school. In other states, we work in Victoria, again with the Department of Education in a lesser capacity. I think we really complement other programs that are happening there where teachers require deeper learning, and so our program is applied to schools in metropolitan and regional areas. In Western Australia, we work in partnership with ASME, the Australian Society of Music Education there, and they help to identify schools where mentoring would be particularly valuable. And we apply a remote model there, so we send a lead mentor to remote areas such as Karratha, and they will spend a more intensive period of time there. And so that really has a very different impact. We're building mentors within those regions now, who in time will then radiate out across the schools in those areas. In South Australia, our program is very much more, we're directly approached by schools who would like to engage that model of learning for their teachers. But again, we have had a long history in South Australia. There's several schools there where we have, over time, supported and developed the music capacity of the teachers in entire schools with great results.
Just following up with the Department of Education, thanks Ms Hurd. What's been the take-up from the Education Department? Because Ms Barkle, you said earlier the general decline in music education, and while this is a fantastic program and we totally agree with everything you're saying, there still seems to be a lack of uptake, if you like, and focus on music education. Is the Education Department picking it up and helping you to implement, and what's been your experience?
We're really grateful for the partnership with the New South Wales Department of Education. They support the implementation of the program, firstly through having a resource within the curriculum team and someone who supports the administration of the program and ensures that it is that people are matched well, and that the schools are able to talk to each other and that side of things. Because of the co-funding model of our program, the federal funding supports our national coordination and delivery of the mentor training. Our state partners or jurisdiction partners fund the provision of the mentor. So usually the mentor is a teacher who is working in a school, and that is certainly a really effective thing. It's wonderful professional learning for that teacher as well. But the real cost to the state government is the time, the provision of a casual teacher to release that mentor when they go into the mentee's school and work with them. So I suppose the scale of the program is most significantly limited by the capacity of the state government, the Department of Education, to fund the provision of mentors. One of the other challenges that we have in growing the program is finding enough mentors within regions who are able to then support and become mentors and engage with the program. As Louise mentioned, there are many great music specialist teachers who trained at institutions where music education was their primary area of expertise. However, because most of those teachers have not been able to gain permanent employment in the Department of Education, many of them have left and gone to other areas. So we currently draw our mentors directly from the Department of Education, and so it's finding enough suitable mentors who are at the appropriate level of skill to then engage them within the Department of Education. So one of the areas that we'd certainly be able to reach more schools, have a greater impact, is firstly if there's more funding to provide more mentors, and then secondly if mentors can be drawn from outside of the Department of Education as well as from within. So we really do try very hard to identify great music teachers from all educational systems and engage them as mentors.
Can I ask what the RFF imposition is? Like how many hours of RFF are required to cover teachers in the program?
I think it's
Can
2
take
I
hours.
on
believe
notice
it's
if
2
you-
hours that
2 hours a
each
week?
primary
Or 2 hours?
classroom teacher gets released for 2 hours
Per
a
week.
Oh no, I understand how much RFF, how much relief is required to deliver the program. So if you're saying the mentor's meeting with a teacher once every month for half an hour.
So the current model with the Department of Education in New South Wales is that a mentor would ideally travel to a school and work with 2 mentees individually, and they would accrue a quarter of a day per mentee that they're working with, so a half a day per visit, and they would visit approximately 8 times over the course of the program. So ultimately, the allocation in the budget for the Department of Education in New South Wales is a total of 2 release days per mentee for the program. This is an abbreviated version of the program. The base model, the original model of our program, was twice as much. So this really is designed to be an introductory program, or really try to assess where the skill development is most needed, and there is an option, I believe, for mentees to do the program again if there's further learning that they could do.
Can I pick up on that as well, please? And congratulations on the summit last week. It
Thank
was
you.
excellent. And obviously lots of really enthusiastic teachers there. In terms of the interaction between schools and the department and getting those casuals funded, and even getting those casuals into classrooms in the first place, how does that work? Like, are schools coming to you and saying, we'd like help advocating to the department for funding for this? Can principals fund it from their own budgets? How is that process working practically at the moment?
I believe that the provision of the release teacher is funded directly by the school that is hosting the mentor.
Okay.
We're not involved in sourcing casual teachers, and I guess there's further options to expand the program where we may directly engage mentors from outside of the department to come in and work as mentors, but obviously additional funding would be required for that.
So have you found any trends in the last couple of years in terms of principals' ability to actually fund these positions?
Definitely. There certainly are challenges and stresses for schools to firstly fund additional casual staff for programs such as this. But we also do see examples where there's real models for showing what this investment can bring as well. For an example, we have a mentor who is in the Cessnock region, whose principal has really taken a leadership role in demonstrating, in supporting all of the schools in the area. So they have a specialist music teacher within their school, and that music teacher is now acting as a mentor with a range of schools in that area, and supporting, lifting the capacity of the entire region. So this is a cluster of small schools within small areas. So I think over time they will see an incredible benefit, both for the well-being of the students, for the career sustainability of the mentees. We do certainly know anecdotally that by being mentored, by becoming a mentor, by being involved in that kind of really deep professional learning side by side, it has a very positive impact on a teacher's career.
And just more specifically, I guess I'm really asking, has the capacity of schools changed with recent funding changes announced, and how has that impacted your program?
I feel like it hasn't been, correct me if I'm wrong, Bernie, these are observations. It's not so much been the funding, it's been the available of casuals to to be able to release the mentor to do the mentoring. And I think that's where one of the solutions we see is if you open up who can mentor. We've got criteria about who, you know, what makes a good mentor of music for primary school teachers, and selection process, etc. If we can open up who can to people that can fulfil those criteria to mentor, that may be casual teachers themselves, or they might be transitioning to retirement, or
So
recently
they don't need to be
retired.
replaced
They
by
would not
other
need to be
casuals.
replaced.
So it is the lack of availability of casuals and also funding that principals can't afford anymore.
Yeah.
In my experience, it's the former more than the latter, but,
Okay.
but definitely both.
Okay. And do you have any comment on that, Dr. Collins?
I would just say I've observed the same. I would just add a third element into there, which is it's a lot of money, it's a lot of organisation involved, and then if they don't understand the broader value of it, it's in the too hard basket. So I think they're the three sort of elements that are coming together, which a principal will just go not this year or not at the moment, and that's impacting the students.
Can I just ask just one? If, and to you, Dr. Collins, if principals had the available funding, what are they saying to you? Would they take it up more?
Some, yes. Some of them definitely going, I hear what you're saying, I understand, I'd love to be able to do this, we just don't have the funding to put it across. However, a lot more of the time I get, well, I just can't see the benefit of it, how would it... I'm going to be asking my teachers to do something more, which is this... It's kind of a... back to front, because actually it's giving them more skills to make their jobs easier. So it's a slightly short-sightedness part of we don't have the funds, but also I can't see the benefit just yet. Those that have looked into the research, who I've had contact with, who've had contact with Music in Me, absolutely understand that it is transformational for any school to put music across the school in place.
How do you see, just lastly, for my chair. Just lastly, how do you see that changing? Like, is that in pre-service, or is that more casuals into the system? How do you help principals in that pathway to providing that music education?
Yeah, I think having worked in tertiary education for 12 years, it moves very slowly. So in order to get to the students as quickly and benefit them as quickly as possible, I think it's starting with the in-service aspect of it. There are teachers out there, exceptionally good ones, who could be very beneficial in a Music in Me or another model, who, if we looked at the way they're employed, the casual rates, all of those sorts of things, we could make immediate change in the system very, very quickly within a year. And then actually helping the principals to understand how to implement it, removing the barriers for them to go, yes, I want to do this, and I want to see and measure the benefit that it's going to have on my school.
And
Thanks, Chair. Just following on for that, for Dr. Collins, in Victoria, in schools where principals have engaged a specialist music teacher, is there any early learning outcomes results from those schools? And I'm specifically thinking about 5 to 7 year old, because that's where you set a child's whole learning capability up. Is there data to reflect that the schools that have implemented a specialist music teacher have better early learning outcomes compared to those that haven't?
Not a specialist music teacher, remembering that's someone who just teaches that. We are beginning to have data around the impact of generalist teachers delivering, particularly within that K to 2 or P to 2 period. That's the most beneficial, both for literacy learning, but also having music. I have many schools that I work with who are doing the first 10 minutes of the literacy lesson, so not adding more time into the curriculum, just using music at its most appropriate at that age group. At the start of the literacy block, it primes their ears for their literacy learning, and then they go on to do that. That's delivered by generalists. So I think, as speaking to what we were talking about before, the solution is a mixed solution. It's not specialists, because they not only take time to their 4 years to train, they take the 10 years prior to that to be the musicians themselves to then go into it. It's a very long road. We do have amazing specialists all over the state, but what we need to look at is how can we have a mixed solution of generalists who are upskilled to deliver the lower age groups. That's even super beneficial for their teaching. And then we use the specialists to both mentor them, but also to teach in the upper years as well.
Can I ask?
Sorry,
Dr.
could I just ask a
Yeah.
question? So what does that look like, that 10 minutes ahead of the literacy block? What,
Yeah, there's
what
three
format does that
musical elements to it, which are beat keeping, rhythm making, and singing. And you don't do one after the other, they're actually all combined together. It would look like the whole class sitting in front as they would for, saying, reading a book, and the teacher would be leading to a few structured activities where they get them started in moving together, then they get them doing some rhythms, they're singing a song. They probably sing that song every single day for the week. It's the same song, and we know kids love that repetition. And it's basically making sure that they're getting better and better at those really baseline musical skills, which we know are the skills that actually improve the brain development. So it looks like a normal part of the class, and then they would head off to do their silent reading, or they'd do some stuff with letters, depending on where they're up to.
We should start our committee hearings that way.
Well, we can start with a song.
Miss
Or a
Hannah?
group hug.
Yes,
we endorse that. You know, when I look in my area, the private schools are very intense on music, and I don't know whether they see the benefits or reputational benefits out there. Has there been any evidence to have a look at the private school education versus the public school education and the use of music in those two areas?
There hasn't been any research to compare them, because there's so many other variables that sit with that. Expectations at a non-government school, where music sits in the curriculum, how it's valued by the parent community, all of those things are so different that research doesn't necessarily work in that space. Yeah, but anecdotally, having worked across all those systems and looked at how it's different, I see that the students in the public system are missing out on that consistency, but also the expectation of music is part of every day at school.
And there's a Catholic schools program, I believe, that you referred to in your
Yes.
submission.
Yeah.
Is that's going well, from what I understand?
Yep. That's the Wired for Sound one that's done in the Parramatta Diocese. They're upskilling, I was with them last week, they're upskilling 80 teachers a year in how to deliver that 10 minutes at the start of every literacy block, and we are collecting data along the way to see how it's impacting on the literacy development, and we're seeing some very, very good data coming out of that.
And in the early years of the mentoring program, as it was the music teacher mentoring program, as it was called at the time, there was a several-year model in Wagga Diocese, Catholic schools, a music part of their music education commitment over a number of years. So every primary school teacher was mentored through that, while the funding lasted from the partner. And now we have a new pilot in Sydney.
Yeah, so we're just starting a new pilot with Sydney Catholic Schools, supporting the Amadeus program, essentially, which is a really fantastic instrumental program. And I think they certainly recognise that alongside having an incredible instrumental program, having really well-trained music specialists in every school and confident classroom teachers is the piece of the puzzle that will make the Amadeus program even more successful. So that's just kicking off now.
You may want to take this question on notice, Ms. Hurd, but I'm just interested in, you've given us some stats on the Music and Me program in New South Wales. I think you said 160 schools out of 1,600. I'm just interested in how that compares to how many schools are involved in other states.
New South Wales is our largest footprint and has been consistently since the program started. In Victoria, we're in, I think, 13 schools currently. In South Australia, I think it's only 10 schools or so. In Western Australia, we're working in a range of different models, but it's around 8 schools. So New South Wales is definitely our largest program currently. It ebbs and flows year to year, and we're currently working with the Western Australian Department of Education to potentially grow the program there. We're talking to other jurisdictions as well.
Okay, we're about to wrap up, but if there's any further questions for Dr. Collins or Music and Me? If not, thank you very much for your evidence, and the Secretariat will contact you in relation to any follow-up questions on notice.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Thank you.
And keep up the great work.
Thank you.
And thank you both for taking the time to give evidence. Could each witness, starting from my left, so Dr. Saunders, please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. John Nicholas Saunders. I'm the Chair of the National Advocates for Arts Education, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And also Dr. Coleman.
Thank you. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to begin by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you both like to start by making a short statement?
I would. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to give evidence at this hearing and for initiating this inquiry as well. I'm the Chair of the National Advocates for Arts Education, or the NAAE, and we're an alliance of peak national arts education associations, including Art Education Australia with Kate, Ausdance National, the Australian Society for Music Education, the Australian Teachers of Media, ATOM, Drama Australia, and the National Association for the Visual Arts, NAVA. And I'm pleased that many of our affiliates have been invited to present at the hearings today. Together we represent around 10,000 early childhood, primary, secondary and tertiary teachers, and we advocate for high quality arts education, including the 5 art subjects recognised in national curriculum: dance, drama, media arts, music and visual arts. Our written submission outlines some of the well-documented benefits of quality arts education. Australian and international research continues to demonstrate that students who receive high-quality arts education achieve better grades and overall test scores, are less likely to leave school early, have higher achievements in literacy assessment, are more engaged in school, have more positive self-concepts, higher self-esteem and greater life satisfaction, are more connected to their school, their community and their peers, have higher attendance rates, rarely report boredom at school, have increased higher order thinking capabilities and skills, are more motivated to learn, watch less television, and as adults are more likely to vote and participate in democracy. Despite the extraordinary research documenting the positive impact of arts education, access to quality arts education is inconsistent across Australia and indeed across New South Wales, and is dependent on socio-economic advantage, school system and geographic location. We've also seen a devaluing and erosion of arts and arts education at universities, with several universities cutting their fine arts offerings and many universities reducing the time allocated to the arts in initial teacher education. We also know that the arts industry play a critical role in supporting the dynamic ecosystem of arts participation and arts education in New South Wales. And sadly, the arts industry in New South Wales is in a dire state. and many organisations are struggling to survive after COVID. As a result, we're seeing youth and education programs delivered by New South Wales arts and cultural institutions being reduced or axed because of lack of investment and support. This inquiry is urgently needed to address some of these concerns and to ensure that New South Wales is a leader in arts education and training, both nationally and around the world. And I thank you for your commitment to arts education and training.
Thank you. Dr. Coleman?
Yes, thank you. I'd just firstly like to take the opportunity to say thank you for holding such an inquiry. As an art educator for 30 years and a trained New South Wales art teacher, there are not many opportunities to actually speak publicly and speak back to Parliament about what it is that art education does. So I'm an associate professor in visual art and design education at the University of Melbourne. I teach in Victoria because it's the only place that I can still do my job. I actually can't teach art teachers here in New South Wales because of the limited availability in those programs. I moved to Victoria to do that job because there weren't enough here, and I left the University of New South Wales teaching design, history and theory when those courses began to diminish and close pre-COVID. That's now 12 years ago that I left this state. I graduated from the University of New South Wales, was City Art Institute, then College of Fine Arts, as an art and design teacher K through 12, and I taught in this state for nearly 20 years. So I think one of the most important things as the President of Art Education Australia right now, in thanking you for holding this inquiry, is one of the most important things about training for teachers is that it is national. Teachers are trained in particular states, but we learn through a range of different curriculums, and the opportunity to come and speak here about theory and practice and research in my space of art education is important. Not only because in this state it is the only state with mandatory visual art education. I teach teachers in Victoria where that mandatory education is not there. And for me that's a platform to be able to travel to Sydney today to make sure that continues, but to speak about why that is so important. In a state where I will today, as a part of my own art education, visit the art gallery and go to the MCA, I am saddened by the constant attacks on artists and art education, on arts workers, and the impact that that then has on young people and the community about where they see art education existing and opportunities for thinking about, as the inquiry noted, pathways. What those pathways look like in an ecology are really important. We know ecologically that each thing relies on the other thing. We don't have artists, we don't have arts workers, we don't have museum educators, we don't have people working in these amazing regional galleries that you have in New South Wales. I think probably more important regional galleries than they probably have in other states, without art education. Art education starts in kindergarten and it goes through to year 8 here in New South Wales. I don't see that in every other state in Australia now that I sit in this position of president across the country. And so an inquiry of this nature is really important to be at today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms.
Ms. Munro?
To start, thank you so much for being here and for your submissions. I had a question for both of you around the differences between the New South Wales curriculum and the federal curriculum. And why is it necessary to harmonise them? Because sometimes that might actually reduce the quality that we have in New South Wales, for example.
Do you want me to start?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm going to say that they already are harmonised.
Okay.
So one of the things that New South Wales did in the early 1990s is lead the country in art education. As I said, I am a product of that art education. It's the first curriculum that we see that we've still seen in place up until recently, currently under review, not yet finalised. But that curriculum led the changes that brought in the national curriculum. So even in 1992, 93, when I was studying at UNSW, we were discussing what the Australian, or at that time national curriculum, would look like as students. And we were contributing to the people, the professors that were trained in the United States and in Europe in art education in their doctoral studies about the impact of what a national curriculum would look like. I teach in the Victorian curriculum, and that Victorian curriculum is, I can say, so closely aligned to the New South Wales curriculum. Visual arts education is about teaching the whole person in relation to the world. We teach what it means to be an artist, how artists think about the world, how artists see the world, and we teach what audiences are. That language is inherent in the national curriculum. The thing that New South Wales has done, as all states do in their visual art curriculum when allowed, with their curriculum authorities, is to contextualise, because art is contextual. Art is responsive to communities, to society, to politics. This is a first contact state. So the ways that you teach Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander knowledges in this state is different than I teach in Wurundjeri country in Victoria. It's different than we teach it in the Northern Territory. Each country, big C country, requires its own context. The way that we think about the impact of art education in art communities and societies early in the Federation of New South Wales and the establishment of this city is very different. The National Art School is one of the oldest art schools in the country, is here in Sydney. So we have to have an art education that is responsive. Having a national curriculum is actually quite problematic, because otherwise you would be teaching an art form from a particular place that is not responsive to the place where that would be being taught. And why the art curriculum needs to be open is that that context is also specific to the practices of those teachers, the practices of those communities and the practices of those societies. I taught in southwest Sydney here, and that context was very specific. I taught children that had lived in camps in war zones for their whole lives. If I'd been prescribed a curriculum from the National Curriculum Authority, it wouldn't be specific to the kind of kids that I was teaching that grew up in a Sudan camp. I needed to actually be able to look across the frames to make sense of what that looked like in my context and then to teach it. And so I think that the context is there, but each state needs to be able to locate how we teach artistry, how we teach audience, how we teach spectatorship, how we teach creativity. The PISA results are showing that we are teaching it across the country and that each state context works, but we should be allowed to have context. Private schools are allowed to contextualise. So if private schools can contextualise and teach the way they need to, then states should be able to. You know, education is, as I said before, an ecology, and when we think about it in that ecosystem, this ecosystem is very different than any other. The way you think about education just here in Sydney is very different to how I think about it in Dubbo or Wagga Wagga, and it needs to be responsive to those communities.
Thank you. So, Dr. Saunders, that goes a little bit in contrast to what your submission is saying. So, would you like to respond or elaborate, please?
I agree with Kate. I think what we've suggested or what we advocate for is some alignment between national and state curriculum. New South Wales has very detailed curriculum. The primary curriculum here, the creative arts for K to 6, is a very strong curriculum across 4 disciplines, 4 subjects. And then the model of year 7 to 10 as subject-specific, having subject-specific language works really well because it's taught by secondary trained specialist teachers. Having a broad primary curriculum that uses language that is consistent across art subjects is really useful, and that does happen in the national curriculum. But we're certainly advocating for some alignment, but certainly not for every state necessarily to adopt.
So where would you see the misalignment at the moment or the non-alignment?
I think the biggest one is media arts. That's a whole subject that every other state and territory in Australia recognises as a discrete subject, and in New South Wales it hasn't been in the primary space.
What is media arts?
Yeah.
I wasn't educated in it, evidently.
I was. And media arts is looking at media, new media, film, television, radio. It's looking at those critical literacy skills about how we engage in news, how we engage in TikTok, in social media, etc. So it's a great subject, and I had worked in an all-boys school most recently. It was in a secondary context in Queensland, and it was the art subject that was growing the fastest because it was engaging boys in an art subject. So it's an area in New South Wales that Little bits of it are covered in other subject areas, but it doesn't stand alone at the moment. I suppose the other thing that I would say is that in the Australian curriculum, there's a central entitlement that all young Australians have access to all 5 art subjects from kindergarten through to the end of year 8. And whether the curriculum is adopted or not, that central entitlement, I think, is something that's really important. We want all children across Australia to be able to access dance, drama, media arts, music and visual arts, despite where they go to school, despite which state they're in, despite which system they're being taught in. So I think that central principle, that entitlement, is a thing that we'll advocate for most strongly.
Thank you.
Can I thank you very much, both of you, for coming. I think it's quite important to pursue that issue of media arts, Dr. Saunders, but just before doing that, I want to go to Dr. Coleman, Professor Coleman. And Professor Coleman, I just want to check that I understood your evidence. You said that we have a mandatory visual art education. We're the only state that has that, and we have a network of regional galleries that's strong. So it seems that your concerns are around the availability of art teacher training in New South Wales.
Yep.
And you've actually painted a pretty stark picture of a decline in that. I wonder if you could just expand on that and its impact on schools and the ability to continue to deliver the visual arts education.
Yeah, thank you. An important question and a place where I now dedicate my research into teacher practice. One of the things that we saw as art schools were partnered or collaborated with universities was a change in assessment and standardisation of art practice. And art schools are expensive to run. So the University of Sydney used to have one of the most amazing world-renowned art schools. It has managed to regain some of its fine art education, but the actual campus where artists learnt to be artists together is gone. It's sold. One of the things about the art school at New South Wales City Art Institute, where my mother had been previously in the 1960s, wasn't a standalone art school. It was an art school that actually taught artists, and in your education training you were able to further it at Alexander Mackie College. So in those amalgamations, what happens to art in any standardised curriculum, like we see at school, is that art actually becomes standardised itself. There's a version of what that art education looks like. How we teach teachers is really important because they need to know not that standardised version, but a broad, creative, critical and speculative version of art education. So the opportunities, if we think about those pathways, if there are limited ways to attend art school because they're gone, and I noted Western Sydney, that at the time when I finished school, you went to Newcastle, you went to Wollongong, you went to City Art, or you came out to Bankstown and to Macarthur, which were the old, amazing art schools and the only art schools in New South Wales where they were actually given art materials. At City Art Institute, we had to buy our materials ourselves, and no other university student bought everything like we did. But they're gone. They actually don't exist. So how do you have a pipeline into initial teacher education if you also start to standardise and limit your opportunity at the bachelor level? So you have only 2 places to become a bachelor art education in this state. So no wonder we have a shortage, and I noted the numbers of 34% of art teachers of art education being taught out of practice, non-art teachers teaching art education, because we don't have a pipeline here. So if we're going to have a pipeline of master's level, you need art schools, because how I teach at the University of Melbourne, because we have an art school, is that you go to the art school for 3 years and then you come to me for 2 years to do the Master of Teaching. And that pipeline is a known. What does the pipeline look like in New South Wales if you want to become an art teacher? So you have to get into University of New South Wales, or you have to go to the Australian Catholic University, which already locates its placements in Catholic schools. So you limit your opportunity for public education, and as a public educator, for me, that's problematic. again, if we think ecologically about pipelines, you need to have a strong foundational art education in school. So the mandatory hours are really important if you've started to limit opportunities for tertiary study. You've also limited, through the 1990s and further into the 2000s, visual arts at TAFE, which was completely destroyed when I was still here in this state. And now that I live interstate, see it even sadder that the opportunities to study at visual art level are so reduced. So how does an artist practice? If they don't have opportunities to practice, at least with their regional galleries, we have, I think, one of the strongest visual art teaching associations in the country here, but they offer, in their availability of, in their own time, without any funding, they offer professional learning to those teachers in service. But how do we actually create a pipeline for pre-service teachers? I just cannot see it getting any better unless there's a real change in thinking about what art education looks like in schools, and then thinking very broadly about what initial teacher education looks like for artists, because I just don't understand how we can keep an art community and an art gallery and an art network of museums if we don't have fine art schools, if we don't have visual art schools, lumping us together into the creative arts and then using the neoliberal language of creative industries has been part of the issue as to why we don't get to stand alone. And that can be seen at University of New South Wales and the art school becoming a design school. Once we shift into creative industries, we diminish the opportunities for fine arts, for visual arts, and we locate ourselves in the world of design. Now, it's incredibly important, but we should actually see those two things next to each other. Design is not art, and art is not design, and they can be combined. We have an art and design school now in Paddington, but still the opportunities to become that art and design teacher are so few. Unless we broaden, and we limited those places 25 years ago when we said we had a glut of art teachers in New South Wales. But there is no longer a glut because we limited and limited and limited the opportunities. We've closed art schools and then shut down programs. I mean, how can a state only have 2 places to study to become an art teacher? It just seems crazy to me. In this size of a state with this large global art economy, I mean, this is the state that holds the Biennale. This is the state that runs large art programs, and there's no investment in art education. I just think, in my role as president of AEA and then as a professor of art education, very sad times.
Thank you for that. And if no one else wants to ask a question, can I just follow up? This is going to be a little bit, run a little bit counter to your arguments there about creative industries in the language of neoliberalism. But Dr. Saunders, you spoke about media arts being a gap in New South Wales, and I'm just wondering how you see or what needs to happen to include that. And I guess coming back to the point that Professor Coleman's just made, who's going to teach it? Mm-hmm. Where do they come from? What are the courses for that? And then how do we get that balance right, I guess, between, a utilitarian use and the benefits of a more pure or artistic sense of it?
Media arts is being taught in some secondary schools in New South Wales. There are courses that have been approved for schools to use, but it hasn't got its own syllabus at the moment. So it's on a school-by-school situation, and those teachers are taking it upon themselves to train. In about 2016, 2017, 2018, when we were working on the next version of the creative arts syllabus, K to 6, the primary syllabus, there was a push for media arts to be included in that syllabus, that primary syllabus. And NESA, the New South Wales Educational Standards Authority, squashed that. And as a result, the New South Wales division of ATOM, the Australian Teachers of Media, closed down because they felt that it was absolutely hopeless to try and get media arts up in New South Wales, leaving New South Wales as the only state not to recognise it as a subject. So it's happening when teachers are determined, they see the need, they're taking on their own professional learning to make it happen. I also completely agree with Kate about the dance, drama, music and visual arts. that all of those secondary teachers need to have really high quality experiences in their discipline at a tertiary level before they go on to do their Masters of Teaching. And we have seen across the board and across Australia that particularly over the past 10 years, and really as a result of the previous federal government's policies to try and push students and encourage them into STEM areas and STEM courses at university. As a result of that, we've seen arts courses become more expensive, and we've seen then universities move away, declining enrolments, etc. So it has had a sort of flow-on effect at a state level and in the teaching profession as well. I'd also say that as our previous panellists said, that the time allocation for pre-service teachers in primary schools is completely inadequate. We know from research from the Australian Primary Principals Association that primary teachers enter the profession wanting to teach the arts. They know that students learn through telling stories and acting them out, through dance and movement, through singing songs, through painting and sculpture and visual art. They know that. But they don't necessarily feel confident and capable of teaching the arts because there's been a huge erosion in the time allocated for the arts in primary university courses, primary teaching courses. Some universities have one subject, a 12-week unit, where they're covering 4 arts subjects. No one could come out of one unit and feel confident in teaching 4 subjects to students. And really, I think we need to see investment in that. We need to see NSW accrediting Bachelor of Primary courses and Masters of Primary Teaching courses that do much more than that.
Mr. Anderson?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your insights. It is valuable. What we've been finding and through submissions and including yours as well, that subjects not included in NAPLAN testing may be perceived as less important or less valued, potentially affecting student enrolment and support for visual arts offerings. What we have been hearing across the board is that students are being told that if you want a good ATAR, then you're better off choosing other than the arts.
Yep.
How do you address that?
Well, to not cap us would be the beginning. Capping our subject is the first sign to a student that if I can't get 50 out of 50, even though I get 50 out of 50, that's a sign to a young person that this subject doesn't matter. So the what matters we've designed into standardised assessment. What matters to young people in education is how they get assessed and what gets assessed. So capping, in my experience in schools, was always very prevalent in not just the young person but their parents' minds. If you're not going to get a full mark in this subject, then why are we going to study it? The other issue we had often in schools is parents seeing, again, with a good, creative industries version, you're better off to be in a design class, or you're better off to be in an engineering class, you're better off to be in studying technology, because that's going to get you a job. And the language of creative industry is in the anti-art rhetoric, and push to STEM is everywhere. My research is global, and it is global. Young people know that a pathway to their future is in STEM, and the work package, job ready package from the federal government indicated that that's where the emphasis was going to go. So how does somebody become an artist? One of the issues we then lie in is that it's only a place of privilege. So only if I'm from a privileged family that has a broad art education do I realise that schooling is not about jobs. I don't go to school to get a job. I go to school, if we believe still in the Industrial Revolution version of schooling, that schooling is about teaching the whole person and teaching what it means to be in the world, then an art education needs to be there. But schooling has become, assessment-wise, through its standardisation, about jobs. And so art has to disappear. It has to come off the table. Because there's no place for it, and that's incredibly sad. And then if there's no place for it because you don't see it as a pathway, how does the art world actually get into school to show families and young people that art is a way of being present? It actually teaches this to you. You don't need to go to art school because you study art in high school. That's not what high school is for. High school is supposed to develop our multi and interdisciplinary knowledges about what the world is, through science and through art, through religion, through all of the subjects that are offered to them, through our languages. It's not about going to work, but the capping says that. So the capping at that HSC level says this is only for you few. And you few somehow, if capping, why capping exists, I don't know, because we're too easy. If that is an issue that we're only teaching people with art knowledge, which is not true. If we're only teaching people with art knowledge, then we must be only teaching the very few privileged, because that's all. That's the only opportunities that are made available to people. If we don't have art education in primary school because we don't train those teachers well enough, then we get a multi-arts version of art. And so the multi-art version of art, which was my issue with this inquiry, lumping 4 art forms into arts and then separating music, is that we are diminished. We're diminished even in the name of your inquiry. Music is separated. We still have conservatoriums regionally around the state. We do not have art education regionally around the state. It's here in the city only. And so the actual rhetoric is the reality. People listen to that. So we must actually change the way we talk about art education. We need to make sure that those mandatory hours are real and that there is a pipeline for the people who actually have the skills to teach it. And then we can actually start to think differently about what art is. Because art education is not, it's a field on its own. It's a newish field. It's a field that's now 60 years old, but it's broad. And in this country, it's taught differently to any other country in the world. And we should be actually investing in that. What does this interdisciplinary way of teaching the artist and the audience offer young people? It offers ways of thinking about climate change. It offers things about, how do we actually deal with domestic violence rates in this country? Well, we talk about that in art education all the time. Those things about the world, the current affairs, the news, all of that exists in our classroom. But the actual rhetoric and the reality of what art education offers just don't match. And so we don't value, and then it shows up in testing. All of us are responsible for literacy and numeracy tests. It's not it's not a maths test, and it's not an English test. In every school I ever taught in, literacy was on the table every day in art education. I taught people how to use every single genre and text type in my art classroom. It wasn't left to anyone else not to do. And so even that rhetoric of that standardised testing, and to me, why I wanted to note the PISA results is PISA says that it's art education that's doing the heavy lifting. Now, we came 4th in the world and nobody said anything. No government came out and said anything, but the rhetoric is still that art education doesn't do the heavy lifting in literacy and numeracy. Look at the heavy lifting it's doing in creativity. If we actually believe in the rhetoric of the creative industries, then art education is doing its job. But we have to actually support it to do it. And not, capping is a Board of Studies issue, and that has to be dealt with. But the actual way that we talk about assessment and standardisation needs to change. The STEM agenda and the quantitative measures that we put inside education are not how art education works. And it doesn't have to. We don't live in a binary system. We need to actually think more broadly about how art education functions in the kind of inter and transdisciplinary space. And then we might have an opportunity to think differently about what it doesn't do in that really negative sense, rather than all of the amazing things it does, and just shift that lens, which is, I don't think, terribly hard.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Just lastly, if I may,
Okay,
Chair,
we're
one
over time.
more. I think the perception is reality as well as the rhetoric, and I think that that perception suppresses the creativity that could be exposed and developed in a normal sense. So, is that part of your recommendation, do you think, to remove capping? Should that be part of what you suggest?
It should be removed. If a student gets 50 out of 50 in what is truly standardised testing, then yes, a student should get 50 out of 50. Art Express recognises the top works in the state. It's the only state that does such a show of the top artworks. And so why are those kids being capped? Do people go into that exhibition and know, wow, that kid probably got full marks, but they didn't receive them? The effect on the ATAR is drastic, and it needs to not be there. It does not make sense for visual art to be capped.
Well, the other subjects are not the only way of developing critical thinking.
No, they're
arts
not.
is a significant player in that as well.
It is a
Anyway,
significant player.
I'll leave it there. But thank you so much. I appreciate
Just
it.
one further question. Yesterday it was brought to our attention that there's no extension
Yes.
subject in art. I wonder if you might be able to comment on why there's no 3-unit art available anymore. You can do 3-unit music, but you can't do 3-unit.
I am hoping that my New South Wales Teaching Association will touch on this very specifically, but it to me was political. So when, and it is about this rhetoric being reality around what's offered and why we differentiate. So there was a decision made that we didn't differentiate enough between one course and another. Now, that means that, you know, an understanding of practice, an understanding of discipline and technique and technology were misunderstood or misinterpreted or ignored. I'm not actually sure. But there needs to be an opportunity, like in every other state. In Victoria, we have 3 visual art programs at the VCE level. Here, there's 1. So we've actually shown that we standardise visual art down to a point that we only offer it here. And it's only offered at this time in such a small quantity. And so that shows the whole education community that it doesn't matter. Because apparently you can't extend your study or knowledge of being an artist and being responsive as an audience member beyond a 2-unit subject. Incredibly sad. I mean, I just think that the state of all of it, you put the initial teacher education, you put the capping, you put the limited opportunities at the HSC level, you put the limited opportunities for art schools, and, you know, how does this state continue to lead in the visual arts when it continues to cut programs? It just can't. We know we can't keep cutting and things stay alive. Artists are agile, but they're not that agile. You know, they need to they've been hit hard by COVID. And the creative industries in this state, if we're going to use that language, will, you know, be led by music, because that's what the inquiry is focused on. And I just don't understand that. You know, the national curriculum language is important. There are 5 art forms that are supposed to be dealt with parity, with equality, and not prioritising one over the other. So we didn't prioritise when we limited visual art at the HSC. And then it set up the scene for everything else to follow.
We did go to the National Art School yesterday.
Excellent. I'm glad.
Okay, thank you very
Thank you
much
so
for your
much.
evidence. The Secretariat will contact you in relation to any questions on notice. It's been really great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. So I urge all witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing your evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome. Thank you for taking the time to give evidence. Could each witness, starting from my left, so from Ms Benton, please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
My name is Penelope Benton. I'm the Executive Director of the National Association for the Visual Arts. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms DeLosa?
My name is Nicole DeLosa. I'm here representing the Visual Arts and Design Educators Association of New South Wales as their co-president, Advocacy and Communication. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And Ms Baldwin?
My name is Gemma Baldwin and I'm the Executive Officer for State and National Issues for Visual Arts and Design Educators Association New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you like to start by making a short statement?
I will, thank you. Good morning and thank you for this opportunity to present today. I will first pay my respects to the Gadigal peoples as the traditional custodians of this beautiful place where I am grateful to live and work, and extend that respect to their ancestors and elders. Sovereignty has never been ceded. This has been a very quick turnaround, so we'll just explain what NAVA is in case it would have been very quick for you to read all of those submissions before today. The National Association for the Visual Arts is an independent membership organisation which brings together the many voices across the visual arts, craft and design sector to improve conditions of work and practice. And we do this through advocacy, education and the Code of Practice, which sets out best practice industry standards for working conditions and payment for artists and arts workers. NAVA has a national reach with over 40% of our members based in New South Wales, which is quite significant here. Our submission notes cuts to art education courses and museum studies over many years across the state and the lack of training and career pathways for First Nations artists and arts workers. Most galleries and visual arts organisations do not have a single Aboriginal arts worker or Aboriginal Advisory Board. However, our submission didn't fully address the scale of cuts to the visual arts, craft and design overall as a practice. We've lost major art schools in Western Sydney and across the regions. I hear Southern Cross University is phasing out visual arts later this year. That's in northern New South Wales. It's the only university course left in the region. Here in Sydney, we've gone from 3 very strong and unique standalone visual arts campuses with dedicated schools for art education, arts administration, as well as visual arts, media arts, and craft and design, to just 1 art school remaining. The other 2 have been significantly reduced in scale and specialisation. We've seen enormous changes to vocational and tertiary education system for visual arts, craft and design in New South Wales, with whole modes of practice now struggling to exist in several regions. At the same time, access to core funding for organisation has significantly reduced over the last 10 to 20 years, and most small to medium galleries and organisations are struggling to stay afloat. Burnout is at an all-time high. Until recently, many artists supported their practice through paid work as academics, teachers and educators or technical support staff in art schools. Cuts to education have had the double impact of wiping out paid work for practicing artists. For students, the impact of cost of living, cost of education, having to work full-time and study to pay for the course and live often in Sydney, together with reports that show income level for most visual artists remains well below the poverty line. All of this means lots of people are questioning arts as a valid career path. With low enrolments, TAFEs and universities struggle to justify keeping the courses and facilities. It's a really terrible loop. Many of the submissions and presentations that you will hear today talk about the benefits of art training to the contemporary art workforce across all industries. A lot of repair work to the sector and critical investment is needed to meet the objectives of this inquiry into how the arts can work with the education system to develop creative skills. We urgently need an increase in funding to support the work and skills development of individual artists and arts workers through mentorships, internships and training, project and fellowship grants, the purchase of specialised studio equipment, which can also be a significant issue for artists working in material-specific discipline. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Losa?
Thank you. VADIA is the only New South Wales visual arts curriculum body invited to give evidence at this hearing today. Our written submission highlights serious concerns with the tertiary and K-6 sectors at length. The current 7 to 12 curriculum space highlights that visual arts is the most popular arts subject selected in both Stage 5 and 6, despite years of curriculum erosion within school contexts. Having reviewed many of our colleagues' submissions prior to this inquiry, we note some are in support of media arts as a subject. This is despite the fact that outcomes in this course are already adequately addressed in existing New South Wales visual arts curriculum offerings and the New South Wales English syllabuses. VADIA have had extensive involvement in the New South Wales curriculum reform process over many years now and are satisfied that the quality and relevance of the 7 to 10 visual arts was sustained. However, it is concerning that the rhetoric around curriculum design is always grounded in the paradigm of out-of-subject teachers. VADIA supports NESA's adapt approach to the Australian curriculum. The visual arts links with a range of institutions and galleries, and VADIA is constantly seeking opportunities to extend and build on these within the framework as a volunteer-led organisation. To ensure students are aware of the benefits of a visual arts education and that they have a strong connection with the art world. VADIA is the only cross-sector provider of ongoing professional development in New South Wales visual arts education post-tertiary, and we advocate for all New South Wales visual arts educators. Thank you.
Ms. Baldwin, do you want to add to that?
Oh, no, just agree with Nicole.
I have some questions.
Ms. Munro?
First of all, thank you so much for your submissions and for coming along today. I was curious about the teacher pathways. So obviously we've heard that there's a really significant decline in the formal bodies that are offering education for teachers. But in terms of what teachers do before they get into that formal education, we heard previously from music that often there's a career in music of a decade before teachers actually go into formal training. Is there a similar pathway or any trends in terms of the kind of experience that visual arts teachers have before they seek formal training?
Who are you asking the question to?
Everybody, please. Anyone who has some insights.
I think I can, certainly just speaking for myself, I never aspired to be an artist. I wanted to be an art teacher. I think that the two roles are different, and in my experience, many art educators are there because that's what they want to be. However, of course, there is a pathway for artists to also do tertiary education through the Bachelor of Education, Master of Teaching process within the tertiary system, and many of them take that opportunity to have an education pathway alongside their artistic pursuits as well.
I would add to that, absolutely it varies depending on all sorts of people and their journeys.
Is there any research on that? that you're aware of?
There's a little bit of research that we've been a partner on recently called Visual Arts Work, and I can share that with you following this.
Thank you.
That looks at career pathways mostly for artists as academics, and the trajectory into that type of teaching. So outside of the school system, but in the universities and TAFEs.
Okay, and sorry to interrupt. Your third insight.
Oh well, I guess leading on from that research is that other people would go into art school thinking that they will be an artist, realise over time either that they really like and enjoy sharing skills and knowledge and training people up. So we'll get work delivering workshops as something that they enjoy doing. Others will find that it's actually really fulfilling paid work as well. So there's all sorts of reasons why people might also fall into educated roles.
And if there is a shortage of visual arts teachers, is there a capacity to reach into the artist world and offer attractive pathways to teaching, do you think?
I think it would come down to the requirements to become a teacher in New South Wales, which requires a Masters of Teaching, and which is a 2-year course. And so I think definitely that's an opportunity that could be explored by a whole range of areas within the sector. But yeah, I think, we've seen a gradual decline of people studying in Masters of Education courses, Masters of Teaching courses, sorry. So, yeah, it's an opportunity, but I guess the rhetoric around education in New South Wales at the moment is not a positive one. It's not the most, I guess, attractive opportunity for people if they're not going to be passionate about being educators. First and foremost, I guess, is an important aspect of that.
And I also, sorry.
Please go ahead.
No, you go. In our submission, we actually do talk about fast-tracking teacher education, and we warn about the pitfalls of that, not just because it can diminish the quality of art education within that classroom space, but actually presents itself, I think, to a whole gamut of real well-being issues for the teacher themselves when they're placed in hard-to-teach subject areas that they don't feel fully equipped in. In my experience, fast-tracked education programs have a very negative impact on the teachers themselves in those contexts.
If I could just...
Mr. Diana? Sorry, you asked before.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask, in your submission, Miss...
Delosa.
No, sorry, I've got my reading glasses.
That's
and
okay.
Miss Benton, sorry, apologies. You refer to the impact of the Smart and Skilled on TAFE. I mean, we were at National Arts School yesterday, and it seemed that one of the pathways for those who were entering the National Arts School as mature age students were people who'd done a TAFE course as a pathway. Can you perhaps talk a little bit about the impact of Smart and Skilled
Yes.
on narrowing and on closing off those opportunities?
Absolutely. I have limited research into this, but what I believe, what I've been told is that when that was introduced, the impact meant that most visual arts fell off, are not part of that, which reduced the subsidies provided. So without subsidies, lots of people just cannot afford to go to TAFE, which makes it not an attractive or viable, pathway or option to study, which has led to a decline in enrolments, which I think is terrible. Combined with other reform around that time that has meant that there's a lot of compliance that people need to meet to become a teacher at TAFE, which means a lot of people, what I've been told is people start the course and struggle to keep up with the compliance and maintain study as well as a paid job to support their study, and just find that it's not viable and drop out.
I asked the previous panel about the issue around extension. I saw that you maybe had something to say about that. I wonder whether you might want to elaborate.
Kate was very eloquent in explaining that it had been a case of the visual arts, I suppose, stakeholder group at that time found it incredibly difficult navigating some of the conversations around the duplication that the third unit had. But of course, she also very eloquently put that, it really was an extension of practice again further. It is still the belief of every New South Wales art educator that it was a valuable and viable course that should never have been cut. It wasn't in our submission because we've long held that that's an argument that has been long lost. So, it is. I can absolutely categorically state, though, it was an amazing kind of extra curriculum offering that was available to New South Wales students. That is a real loss. Do you agree?
Yeah, and I think that it was challenging for the curriculum writers at the time to make the case for the syllabus because the curriculum authority at the time wanted to know how the content of that subject was different than the other courses and not just more of the same thing. And so I know music were really successful in making their case, and that's why there's a Music Extension 1 course. But visual arts were not successful in that period in making that argument. I think we would be very much, with the research that's been happening in the space, we would be in a different position to make that case at the moment. But I know that in the curriculum reform space, there's very little appetite to add courses at the moment to the suite of subjects, and there is discussion of removing subjects. And so it's a matter of, I guess our focus has been in this curriculum reform process that we're currently in the middle of is advocating for high quality visual arts education, which has been a real struggle for us. And so, yes, making the case for an extra subject when the syllabus development process within the current subjects has been a challenge as it is. Yeah.
Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Baldwin, just touching on recommendation 6 of your submission where you're calling for mandatory periods of Masters of Primary Teaching in the ITE stage, do you think that would help overcome and perhaps ignite an interest in the arts space if those teachers had that mandatory component as part of their Masters of Teaching?
Yeah, 100%. I think the challenge is that we want primary educators to be confident to be able to deliver and teach the subjects in the creative and performing arts, and that if they don't have the adequate education to do that, then they're less willing to do that in the classroom. There's because teachers go into the space, particularly in the primary context, with subjects that they're particularly strong at, or they have a greater willingness to be able to do, and so with such little time allocated for the creative art and performing arts in the primary context, there's, I guess it's an incentivisation to do that really in a high quality way. I know Nicole's probably got some other comments about that.
Well, I'm just listening to the inquiry earlier. It was interesting to hear about programs that are already in K-6 in some of the in music in particular that are already operating in that space that don't operate for visual arts at all that I'm aware of.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. McGrath.
Can I just want to clarify a couple of items, Ms. DeLoza and Ms. Baldwin, with your submission and evidence. So the first is, just for my own clarification, you referred to I think it was the Melbourne Declaration and the creation of a key learning area, and then you highlight a kind of debate about the values and otherwise of that. Is that debate gone, or do you have a view about the value of that creation of that key learning area? It wasn't just clear to me what your view on that was in the submission.
So the history of that is that at the time of that, the issue was that we were kind of coalescing all these distinct subject areas into one. And what happens is that in the process of then when the Australian curriculum emerged was that an attempt to find similarities or kind of connections between each subject area was made, and so the design of curriculum was based on the fact that there are connections between music, art, dance, drama, and visual arts, and they sort of become this artificial construct because you're placing these guess things that don't exist in an attempt to kind of amalgamate those very distinct subjects areas with long histories as a discipline and a practice together. And so that has been a kind of our concern, is that when you lump everything together, you lose the kind of subject specificity and quality.
Okay. My second question is, you seem to imply that you're quite happy with the way media arts is being approached in the current curriculum. I don't want to verbal you, but is that correct? Because we've had evidence to suggest that New South Wales has lost an opportunity to develop curriculum in that area.
So what was discussed even earlier today was the media arts as being an additional arts area outside of, say, visual arts, music, dance, drama. Within New South Wales, though, we have other visual arts offerings. That's what we were talking about earlier. We have photographic and digital media. We have visual design as separate visual arts offerings within the Stage 5 area, and they build into Stage 6. And so and also within the New South Wales English syllabus, there's quite a significant approach to visual literacy within that curriculum, and with all of those existing New South Wales curriculum offerings, so to speak, it's our feeling that we complicate the space by bringing in media arts when a lot of the outcomes, in our opinion, are being met in those curriculum offerings for New South Wales students.
Thank you. And my final question is, you've expressed reservations here about the draft New South Wales Creative Arts K-6 syllabus. I wonder if you could expand on that in evidence here.
So it's no longer draft. It's was released this last week. The final version of that. And so throughout the process, we had significant concerns with how that syllabus was developed. And we met with NESA on multiple occasions to outline those concerns. And again, it really is similar to the kind of issues that we had during the development of the Australian curriculum for the arts. It was an attempt to sort of find commonalities and linkages across the subjects. And because the syllabus itself was, it's not like it was a visual arts syllabus, a drama syllabus, and all those separately. It's considered one syllabus with all those subjects sitting underneath that. So there, I guess in terms of a kind of curriculum expediency, there was an attempt to, again, find connections and commonalities across those subjects. And so as a result, you often, in our kind of experience, there was a kind of perceived attempt to sort of fit things where they kind of was an awkward fit for us. And so we weren't particularly happy with the final draft. The latest, the final version has come out, and we haven't had an opportunity to dig into that because we're both full-time teachers, so in the classroom. So we've just started the new school term. But yeah, so that's just been released.
So it would be interesting, if possible, as a question on notice, for you to give us your views on that. Mm-hmm. And I appreciate that that's asking a lot because you've got jobs and so on, but it does seem to me to be an important issue. And another issue connected to that is it seems to be the link from Stage 3 to Stage 4. And in your submission, you actually seem to be quite positive around the Year 7 to 10 syllabus. Yep. So perhaps you could include some detail around that transition issue as well.
Yep, definitely. We can do that on notice. Yep.
Thank you.
Provide something.
Any other last questions before?
Last one.
Yes, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. I'm just curious, both of your organisations have national coverage. Are there any states or territories that do this particularly well, and that are, that we could look to?
In terms of visual arts education, I would very selfishly say that New South Wales is the leader in this space, and the reason is that we have the I guess, the enshrinement of visual arts education as a mandatory subject in 7 to 8 as part of the ROSA requirement. But the way that New South Wales has kind of positioned itself in regards to the Australian curriculum is that our syllabus history is very distinctly different to the other states. They have kind of taken some states have taken a wholesale uptaking of the Australian curriculum, and we have staunchly been in opposition to that curriculum since its first development, because it positioned visual arts very differently from our kind of distinct history. And so, I would say we're very much aware of what happens in other states, but we have always kind of stood by the notion, and NESA has as well been supportive of this, is that we kind of respect the unique position that New South Wales in terms of our history as a kind of academic subject.
Okay. Thank you very much for
Can I
all your evidence.
Can I add one final thing? I know we're out of time. I just quickly wanted to loop back to that earlier question about pathways for artists into teaching, which is different in a university context. And I think that's a really different type of educator role. And as an academic, research into your practice and specialisation into your own work is really encouraged and supported. It's actually part of your job, which means that it has huge benefits to the artist's career separately, in addition to their role as an academic or an educator in the university system.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you,
very much.
all for your evidence.
Thank you.
And the Secretariat will be in touch if there's any questions on notice.
Thank you.
Coming in to give evidence, starting with in the room from my left, could each witness please state their name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? Starting with you, Miss Gill.
My name is Amy Gill. I'm the Vice President of Drama New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And my name is Dr. Christine Hatton. I am the Director of Research for Drama Australia and a life member of Drama New South Wales. I give the affirmation that I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Miss Grant? Oh, you're on mute. Oh, okay. No, it's coming through now.
Is there a delay?
This is very faint.
It's very quiet.
Oh, okay. I'll increase my Anyway, I'll read. I'm Diane Grant. I'm representing Ausdance National, and I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms. Graham?
Hello. Excuse me. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. My name is Leslie Graham. I'm representing Ausdance National, and I'm the Ausdance representative on NAAE, National Advocates for Arts Educators. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you all like to start by making a short statement?
Yes, please. I'll
Yes.
start, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure, Christine.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this important inquiry. Drama Australia and Drama New South Wales commend the committee for opening the inquiry into arts education and training in New South Wales. This is an important opportunity for New South Wales to demonstrate cultural leadership that could have a profound positive impact for arts educators and students in New South Wales.
And this is a joint submission with Drama Australia and Drama New South Wales, which are the peak bodies for drama educators nationally and statewide, representing teachers from early childhood all the way through to tertiary and across into the creative industries. All children have the right to a rigorous, high-quality education, arts education, delivered by their teachers. And we recognise the importance of all the art forms, including dance, drama, media arts, music and visual arts. And we advocate for equitable consideration and access across the depth and breadth of each of these art forms.
We'd like to highlight for the committee the research that underpins our recommendations to substantiate our claims about the holistic benefits of drama education for children and young people. And it's also worth noting that Australia is an established leader in global education for drama and research, drama research and practice.
And we recommend that drama is a mandatory offering across all primary stages and stage 4 in secondary, paving the way for elective study in the senior years. And we also call for the Education Act to be updated to reflect a contemporary understanding of the importance of all the arts as discrete subjects. And we ask that funding is provided to professional associations and arts organisations to provide quality ongoing professional learning experiences for teachers.
We advocate that every primary teacher receives quality training in arts education in their initial teacher education, like our other speakers, I think. We recommend that the drama discipline pathways are restored in New South Wales tertiary institutions to provide equitable opportunities for those wanting to train as drama specialists in secondary schools. And we urge the committee to champion drama as a vital component of the New South Wales education system.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Grant and Ms. Graham? Oh.
Okay, thank you. Hello, again, it is a pleasure to be able to speak at this important inquiry. Ausdance National is Australia's peak body for dance and at present is working as a voluntary board without funding. Ausdance National supports the key points and recommendations of the NAAE submission. I would like to draw particular attention to Section 1 of the NAAE submission and support for a further investigation by the inquiry into the role of specialist New South Wales arts selective schools and of the vet sector. It is important to understand the difference between dance education and dance training. In the specific context of dance, I present that dance education is and should be available for all children and young people and is a part of creating the foundation of every person's lifelong learning and connection to culture. Dance is the discrete art form which gives primacy to kinesthetic learning and focuses on developing young people's expression using their body. In a world where so much time is now spent on computers, dance education offers an antidote to digital screens. Through dance education, children can experience gain the experience of interacting with others in person, of communicating with others using body movements and gestures in the physical space around them. They explore their body's potential in both creative and cultural contexts. Focusing on group problem solving and participation, they develop awareness and control of their movements and learn social understandings of their body while interacting kinesthetically with others. Dance training, on the other hand, has a vocational focus and involves elite-level skills training. In the courses offered by the selective schools and the vet sector, the focus is on a career pathway to tertiary dance training and the performing arts industry. The issue for elite dance training is that these courses prepare young people to enter the career path at an early age. The flip side of this is that most who achieve their goal peak early relative to other art forms. Due to the athletic requirements of their body, equivalent to a gymnast, their performance career is short, often ending in their mid-20s. It is therefore crucial that the New South Wales Government ensures that all elite dancer training is supported by rigorous holistic educational opportunities, preparing dancers for a successful transition to other careers when they retire from their dance performance career. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Grant, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, just briefly. Again, thank you for the privilege of presenting at this inquiry in representing dance. I'm a dance educator working in the tertiary sector, and I would like to address the right of every child and young person to have access to quality learning experiences in the arts, including dance, at primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. Now, AusDance New South Wales has been a state voice for dance and dance education over the last 4 decades. And unfortunately, AusDance New South Wales was dissolved at the end of last year due to its loss of funding. And a return of funding is needed for this vital dance organisation to continue supporting dance and dance education in New South Wales. Under the current New South Wales curriculum reform, the arts syllabuses have been reviewed and updated after more than 20 years in primary, secondary schools. Considering the current provision of dance and the other arts subjects in schools, there are limited pathways and access to affordable tertiary dance training in New South Wales. There are also limited pathways and government support for young people who want to pursue tertiary education to become secondary dance educators in an initial teacher education course to address our teacher shortage. Finally, there's a need for increased professional learning opportunities to support New South Wales teachers to effectively teach dance and the arts subjects in our New South Wales schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Look, thank you so much for coming along today. We appreciate it. We're hearing across the board a general decline in the pathways and the program offerings across the 5 key disciplines. Why do you think that's happening?
Well, it's complex. It's a combination of changes in strategic direction in universities that is very much about viability and cost effectiveness. Arts require equipment, special rooming. In drama, we require theatres. For secondary teachers to learn to operate lights, sound, all the technical aspects. And indeed, I could use my own university. My other side gig is I'm an academic at the University of Newcastle. Our one theatre that served our program for theatre education was bulldozed a few years ago. So now we have the controversy or controversial situation where we've got training teachers who will go into schools that will have far more superior equipment and spaces than we ourselves have. So the decline across the practice of art learning is quite profound, and across universities we lost fine arts first, and then drama was under scrutiny. It is incredibly complex, and it's connected with the situation in secondary schools and industry. And the way that the secondary school teaching, often in our subject area, young people choose to be drama educators because they had a wonderful drama educator in their own experience and they want to be just like them. And certainly that's been my experience anecdotally for many, many years teaching pre-service teachers. But they are discouraged in secondary school from going into the creative arts, or indeed in regional areas like ours. The school can't timetable for a drama class to run or a drama specialist teacher to be there. So the interconnection of those sectors are so important for feeding that community and that creative ecology between schools, tertiary institutions and the arts industry sector as well. So it is complicated, I'm afraid.
So just briefly, you would think that, Dr. Hatton, the lack of demand and therefore the reluctance to invest and expand comes from the pipeline that's not coming from K to 12.
It's coming both ways. So the message comes at school level, can come at school level, but it also can come top down once degrees are changed and the nomenclature changes, so it stops being offered in the words that the children understand when they're studying it at school. It becomes creative industries or performance or something else entirely. And so it's quite hard for them to see that there's a pathway. I do a lot of work with teachers, making sure that they understand what programs are available to young people to come through. But I also have a number of students who've come through secondary school who have not had access in their own schooling but desperately want to become drama teachers. So it's not as simple as a one-way direction. And the messages I think universities sometimes tell young people is that unless it's for profit, you have no reason to become an arts educator. You're better off becoming something that can earn you a wage. And of course, we at my university have one of the largest schools of education in Australia. And so we've continuously had drama education as an offering since 1974. And many of the practising teachers around New South Wales are ex-graduates of the University of Newcastle. So it's ebbed and flowed, but it has changed probably in the last 10 years about the strategic directions of tertiary institutions.
Thank you. And just last, I'll pick up on your point, Ms. Gill, about industry. And you were saying, Dr. Hatton, about language coming back from industry in terms of, is it devaluing where someone's going and the focus then on earning a living and and going down that path as opposed to the creative side, do you think?
Yeah. Can I speak to that, Chris? So if we look at Sydney Theatre Company as an example, which is one of the largest, or I'm not quite sure, could be the largest theatre company in the Southern Hemisphere, struggling financially at the moment, that has trickle-down effects into our education space. We've had school drama. We've just recently found out that they're cutting the school drama program, which was being led by industry within that space because of funding. They've just made redundant the education coordinator at Sydney Theatre Company, who is an education trained specialist, because they don't have the funding. And so that's trickling down into our young people that aren't having those cultural experiences. And often it's schools that are giving those our young people those first cultural experience, particularly those young people living in low socioeconomic areas that don't have access to cultural experiences because of financial constraints or location constraints. It's schools that are providing those cultural experiences in partnership with industry, and as funding is cut to those organisations, it trickles down. Interestingly, the student that came top in the drama HSC course this year, she was from Turramurra High School, and they didn't even run the subject on the subject line. It was run outside the subject line in the teacher's own hours after school with a partner school across the road. And I think that shows what sort of state we're in and why there is such an urgency for this inquiry.
Ms. Grant or Ms. Graham, do you have anything to add to Mr. Anderson's questions in relation to dance and dance education?
Diane, do you want to take this one?
Okay. In terms of the pipeline, it's quite a long pipeline, starting from the youth who study dance in their youth private dance studios, and then into education, and then into tertiary education. So if we think about that long pipeline, certainly it's a burgeoning recreation for young people. In schools, it becomes much more selective for the reasons you've just heard. And then tertiary education in dance in New South Wales, well, there are only 3 dance courses in New South Wales, and they're all private providers. So the government universities no longer support dance in tertiary. And so there's a lot of work being done in the private sector, but it certainly does not provide support for the number of students who would like to pursue tertiary dance as training for a future career as a dance artist or performer, but also in terms of initial teacher education. There needs to be more support for students, more scholarships to support them so that they can continue and achieve their goal of being a dance teacher in New South Wales high schools, particularly in the rural and remote areas.
Could I follow on, please? I would like to reflect on my my comment about dance education as well, in that there's ultimately we have to think about the value of dance education as a separate issue, if you like, slide to the dance training. And we've really got, again, as people have said, not enough teachers being trained, but it's about the primary generalist teachers. I think that is an issue with the delivery of K to 6 dance education. And what I teach into university course with the initial teacher education, and we have one session on teaching dance to primary in the whole of their course. And that's in the Masters of Teaching. In the Bachelor of Education, we have one unit where we have to share all of the arts subjects in the training of those primary generalist people. So if they're not those teacher trainees are not confident to start with, they're not likely to get confident in one session or a fifth of a unit. And so and reflecting on what's happening in schools, I've worked in schools for K to 12 for 40 years, and the young people love dance. They want to be involved. They love the arts. The problem is that they are being often counselled out of it, if you like, with a lack of understanding of the benefits of dance education to their whole their life experiences, to the of people's understanding of what are the requirements to get into tertiary courses, and of the requirements for a good all-rounded education, which gives people the confidence to be able to be employable. And as I mentioned, that sense of understanding social environments, understanding communication through the body and expression through the body, both dance and drama give this to young people in a way that other subjects cannot. And so dance and drama are really preparing people for life. They're preparing people for being confident humans who can interact with other people and be successful in their workplaces and life.
Okay, Dr. McGurk.
Thanks very much, and I realise we're running short of time, but I just wanted to come back to you, Ms. Gill and Dr. Hatton. Did you say that the Sydney Theatre Company's program, school drama program, was now not going to operate?
Correct, and I believe Sydney Theatre Company's putting their own submission which details that, so we are able to speak about it here. We've only just found out through that submission, and the research behind that program is extraordinary in how it builds literacy.
World-renowned.
No, indeed, and that's clear in your submission, and
Yep.
also the reach of the program. So
Correct.
that's a very significant
Very
piece of
extensive, and
information.
10 years of work in schools.
All right, secondly, you've also made a point about the need for media arts
Yes.
to be separately identified. Now, there's been debate
Yes.
this morning on
Yes.
this issue. Can you just quickly expand on your perspective from a drama point of view on that?
Yes, so the Australian curriculum has defined 5 distinct art forms, including media arts, and we believe that there should be that all Australian students should have equal access to all 5 art forms as defined by the Australian curriculum. Now, I'm not an expert in media arts, but I did do some research before stepping in here, and I just wanted to draw on the definition of media arts that's in the arts curriculum, the Australian curriculum, if I may. It's drawing on communication technologies such as television, film, video, newspapers, radio, video games, the internet, and mobile media. And those things aren't being addressed broadly across other syllabuses. There's other priorities in those syllabuses. We live in a digital age, and even the young people that we're engaging with in the drama classroom want to be stepping into that digital space. That is the world that they live in, and we are not prioritising that as an art form in any space in our schools at this point. It's an add-on or an extra option for them, but it's not a priority in any of those syllabuses. And I don't think we are, as Gonski called for us to do, equipping every child to be a creative connector and engaged learner in a rapidly changing world. And I think if we look at them as discrete subjects, and if we treat them as discrete subjects, including the media arts, we're doing what Gonski called us to do in that report to review and achieve educational excellence in Australian schools.
And I just had one more question, and it was to Ms. Graham to Ms. Grant or Ms. Graham. There was reference, I think it might have been yourself, Ms. Grant, to the role of specialist schools within the teaching system. I didn't quite pick up the point you were making in regard to that. I wonder if you could expand on that.
That was you, Leslie.
It was myself.
My apologies.
I was linking specialist schools and the vocational, the vet sector, to the idea of dance training, where the young people are looking at possibly a career in dance, and contrasting that to the concept of dance education, which is, if you like, equivalent to maths education, where not everybody's going to become a mathematician, but dance contributes to their general education. So we've got the dance training in the specialist schools and the vet sector, which is dance training, and we've got dance education, which is the broader generalist application of the skills of dance.
Okay, and then if I can just follow on from that, with your indulgence, Madam Chair. So you spoke about the need for, I think, dance training at a super sophisticated level to include training around how to transition out of those careers. Is there any thought given to incorporating an education component for those undertaking that sophisticated training, introducing them to the idea that they may teach later on?
Yeah, and I guess that is what I'm talking about. And I think that's the role of, if you like, the tertiary providers as well. But it is really to ensure that that young people training as essentially elite athletes, as dancers, that they continue their education. So I'm supporting the concept of having these specialist schools where young people training in a specialist art form can continue their education. They continue their general education, and so they are getting their other subjects, they are getting their HSC, they are getting other qualifications, so that the transition later isn't as difficult.
Great, thank you.
and as well finding pathways from those training organisations into tertiary education.
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
For,
Thank you.
for further such a short-lived career.
Is there any final question before we
I just
wrap
want
up?
to ask this may seem like a strange question, but high school productions, I was at a high school production just recently. It was the first one that the school had done since 2019. I wanted to know whether there's been a general decline in those occurring, and it seems that they also they're put on with an expectation that the teachers, there's sort of an extracurricular big imposition on the, what can be done to facilitate expanding the opportunities for those kind of productions to be held in schools?
Great question.
Great question. I think many schools have large performance programs that are not just the school production individually, but that take the learning experiences from the classroom and put those on for parent audiences, etc. So it's, you know, so I know some schools that have a performance program that's almost like a small theatre company, that it's so, the offerings are enormous. School productions in schools require a great deal of labour. And not all schools can afford to pay the teachers extra to do that, like they might pay them extra or give them extra time to coach sporting groups in the school, etc. Some schools can do that. My school, when I was a secondary school teacher, maybe let me not go to meetings. That was my payment. And these are enormous undertakings that require enormous coordination of multiple teams, tech teams, musicians, orchestras.
Signers.
Yeah, signers, having the copyright and the rights negotiated and put under, made secure for legal reasons, not to mention the rehearsal schedule with students, etc. So this is often done on top of very labour-intensive performing arts day-to-day education, who spend their times in schools after school and all of the weekend and all of the school holidays. So I don't think we can underestimate the gift that teachers give to making sure that the drama or the arts culture in the school, which is often the soul of a school, is flourishing, because that in itself is an attraction to students to come into the elective classes and to go on and be performers. I have an ex-student who went to NIDA who is now on various series on television and in films, etc. So, having that pathway is often, the kernel of that happens through those experiences in the classroom or in the productions. But that comes at a lot of, with the generosity of performing arts teachers.
So what can we do to support it?
I think industrially there's an issue there about what the expectations are of performing arts educators in terms of that extracurricular commitment. Often it's the private schools that can afford to negotiate a special kind of contractual arrangement around those.
Training for primary school teachers in particular that may not have that production experience or industry experience but are asked to put on a musical with every kid in the school. That's a challenge.
That's a much bigger stretch for the primary educators in that context. So I guess factoring it into their workload would be probably a first place to start, offering performance or training incentives. I think one of the things we mentioned in our submission was the synergy between industry and professional learning and educators, and how important that is for their lifelong learning as professional educators, so that they get that constant feeding back of training and support so that they can then go back to their school and run that fabulous production or have that amazing work happen in their HSC class, for that endpoint for that student.
And those productions build community. They build community in our schools that our young people are lacking. We can see a decline in mental health with our young people, but these are real world places where they can build connection and belonging and find a place in community. And I think that needs to be noted. And I think we also need to note that that's what they're going to remember long after they leave school.
All their lives.
And they're not going to remember sitting in a classroom writing in a notebook, but they will remember being in the school musical.
Absolutely.
100%.
Okay. Ms Grant and Ms Graham, do you have anything to add to that discussion about school productions?
I can only add that every dance teacher in every high school is expected to do extracurricular before school, after school ensembles to keep the art form alive in the school, be prepared to choreograph for the school musical that also includes all the other arts departments as well. So it's just an expectation, and they do it on their goodwill over and above their full-time teaching loads.
I'd like to make a comment that's possibly just a slightly different tangent, in that I have noticed the rise, if you like, of the musicals in schools over many, many years. And while they do give all the experience and the opportunity that the others have spoken of, I would also like to comment that there's an expectation now that every school does this. And what I'm concerned about sometimes is that we're not focusing on the wonderful work that's happening in classroom. With the student-devised work and the idea that the arts are actually processes, not just performances. And so we've got a little bit of a two-edged sword here, that the musical, the rise of the big productions and the rise of the musicals have brought in the sense that it has to be performance in public, it has to be big, it has to be showy. And on the other side of things, we're perhaps not valuing in the same way the stuff that's happening in the classroom. And maybe that's part of the problem, that schools see the musicals, etc., very expensive and time consuming. So, but part of the publicity for the school rather than essentially important as as one of the subject learning areas.
Okay, and just one final question from Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. Look, and thanks for your indulgence. Just a quick one. What are your thoughts on the Hunter School of Performing Arts and what it does? Pretty much is encapsulating everything that we're talking about.
Yeah, it does. It provides specialist education for all of the arts, and many of those students go off to work in the arts industry. I have taught many students who have been through that system, who are doing teaching because, as my parents said to me, just in case you need a real job. And who perhaps would say that the majority of their colleagues and that they went through school with, at that school particularly, have got industry in their sights rather than education. So I think that, you know, those kinds of schools are great for hot housing the talents. They're enormously competitive for the people who actually go there, for the children and young people who go there. And that's part of the milieu of those kinds of schools, just like Newtown Performing Arts High School, etc. Those are places where there's an expectation that everybody is at a certain level of skill in their areas, and they're expected to do ensembles and go on tours to other countries and all those kinds of things. I would like to see a day when that kind of rich cultural and artistic life is offered to all students, no matter where you are, and whether you're in a regional town and a central school, that you have high quality. I take Leslie's comment there about the importance of good quality classroom practice, and maybe it's time to really rethink who has access. It shouldn't be, in my mind, an elite experience, that it should be an expectation that every child has the right, as in the UNESCO declaration, it has the right to access a full range of high quality arts experiences at school by their teacher who knows and loves and cares about them. You know, and that's really the first relationship, I think, that's really important. In selective schools, it's for a select group. It's not for all. and the arts in education is very much, has a democratic underpinning that it is arts for all rather than the elite.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So the Secretariat will contact you all in relation to any questions on notice, but I really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Welcome, Mr. Mueller and Ms. Richardson. Thank you for taking the time to give evidence. Could each witness, starting with you, Mr. Mueller, here in the room, please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Sure. My name is Joe Muller. I'm the Managing Director of Music New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Ms. Richardson?
Evelyn Richardson, Chief Executive, Live Performance Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Okay. Thank you both. Would you like to start by making a short statement?
Sure. Shall I start?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to contribute to today's conversation. We've taken it as a given that the committee understands the vital importance of quality music education in contributing to the social, cultural and economic well-being of New South Wales communities. I know that there's an abundance of research that supports this, and so our submission focuses on a call to mandate quality music education in all New South Wales primary and secondary schools, supported by strong policy, investment and accountability measures to ensure all young people have access to quality, sequential and ongoing music education regardless of demographic, socioeconomic and geographic factors. We're ambitious for the contemporary music sector in New South Wales and see significant benefits in involving artists and industry professionals in partnerships across all levels of the education sector to deliver stronger outcomes and support both a culturally diverse New South Wales artist community and a nationally and globally competitive New South Wales music industry. Put really simply, we want to ensure that all young people in New South Wales have access to music education that supports the essential place of art and art making in our communities, is inclusive of all stories, and acknowledges the many and varied career pathways available in the contemporary music industry. At a time when so many across our sector are speaking in crisis terms, our investment in the future of the contemporary music industry must begin with quality arts and music education. And I'm really looking forward to the conversation today.
Thanks. Ms. Richardson?
Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. As we noted in our submission, this inquiry comes at a very important time for our cultural and creative industries as they rebuild from the impacts of COVID-19. Indeed, one of the main obstacles to full recovery from the pandemic are the industry-wide and critical shortages of skilled workers across the range of occupations that bring our live arts and entertainment to audiences across the New South Wales community. To address this, we've called on the New South Wales Government to consider funding for industry-based placements and traineeships, including for work experience placements to help our performing arts organisations address current skill shortages and to build their future workforce. And in our submission, we also highlight the essential role of our performing arts organisations in supporting positive education and training outcomes through the programs that they already deliver for students at all stages and teachers, both in and out of the classroom environment. Our performing arts organisations and their people deliver extremely valuable and impactful programs for students and teachers, and much of this work currently is being done without any dedicated funding support from the New South Wales Government. And in their own submissions, a number of LPA member companies will provide the committee with compelling examples of the contribution they're already making to arts and music education and training, as well as the opportunity to do much more with the right policy framework and funding support from government. I commend their recommendations and submissions and would encourage the committee, where possible, to hear more from them directly about their programs and what they're delivering, and the impact they're having for current and future generations of New South Wales students and teachers. We welcome the New South Wales Government's commitment to support a whole of government approach to advocating for and investing in the arts, culture and creative industries as set out in the Creative Communities Arts and Culture Strategy, including very important steps such as the establishment of formal partnerships between Create New South Wales and the Education Department. And finally, as home to many of our exceptional performing arts companies, organisations and training institutions, New South Wales has a tremendous opportunity right now to draw on their expertise and capability in achieving powerful and life-changing outcomes through arts and music education and training now into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Monroe.
Thank you for your submissions and for your attendance today. I wanted to pick up on something that both of you reference and I think is connected, which is essentially industry partnerships, and they obviously exist at a schools level and then more at a trainee and apprenticeship level. Are there examples of that we can draw on or use to inform some successful or perhaps unsuccessful mechanisms for developing these kinds of industry-led partnerships, or at least industry and training partnerships?
Do you want to start, Evelyn, or shall I?
That's hard, I can't see you, but I'm happy you start and then
All right, I'll jump in. We've detailed a few examples in our submission of some existing partnerships happening across New South Wales. I mean, Music New South Wales, for example, delivers work that is all about professional development and capacity building for early and mid-career artists and industry, and has historically worked with young people. Feedback, for example, was a one-day music conference that we delivered for a number of years for 12 to 25-year-olds. We have programmed all ages events like New Now, Indent. We continue to run a suite of professional development activity called Sound Advice. But there's a number of other organisations. So Heaps Decent does a lot of work with young people. EMC has started playing in that space. Nakama Arts, Street University do really great work. So
just to expand, like, what has made them successful? Like, what
Yeah, sure.
what is unique about the partnerships, or which ones have done well and why?
I think what's unique about the partnerships is their capacity to meet young people where they're at.
Mhm.
So it's to provide places for young people to connect with music education in a space where they feel like they're reflected in the community. So they're seeing themselves reflected in the teachers. They are learning about contemporary music forms. They're learning about contemporary music instruments. They have, where they're exposed to a kind of rich network of contemporary music artists and art making practices that feel representative of who they are and where they live.
And I guess what I'm getting to is, do those partnerships provide something so unique that a curriculum, for example, couldn't really design for that kind of connection and that kind of context that students need in individual schools?
Well, I would argue that the curriculum should aspire to reflecting contemporary language, contemporary instruments, contemporary music forms, and it does to an extent, and certainly Music New South Wales commits our time and resources to working with the government to develop new curriculum wherever possible. But yeah, I think there is also a role for industry to play and industry professionals to play in leading, in playing that inspiration voice for those young people, and not just for the students, but also for the teachers, many of whom just don't have the expertise to be able to deliver the kind of music education training that is needed for those young people to truly thrive.
Thank you. And Ms. Richardson, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, to that, if I look at that in two parts, I mean, I think a lot of companies right now provide education and training, education and access and those kinds of things with respect to arts and music programs. But with respect to industry-led programs, I think there are very few partnership examples that we can look at right now, but I think the potential to build those, and when I would say that one of the things that New South Wales has is some very, very well-established, strong companies with a very big skills base and expertise who are leading with respect to going into schools in the education sector with various programs. But I think many of them have the potential for on-the-ground skills-based training. And in our industry, the live performance industry, is a lot of that training is on-the-ground jobs-based experience. It's not something you can learn to X point, and then you've actually, if you're a lighting or sound or stage manager, whatever, you have to get the experience doing that on the ground. So I think going forward, what I would say is that there's a very strong opportunity right now for New South Wales government to draw on its companies that you already have. You've got very strong infrastructure and skills base, and work with them to build those partnerships. There's certainly a willingness on behalf of those companies, and I think that's, if you've got companies going out to schools, everyone says, well, you can't be what you can't see, which is why it's really important that those companies continue with those outreach programs. But on the flip side of that, there has to be somewhere for students to then progress and develop those skills through the training institutions that you have there, but also through the very practical on-the-job training that they can only get when they're working in performing arts companies or music companies or wherever they want to be in the sector.
Thank you.
Can I?
Yeah, Dr. McGrath.
Mr. Muller, thanks very much. And I think the committee would definitely agree with, take as an assumption the value of music education across a broad range of intelligence capabilities, let me put it that way.
Yeah.
When we were visiting yesterday, we met a group of students, and I have to say they were very passionate about getting a career in contemporary music, but they weren't, I hope I'm not misquoting them, but they weren't, I'd have to say, hopeful that they would make a full-time living in contemporary music. A view, can I say, that I think was echoed by their teachers, that they would be not unemployed, but facing a career where they would be mixing and matching work in different parts of the industry and outside the industry. So I'm just interested in your views about where the future lies, I guess, for people interested in contemporary music careers, and how we relate that back to the sort of music education we provide.
Sure. I mean, firstly, I'd just point to the fact that for many artists specifically, the idea of mixing and matching work is actually kind of built into the fabric of what it is to be an artist. Nick Cave is one of our most celebrated music success stories in Australia, but has other vehicles for his creativity. But I think what I would encourage that specific teacher to kind of discuss with the young people is the many and varied range of career pathways available to young people in the contemporary music space. So there are a number of ways that people can participate in this industry outside of just as a practicing artist. And I think it's really important that our school curriculums reflect that, to kind of encourage young, music entrepreneurs to go and become small businesses and deliver, in the variety of different options available to them in this sector. Certainly, we as an organisation are actively looking to grow the capabilities of young people just through the vehicle of working at Music New South Wales. And to Evelyn's earlier point around the need, I suppose, for industry placements, I think that is there's a real opportunity there to give kids and young people a chance to engage in the various parts of the sector.
Do you think the curriculum and the teaching now does provide that information or open up those opportunities to students?
Well, I'm not an expert on the curriculum now, I'll confess. And I know that there's some, more contemporary language and exposure to contemporary music forms is featured in that curriculum, but I do think it could go further, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I do think we need to see contemporary music artists reflected in music curriculum, for example. This is an opportunity, our curriculum should be an opportunity for us to celebrate the wonderful artists that exist in New South Wales and Australia generally, and to celebrate the kind of, the rich and diverse music community that we are all operating in.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Muller. Appreciate that. Do you think secondary schools look at live performance, and we've talked today and we've had discussions with National Arts and others about, and went to NIDA and AFTRS and AIM yesterday. Do you think that coming through the secondaries, say from 7 to 12, that they are looking at that live music scene, production, stage management, A&R guys who are out promoting, starting their own business in terms of record management, artist management, and all of that sort of thing? I don't know if I'm seeing that in high schools. You see the creative arts, but you don't see the pathway for anybody that would want to go down that path of the live entertainment industry.
Yes, I absolutely agree. I mean, first of all, I don't think in every New South Wales high school, unfortunately, we're seeing a level of quality music education at all, let alone the diverse range of kind of education around the potential for career pathways that exist in the music space.
Yeah, we saw it at NIDA. They're doing theatre production and stage management.
Yeah.
A little bit at AIMS in terms of live music production and how to set up a studio and what to do and some of that creative stuff. But, you've got to... I don't know if they're offering that as careers advisors are going to those careers days with years 10, 11, 12 and saying, here's some live production, here's where you think in terms of that creative space.
And I think that's where there's a role for industry professionals to play in partnership and collaboration with secondary schools to kind of give real world examples of the diverse range of career options available to young people in the sector.
And you talk about that in your submission where you think there needs to be that better connectivity between music organisations and schools in your submission. So
absolutely, yeah, there's
it
an
would be
opportunity
great.
there.
How do you think that could happen? Who would initiate that? I know RADOs do and you mentioned them in your submission as well. RADOs do a great job in terms of that grassroots development, but how do schools and the education department better connect with music industries to have that pipeline, if you like?
Yeah, I mean, I don't profess to have all the answers, but perhaps there's, just investment from the education department in industry organisations who are able to provide to fill those gaps for schools where there just isn't access to, quality music education. And we acknowledge, of course, that many of the teachers working across the space, they just don't have the knowledge of the kind of things you were talking about around, production and the other parts of the music industry. And so I think there's a role for industry to play in kind of bridging those gaps. And that doesn't only benefit the young people, but it also benefits the teachers who then have access to that expertise and inspiration. I mean, just being involved in music is fun.
It's pretty cool. So you're seeing...
Sorry.
Can I add something to that?
Sure.
Sorry. Just listening to that conversation, I think one of the things that could be done, what we saw in the performing arts sector, and it could be a model for the live music sector, is Global Creatures developed a program called Get Technical, and it was a large program on the set of Moulin Rouge, and the motivation for that was that as an industry on the performing arts side and the theatre side, we realised that we needed to reach young people, educate them about the range of skills with respect to putting on a live show, like a big musical in this case. And so they over a period of time developed a program. The kids could come, high school kids all the way up before they go into uni, and meet all the department heads from all of the different parts of putting on a show. It was Moulin Rouge in this case. And get an idea of like where each of those department heads came out and talked about where they'd come from, how they'd come into the industry, what their job was about. And over a period of time, they took that all around the country. They had over 5,000 students across Australia come to that sort of half day behind the scenes, behind the curtain. So it was very successful. They've now taken it to Broadway and to the West End, but it was something that started in Australia when there was a very big skill shortage coming out of COVID. I point to that because it could be something in the live music sector that could be the same. Kids don't realise that there are all these different pathways. Not everybody's going to be a musician or be in a band or go on the road, but there are about 50 different roles sitting around that they could be involved in and still be part of a very exciting, interesting industry. And perhaps it's something that even New South Wales could look at, piloting the kind of with industry partnership, because obviously we've got the people that work in the industry to provide some kind of showcase or behind the scenes revealing how the industry works and what those roles are. And that's something certainly that I think Joe and obviously our organisation, we represent promoters and venues, but we would see ourselves as part of that kind of education process.
And I think just on that, in terms of that education process, if we had more teachers who were better equipped in terms of that create space, there are many high schools right across New South Wales, and we talk regionally as well, where you've got these bands starting up years 10, 11, 12, getting some mates together, throwing together a little 4-piece, a little 5-piece. That then should be the nucleus for that creative explosion from that school to find a teacher that's interested in that space to then develop that and push that school and push that education component. So that in there sort of then sets the ball rolling for those that are involved with their mates that are around that space to then create something a little bigger than that. But it does come from a teacher looking at that, having this, the backing of the school for a start, but then picking up on that theme and going, here, we've got something here, ladies and gentlemen, let's run with it.
Yeah, and I think you've identified there one of the issues, which is that at the moment it seems a little bit luck of the draw. If you just happen to have access to a teacher who has that level of knowledge and inspiration in your school and you're a young person and that means you get that access, then yeah, sure, you could become the next, silver chair or
Powderfinger.
Yeah, or Powderfinger. Let's keep it New South Wales.
We'll leave that out. We'll leave that out. I'll shut my laptop now.
But it really is about having access to those teachers, and I think so. It's really important that we better equip teachers with by training them and giving them and the way that we can do that, I think, in the short term anyway, is in partnerships and collaboration with industry professionals.
Yeah. Thanks.
So just following on from your comment, and I was at the seminar last week where there was a lot of reference to this. You referred to quality, ongoing and sequential music education, and you've said that there's a huge disparity. How do you see that playing out in terms of the ongoing and sequential part?
So in terms of, so I think, well, first of all, we would, endorse the submission made by Music Education right from the start around mandating mandating music education for all primary students. We think all high school students need to, we would extend that to also mandate access to music education across all high schools in New South Wales, and there was a person earlier giving evidence around, a discussion around selective schools, and I think that there are some wonderful schools in that space, but I think it's very, very important that we acknowledge the need for young people to have access to music education regardless of where they live and their socioeconomic background. And then, yeah, I do think there's a role for the state government to play in terms of better navigating the tertiary situation. I think one way that New South Wales government could support the kind of cost barriers of music education at a tertiary level is by reducing course fees at the vet sector, in TAFE, for example, working on kind of collaborations between federal and state governments to kind of better give access to, or entry points, I suppose, into what have become quite prohibitively expensive tertiary degrees. Yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, pretty much. Is there any further questions? Yeah, pretty much. Can go for another few minutes if anyone has any further questions.
No, I think you're right. Just one last thing, Madam Chair, if you're asking, I think you're right. You know, in terms of like the programs that TAFE offer with Smart and Skilled, where they look at that fee-free, that could be an option that to reduce those cost barriers to get into those spaces. Because yesterday we heard some evidence that TAFE was, quite an appropriate provider, and in some cases it was the pathway to get into those, NIDA and AIMS and AFTRS and those other areas. So TAFE does play a really important role in my view.
Absolutely.
And I think if that some of those courses can be expanded upon and be included in Smart and Skilled where they are fee free, then I think that would certainly open up the oyster.
Agreed. And noting as well that the critical role that that industry can play in terms of mentorships, placements, to Evelyn's earlier point. Yeah, I think there's a real opportunity for investment in those kind of industry placements as a way for real on the ground training for young people and entry points into the sector.
Yeah, cool. Agree.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Great, thanks very much.
If there are any further questions on notice, the Secretariat will be in contact with you about those. And I think we'll now adjourn for lunch until 1:30.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
to my colleagues, and welcome all of you who have come this afternoon. Thank you for providing evidence to us. Could each of the witnesses, starting from my left, so from Mrs. Bailey, please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
I'm Deborah Batley and I'm Chair of ASME New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
My name is Dr. Kirsten McCauley and I am ASME New South Wales Executive Member, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
My name is Max Holtzner. I'm the Chair of the Music Teachers Association of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And my name is Anthony Vandenbroek, and I'm the Deputy Chair of the Music Teachers Association of New South Wales, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good afternoon, I'm Emily Albert, Executive Director at Alberts and Head of Music Education right from the start. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I'm Eric Sidoti. I'm the project lead for music education right from the start. I did let the Secretariat know that I'm also on the register of lobbyists for New South Wales, simply because advocacy is only one part of what I do for Alberts, but it is part of it. Yep. So I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Would each of you like to start by making a short statement?
Sure. Thank you, firstly, for the opportunity to address the critical issues surrounding music and arts education in New South Wales. The Australian Society for Music Education, ASME, New South Wales chapter, represents a diverse group of musical educators dedicated to fostering a robust and inclusive music education system. Music education is a cornerstone of a well-rounded curriculum, offering profound cognitive, emotional and social benefits. Research consistently shows that quality music education enhances students' social emotional well-being, cognitive abilities and academic performance, especially for those from disadvantaged backgrounds. Despite these benefits, significant barriers hinder the effective delivery of music education in New South Wales. Key challenges include inadequate initial teacher education, ITE, for generalist primary teachers, a lack of continuous and sequential music programs, and insufficient support for music specialists in primary schools. Additionally, the absence of mandated hours for music education and a lack of formal accreditation for primary music specialists exacerbate these issues. ASME New South Wales has made several recommendations, but we would really like to speak to these actions to address the barriers. Mandate explicit hours of study of continuous and sequential music education in primary schooling, 1 hour per week in every term and every year of primary school teaching. Conduct a comprehensive survey of music education delivery in New South Wales primary schools. Establish NESA accredited roles for primary music specialists and pathways for permanent employment. Increase and mandate hours for music education in ITE programs. Provide additional funding and incentives to connect First Nations creative artists with schools. By prioritising these recommendations, we can ensure that every child in New South Wales has access to high quality music education, enriching their educational experience and equipping them with essential skills for the future. Together we can transform music education in New South Wales, fostering a more creative, empathetic and culturally rich society. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. It's a privilege to present our submission to you all and to give evidence today, so thank you for the opportunity. My colleague Anthony and I had the pleasure of watching the live stream, the early evidence with Dr. Anita Collins, who coincidentally was my high school music teacher some 30 years ago.
Wow.
So, it's surreal. But Dr. Collins and representatives from Music in Me spoke eloquently about the vital role of music education, reiterating important findings from the research commissioned and published by the Alberts Tony Foundation, and which have been reiterated in many of the submissions that you have reviewed. So we feel comfortable noting the research and points in this area and moving forward. While many submissions have justifiably focused on curricular models for early learning and primary school stages, which we support, the broad terms of reference for this inquiry allow us together to consider music education and training in its entirety, from primary through to tertiary levels. This perspective allows us to acknowledge the significant contribution of extracurricular music education, which is indispensable given the current landscape in New South Wales. Specialist music teachers, both instrumental and vocal, play a crucial role, and we want to draw the committee's attention to this shadow profession of sorts. My colleague, Anthony, can certainly speak later to the role that the broader music teaching profession has in education and training of school-age students. So school age, not school students, and within schools. According to the latest ABS figures, there are around 4,300 such teachers in New South Wales and over 11,000 nationally. And the federated MTAs, through an Australian College of Music Teachers, will represent a substantial portion, or close to 25% of those teachers, many of whom work peripatetically, delivering music education either as sole contractors and employed through corporate and extracurricular providers. And we can talk further to that. But at a time when governments, and this is our central, I suppose, thrust here, and carving out space for this discussion, at a time when governments and school systems are under pressure to improve access to music education, especially in government schools, the profession lacks comprehensive quality standards and processes for assuring the quality of teaching across all settings. Unlike professions like medicine, law, and architecture, music teaching does not have universally applied professional standards. So our submission outlines a strategic and collaborative collegiate approach to elevating music standards and accessibility in New South Wales. So look forward to discussing with you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to present this afternoon. I'll be brief as our submission is before the committee, and we expect that it'll be more profitable to allow committee members the time to ask us any questions you might have of us. Music education right from the start is a national collaborative initiative led by Alberts Tony Foundation. The Albert family, as you may be aware, has been in the music and entertainment business for close on 140 years. From boomerang mouth organs and songsters, the early days of radio and then TV, through to our recording history with the Easy Beats, AC/DC and others. To the present, where our business has changed but our values have not. This initiative was born of our history and an enduring belief in the power of music to change lives, especially young lives. We work closely with partners and supporters across education, music education providers, the music industry, research and philanthropy, and we enjoy cooperative relationships with education departments and teacher associations in several jurisdictions, including here in New South Wales. So the strength of this collaboration has been at the heart of this ambitious effort. We've been early supporters of this parliamentary inquiry, and as I expect would be apparent from the submissions before you, our colleagues share our conviction that your work is most timely. This inquiry offers the opportunity that every primary school student in New South Wales has access to quality, sequential and ongoing music education across 7 years. To succeed in this would see primary students benefit in their educational attainment, wellbeing, personal and social development. This is proven. It would also nurture a culture within our schools where students want to be there, engaged and eager to participate. The evidence of this will be before you during the course of your inquiry. Finally, it would be a significant step in lifting confidence among parents and the community that our schools are genuinely about a holistic education which is both affirming and equitable. We've taken these well-researched benefits as a given. Our submission restricts itself to the policy landscape, focused on the immediate actions required to ensure delivery of a quality, sequential and ongoing music education for every New South Wales primary school student. In essence, we propose that every primary school student in New South Wales will have access to a guaranteed minimum of 60 minutes of music per week, mandated up to stage 4, with a teacher, generalist or specialist, confident and capable of delivering quality music learning. So this headline objective drives the recommendations that follow from it, including, firstly, setting targets, starting with 50% of primary schools providing access to quality, sequential and ongoing music education by 2027. Secondly, establishing a standard as to what constitutes quality music education. Thirdly, developing and implementing a 3 to 5 year operational plan in conjunction with an external advisory group. And fourthly, focusing the initial priorities across school leadership, the teaching workforce and resourcing. In putting these recommendations forward, we've been encouraged by the parliamentary debate, introducing the motion establishing this committee, and the discussions we have had, that there's a shared appreciation of quality music education across the parliament. We're holding our collective breath that you will seize the opportunity before you to provide the New South Wales Government with a strong set of clear recommendations that can deliver on the promise of quality music education. We hope our submission might be of assistance in that regard and are willing to assist further, including the provision of additional information if that would be helpful. My colleague Eric Sidoti and I would be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I might begin. What does it look like in schools where there aren't specialist music teachers and there aren't the philanthropic foundations that are coming and doing work in primary schools, which is very high quality but not continuous?
I'd be happy to start the conversation about that. And I think what I notice as a private music teacher in the industry is that we are doing the heavy lifting for what is not happening in primary schools. And I only discovered that it wasn't that music education wasn't compulsory in primary schools when students started coming to me who had absolutely no ability to sing, really had no skills, they couldn't do any rhythm. So as a private piano teacher, my job all of a sudden became actually a remedial music teacher, and to try to get them to a basic level. So that's the primary school, that's what's happening at primary school. So the teachers who are teaching on the side, who are teaching instead of what should be going on at school, are developing the music students in New South Wales. Then they come into year 7, and then there's a mandate for them to actually learn music. But so anyone that's actually been having done music for 4 or 7 years, or even 2, is absolutely bored out of their brain by the simplicity and of the syllabus where it starts. So I think there's a problem with the lack of streaming, and just that these basic skills could have been taught in the primary school level anyway. It's not particularly complicated, they're not hard, they're not expensive. A Kadai-based education, which was raised earlier today, was developed by Zoltan Kadai in Hungary in the late 19th century, who believed that every child had a right to a music education, and it didn't have to be expensive because every child has an instrument right there in their throats, and they also have hands. And so it doesn't have to be expensive or complicated, but it does need to be delivered by people that have some expertise and able to teach children how to sing. There also was the mention, and I've heard it through all the submissions this morning and the conversations about the right to an arts education, and that sounds very esoteric, I think. Like, it's not really like the right to have shelter, is it? I mean, this is something quite kind of different, but I would argue that of all the things that humans have been doing for millennia, they have been singing, dancing, they've been making art objects, and they have been involved in spiritual and religious activities as well as hunting and gathering. So why would we take that away? Why wouldn't we not offer that to students, every student in our state? At a tertiary level, we're also quite concerned because traditionally a Bachelor in Music degree, which now is hardly offered by any universities in New South Wales, and my university, the University of New South Wales, just nixed their Bachelor in Music this year. But traditionally, they understood that most musicians that would be turned out of those degrees would not necessarily become full-time active musicians, that they would possibly go into teaching, and they felt that it was important that they would provide the pedagogical skills and knowledge for these people to go and become teachers. So now we don't have a Bachelor in Music in many institutions, and we have very little pedagogical education. So then we have a completely unregulated industry, which is the private music teacher industry. So we have anybody can call themselves a music teacher, and I think the regional conservatorians might have something to say about what that's causing. As an examiner for the Australian Music Examinations Board, I see a very wide range of abilities and well, let's say teaching prowess. Sometimes it's quite frankly terrible, and the students are being let down by a lack of regulation. So I might just leave it there for some of my colleagues to take up.
Can I speak to your question of what it looks like in a primary classroom without a music specialist? ASME New South Wales perception is that without a music specialist or a generalist teacher who is capable and confident in the delivery of music education, the default position is to teach the art form that they are comfortable with. I know of several schools that they offer visual arts continuously through the year because they are comfortable with that education, they're comfortable with the content and the subject matter for the students, and then they carousel music and the other art forms. And so a student may only get music in term 1 and term 3 of a year, or they might only get 2 terms of music in a stage, which is 2 years of schooling. And that's certainly reflected in the research by researchers such as Margaret Barrett, who've looked at the confidence of teachers in delivering music curriculum. So I think that's what it looks like when we don't have confident music teachers in the classroom. And I'm not necessarily saying a specialist. I agree with Emily Alberts. A generalist teacher who is confident in the subject matter can be incredibly powerful in the classroom.
Could I ask about the 60 minutes? We heard earlier that 30 minutes, for example, might be delivered in 3 10-minute blocks throughout a week. Is that something that you're all open to, or do you imagine that 60 minutes is a discrete period of time? I'd love to hear from everybody, if you don't mind.
I think one of the issues at the moment is there's no time mandated at all. And so I think from school to school, actually 10 minutes blocks is perfectly appropriate to early stage 1 where we're dealing with very small humans, but actually an hour would be brilliant for year 6, and I think we need to give teachers the ability to meet the context in front of them. However, at the moment, what we have is 6 to 10% of classroom time given to creative arts with no further advice, which greatly dilutes the teaching time for music.
Thank you.
Let's ask about the...
Just quickly, sorry, I think there was some other...
No, I'd support what Deb says, and I think it needs to be on a school-by-school basis. What we want to see is that there is that mandated 60 minutes a week in whatever way is most appropriate in that school and stage level.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
I just want to ask about the proposal around 50% target of public schools offering quality music education. I know it's contained in your submission in the appendix, but perhaps for the benefit of the committee, you might be able to give us a brief summation of what constitutes quality, and secondly, how you propose to measure this. I mean, there's already a reporting obligation in terms of the curriculum outcomes for music, so schools are reporting that they are teaching music and that students are meeting or not meeting the relevant curriculum outcomes. How would the reporting system differ to what's currently in place?
We're strong advocates for the adoption of a framework as to what constitutes a quality music education. I think our understanding at the moment with the curriculum is that it can be interpreted in different ways as to how that is met, because there are not really clear specific expectations around what a quality music education looks like. We have worked very hard to put together a quality framework, which was with various stakeholders across music industry, education providers, educators. It was a really tough piece of work. It is hard to get one format, but we have had general agreement with that, and we offer that as a standard for starting. The other piece is that we don't actually know what the current state looks like in New South Wales, and this is the same in other jurisdictions. No Department of Education that we speak to can confidently tell us exactly what music looks like in its delivery in schools, who is delivering it, what their qualifications are, how many hours over how many weeks of the school year. We have at the moment working with the New South Wales Department of Education on a survey looking at teachers within schools to understand what is happening. We offer that again as a way to understand what the current status of play is, and that could be replicated over subsequent years, every 2 to 3 years, to understand what the current status is. That we just don't have the information. So at the moment we couldn't actually tell you hand on heart whether 50% is an ambitious target or not, because no one could tell us whether a quality music education is being delivered in how many schools. Eric, I don't know if you want to add to...
If I could just add one thing about the link. The link that we try to make in the submission is between setting a standard and the measurements, because the terms of reference require this question of measurement to be addressed. The difficulty has always been that when people talk about quality music education, they interpret it in their own minds. It's interpreted in a whole lot of different ways. So what we've tried to do by establishing a standard is providing the base against which you would be trying to measure what is actually delivered over time. That's combined then with the reporting, which need not be onerous. This is part of the conversation we've had with the Department of Education. Of course, teachers' time's on everyone's mind. But a simple instrument delivered periodically with the same data will give you trend data. And of course, the instrument we've designed is also capable of eventually of delivering comparable national standards.
In answer to your question too, the reporting requirements are that schools get assessed on their teaching programs and their division of time. So there's 2 levels of compliance. And in a teaching program, to say that you've met the requirements of the course, the outcomes for primary school music in particular are very simplistic. So you could, if you're frightened of teaching music, you can construct it in such a way that you could check off those outcomes with not very much teaching. But whether you've checked them off in a meaningful, rich, helpful way that is quality music education, there's no guarantee that that's happened. And the other thing that schools have is their teaching time, but as I've mentioned, that pie is very unspecific when it comes to how the creative arts are taught. So I think at the moment, the reporting requirements don't guarantee that a quality music education happens.
Just picking up on something that Ms. Albert raised about essentially the department not being quite sure where they're at or where we're all at. My understanding is that there are essentially 2 full-time staff members employed in the arts unit within the Department of Education. Would you suggest that that's nowhere near enough when you consider that that's covering all types of arts, not just music? And I'd love to hear everybody's comment.
And my understanding is that some of that is co-curricular as well as curriculum-based.
So it's even smaller, really. And that's not really sufficient to manage the kind of depth that we'd ideally like to see.
I'd be very surprised if anyone sitting at this table thinks there's enough human resource in the Department of Education to deliver systemically a quality music education. I think that would have been a great statement. I'd be very surprised if they didn't agree with it in the department itself, to be perfectly honest. But if you look at some of the data that we provided, the Victorian department, decades ago, I had 107 central people. And it is one of the reasons why we, amongst others, are suggesting that it's not just what sits in the head office, it's also what sits in the regional offices in terms of having cluster specialists who can support teachers within a primary school cluster arrangement.
In addition to that, ASME New South Wales member report that it's hugely helpful to have those people in the arts unit supporting what's happening in schools, and we're very grateful for that work. To make it even better, we would also call for the Department of Education to recognise primary school music specialist with a unique coding so that we can look at the statistics behind how much music teaching is happening in the schools.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up this issue of the measurement of what's happening, which I found absolutely extraordinary. Mrs. Batley, you've said that there are objectives ticked off and measures of time allocated. They're not very good, but they're supposed to be recorded. Is that correct? I mean, if we went to the department, would they be able to provide us with a list of primary schools where those boxes were ticked and the time was allocated, or not even that?
They'd be able to tell you whether the creative arts outcomes were taught, and that goes across music, dance, drama and visual arts, but they would not be able to tell you how much time was spent. Well, the individual school may be able to tell you how much time was spent on each art form. And as I said, and this happens in the school that I teach in, which I find astonishing. I love my school, let me say. But when we don't have secondary teachers going into the primary school to deliver the curriculum, which changes from year to year depending on staffing, music gets taught for one term a year.
So it's just to be clear about that then, they would tell you that the objectives have been taught based on a self-report from the school, which I presume doesn't get verified externally or checked in any way. It's just a self-report from the school.
So NESA audits teaching programs or inspects independent schools, but when you look at that, it doesn't give you the information that you need to be able to tell that program has been delivered in a quality, in-depth way.
So if I can follow that up again, just to go back to Mrs. Albert. So I just noticed in your submission you've talked about work you're doing with the South Australian government on a survey. In fact, I think you mentioned a report that's come out of that. Could you just take us through what was involved in that, how complicated that was, and then where you're up to in your discussions with the New South Wales Department?
So it's the same survey that we're looking at, and our initial hope in putting the survey together was that we would build a national picture of music education. We realised that was quite difficult to do all at once, and so we started with South Australia. They have their 10-year music education strategy, and they, I think it's fair to say, didn't have a great way to measure the success of how that was being implemented. So they did want more knowledge of actually what was happening on the ground in schools. We did some research a few years ago which looked at initial teacher education and what teachers were learning before coming into schools. We then wanted to look at, okay, what is actually happening on the ground? So this survey goes direct to teachers for them to answer. It is not meant to be to music teachers, it is to generalist teachers to understand their level of confidence and competence to teach music into the classroom. To understand what sort of facilities their school has available for music, so the instruments that are available, the space that's provided, the amount that's allocated in a general week to the teaching of music and across the school year, as well as that particular teacher's ITE background, as well as their professional development experiences. And it asks some general questions around the perceptions of the student's ability as well. So that gave us a really great picture on the ground in South Australia as to what was happening, and you could see certainly some outcomes as a result of them having the 10-year strategy and having had a focus for the last 3 years on professional learning and upskilling of teachers. In terms of New South Wales, we had a commitment from the now Arts Minister and Education Minister prior to the last election to run a similar survey in New South Wales. We have now received funding through Sound New South Wales to fund that, and we have an engagement with the Australian Centre for Educational Research to roll it out, and we're working collaboratively with the Department of Education, ACER, the Teachers Federation and ourselves in terms of how that will be delivered, and are currently in the process of looking at when that can go in place in schools.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mrs. Batley, you wanted to add something?
I just want to support Miss Albert's survey there, but ASMO New South Wales would actually love it if that survey didn't just go to public schools, but it went to every school in New South Wales. There seems to be a perception out there that independent schools do music education very well, and I actually think we don't know, and that possibly high fees, independent schools with lots of resources do it well, but actually the majority of independent schools in New South Wales are low fees. And they don't have those resources, and so we should find out about every single school in New South Wales.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Anderson.
Sorry,
and
just
then-
On Ms. Batley's comment just earlier, I just wanted to clarify in terms of that question around the reporting of outcomes. Is it possible that that reporting might actually be, well, those outcomes might be delivered as part of blended curriculum, so you're delivering music in conjunction with the English syllabus or with history syllabus, and that you could therefore check off those outcomes on the basis of something of a lesson that's not necessarily explicitly a music lesson?
I'm just in my head thinking through the outcomes right now. I actually think you possibly could do that. And certainly with the syllabus that's just been produced, where the outcomes are reduced, that would definitely be possible.
More possible.
Yeah, I think Mr. Holster,
Yes.
did you want to make a comment?
Oh, look, very quickly, I'm aware that the committee's looking at the curricular context, I suppose, of a lot of this, and when looking at outcomes and what is happening on the ground, I just thought I needed to jump in to say that even any measurements that we get out of it quite possibly belie the reality on the ground and what's actually happening, and perhaps even in the eyes of significant stakeholders within schools, parents, community, families, and the teachers themselves and principals. So just very quickly, wearing an additional cap, we put a submission in, I actually haven't seen it, for Western Sydney Philharmonic, which is based out in Parramatta, 2 years old. I'm the chair. Kim Williams is the patron. We're doing some interesting grassroots work with primary schools in the region that we receive funding for. We've just held auditions at a very large scale with the 34 schools in the Parramatta, primary schools in the Parramatta LGA, 250,000 population for that city around. And almost all of our applicants came from the government schools in the area. We asked them, we have video evidence as to why they were auditioning for these programs, but some of the salient points and impactful kind of points were that what was happening in schools was either non-existent, these are the primary schools in the area, or if they were, it was of what the parents themselves thought and the children themselves was of such a low standard. So that points to the importance of what's happening here and being discussed. But also that there are companies, corporate providers currently, that are providing the ensemble programs, the private tuition to over 2/3 of those schools. And many of the teachers that are being used at the intersection with these schools don't even are undergraduate students. They certainly wouldn't meet the benchmark for accreditation by our body that has a mandate to accredit instrumental teachers and with pedagogical qualifications as well. So I just thought that an important observation to make when looking at outcomes, because many of those schools and teachers will think, well, actually, we have acquitted ourselves, and the parents might think, well, they're doing a good job with these providers. But that's the reality on the ground in a reasonably affluent area, even like Parramatta. So,
but we just don't know, and I think the point is that if you're not measuring something, you're actually not managing it. And however imperfect the measures are, at least some sort of measure will throw light on the issue. I did want to cover this issue of the accreditation of private teachers, but there may be other committee members who want to ask a question. I'm happy to wait.
Mr. Anderson first.
Yeah, thank you. I think, Ms. Batley, just on the reporting role, do you think the reporting that's coming out of the Department of Education is masquerading the real problem that we're seeing? And we're getting it a lot anecdotally. We've had a lot of submissions come in highlighting a significant resource problem. The reporting doesn't truly reflect the situation.
There are aspects of excellence happening in Department of Education schools that our members share with us. However, we're conscious that there isn't equity across those schools. We would love to see that, but that's where the survey, the measuring tools come in, so that we know that there is equity in what resources are being given to schools, so that quality music education can happen.
And I think too, I would use the word compliance rather than reporting. No school has trouble delivering literacy curriculum because it has very clear guidelines about how much should be taught and how it is taught. Just the time is very clear. The same with mathematics. However, we're dealing with a subject that has been rolled into 4 subjects, and if you're at a school where it's 6%, not 10%, the best case for your subject, if the pie is divided evenly up, is about 1.5% of teaching time given to music. That's not very much.
I'd like to touch on capping, if I can, in relation to how the creative industries are somewhat devalued when it comes to the remainder, and the encouragement to pursue, science, maths, English, others, as opposed to the creative because of that ATAR, and say, well, this is where you should be directing your efforts. Do you have a comment on that?
Partly in the signposting that there aren't specific hours given to music education suggests to the wider community that it is not valued. By not giving those mandated continuous clear instructions on what quality music education looks like, then sends out a message which unfortunately is translating into what you've read in our submissions about declining numbers through music education and also into industry. However, to address that by looking at ITE, how music education is taught, the quality of that music education, accreditation, and signposting in schools that we value music education, that would change the landscape. Immediately, that is saying to the wider community in each school, music education is valuable, and that will have an impact moving forward.
We all agree music education is valuable, but it just doesn't seem to be translating into the classroom, which is a real problem. And Mr. Holzner, you were...
Well, outside of maybe the independent sector, where clearly, from the communities and, at the school level, it's valued. The private schools, many of them are doubling down on their investments in this area. So I think there is a real understanding there and a consensus that it's very valuable. But
if I just add, because as was elaborated by some of the people this morning, Anita and others, there's this misconception that somehow by having an hour of music a week you're robbing literacy and numeracy, whereas the reality is quite clearly that it's a contributor, a net contributor to numeracy and literacy. So there's this false demarcation, a line that shall not be crossed between STEM and other forms of education that actually contribute to STEM, and music is the example par excellence.
Yeah, and I'd like to add to that as well, in that I think one of the reasons why many parents choose to send their children into private music education is because they're well aware that it actually makes their kids smart. And I see that every day when I'm teaching. It really enhances all the qualities of the students, and my students, many of them who get their licentiate level diplomas at a very young age, and that's equivalent to about a 4th year university recital, at least it used to be, aren't going on to study music at university. They're going on to study mathematics, medicine, law, politics. They're going on to being consumers of artistic products as they become adults. And I think this is rather essential. It's not either or, it has to be, together.
Thank you, and thank you for your time today. So we know that the Department of Education, you've told us, can't provide the data, but if we think of outside of school, and especially in regional areas, are you aware of any additional barriers to children and young people in regional areas accessing music education?
As someone who lives in a regional area, music education in regional areas is hard to staff. For a personal experience, I drove my daughter 210 kilometres a week for cello lessons for 8 years. And she ended up doing a music degree in contemporary music, no less. But I'm not the only person who has that story. We had a student in our school last year who travelled out of town because their instrument wasn't delivered in the town that I'm from.
Where is that, may I ask?
Tamworth.
Right. Well, there you go. I asked the right question.
So I actually think that ability to attract trained teachers to regional areas is enormous. And when you start looking at schools like Bundarra Central School with a total enrolment of 210 students or something like that, the teachers that are in that school are teaching multiple subjects. And so that makes it even harder because you end up, I've got a friend who ended up at Murrundi Central School and he was a science teacher and he got music because he could play guitar, which was great, and he did a great job. He reached out and sought help. But that is the thing in regional New South Wales. And the other part of that is that it's hard to maintain your career just as a player in regional New South Wales. So those people that want to keep having that professional career and their teaching career at the same time are not necessarily going to move to regional areas. I ended up in the classroom because I moved to Tamworth. And I found out that that was my calling in life, but I never would have gone into the classroom in the first place if I hadn't moved out of Sydney.
Does anyone want to add to that?
I was just going to support what Mr. Batley was saying, and in terms of our own engagement in regional areas, and just we understand the large problems confronting education more broadly, and the conversations we have is we can't even get teachers, let alone music teachers. And I think there's a real opportunity to look at solutions on a more holistic basis, and Eric referred to it before around, we know we've spoken with members who are near regional conservatoria and the role that they can play, the role of specialists in regional areas that could service multiple schools. So thinking maybe a little out of the current system and how, resources that do exist could be used in ways and making, looking at ways for solutions within the system for changes that could address those, because we know it's, there's challenges in schools in inner Sydney. They're going to be multiplied and amplified when you go to regional and remote areas.
Thank you.
Miss Boyd then.
Yeah, thank you. And apologies if you've touched on this in your submissions and I haven't picked it up. But when we're talking about that difference between regional and metro, also that difference between those from higher and lower socioeconomic backgrounds. I know anecdotally of cases where students who are not as well off end up being in the sort of percussion streams of music ensembles and things because their parents can't afford to get them instruments. What sort of support is there for students who are not necessarily, I guess, even for those of for sort of middle income families, but where the money's just not stretching, where's the support for them to actually access an instrument that's going to make them love music?
From the point of view of our members, we have, a significant portion of our members are country. classed as country members. So this is where I think, the digital divide as well, comes into play and is really material. My mind immediately goes to intervention solutions that are delivered digitally as well. As far as, and I know that there are some initiatives with our Victorian counterpart going on to work with areas within the state to assist regionally, and linking parents and families and communities and schools up with accredited teachers in metropolitan areas. But I think obviously it's not a magic bullet, and I draw the committee's attention to the Lobel report, which some of you might, or I hope all of you are au fait with. It was, I think, Gonski-backed report that came out a bit over a year and a half ago, where it looks at the role of EdTech particularly in dealing with many of these issues, and it's definitely an issue with music. So
I think too, regional conservatoriums, actually resourcing them with libraries of instruments that can be rented out to students, and remembering that regional conservatoriums aren't in every country town, and so expanding their net, that would make a huge difference. And I work part-time at a regional conservatorium. We offer a limited number of bursaries, and the reason the conservatorium doesn't offer more is because they just don't have the money to offer all the bursaries they want to. And music tuition's one of those things, when we're talking about conservatoriums, that when there's a drought, that's what gets cut from the family budget. When there's hard times, and there are different issues in regional communities to city communities. So my suggestion would be give them more money so that they can begin to address that equity gap, and also resource them with instruments that can be rented to students. When my daughter was learning cello, there came a point where we just had to buy a cello because there were no full-size cellos at the local conservatorium. So, and we were pretty committed to that process, but at that point, for some families, that would be the stop sign for them.
Just picking up on that point, Madam Chair, I think the inequity is not only in the funding, but it's also from the Education Department making sure that regional conservatoriums, where they do exist in those regional centres and in the cities as well, become the defaults for those schools to go to in terms of their teaching, because they're not. Conservatoriums, and we'll talk a bit about that later, get their KPIs on their funding with numbers, yet they're funded by the Education Department, yet the Education Department doesn't tell the schools your first port of call should be your local regional conservatorium if you have one. So ultimately, there's an internal battle between the two, but the conservatoriums have a big role to play, and I think that when they are in those locations, they do a very, very good job. But it does come back to the resourcing HR component of schools and having enough teachers to be able to deliver those programs, and it's a real problem.
I think we're going to have to wind up there. Sorry to the members who had additional questions. Thank you for your evidence. The Secretariat will contact you in relation to any questions on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
welcome. And thank you for taking the time to give evidence this afternoon. Can we begin by each witness, starting from my left? So, Mr. Francis, please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Absolutely. So my name's David Francis. I'm the president of the Association of New South Wales Regional Conservatoriums. I'm also the chief executive of Wollongong Conservatorium. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Mr. Hamish Tate, Riverina Conservatorium of Music, where I'm the Chief Executive Officer and I'm the Vice President of the Association of New South Wales Regional Conservatoriums. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
And I'm Tracy Callanan. I'm the CEO of Regional Arts New South Wales. I sit on the the advisory group for the regional conservatoriums. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you all like to start by making a short statement?
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for inviting us to speak today, and we really welcome this very important inquiry. I also want to acknowledge the previous panel. This is a beautiful segue into what we're going to be saying, and I was very impressed with the quality of that panel. So we are representing regional New South Wales, and the association represents 17 regional conservatoriums that provides access to lifelong music and music education. And we provided a supplementary paper to talk about the work of regional conservatoriums. So this submission really focused on 3 key areas which were of primary concern to our members. And the first one of those is really, again, following on from the previous panel, is that music education is incredibly valuable, and we all know that. We feel that the benefits of music education are proven, and we would urge that there are no more studies. We should accept the science and move on. So I was at a panel earlier today as well, and one of the questions was, well, so how are we going to achieve that? And our view would be that we need to change the culture in schools. We need to advocate for the value of music education in schools. There needs to be frameworks within the curriculum and within government strategy to allow that to happen in schools. We need teachers who are equipped to deliver music education, and you will have heard from our colleagues of Music in Me earlier this morning to that effect. But we also need to create demand from the students. This is an ecosystem, and we need demand to be created from the student body for music education. But as we heard from the last panel, recruitment is a key issue in regional areas, and our members are particularly concerned about access to skilled music educators.
Regional conservatoriums experience a very high level of demand, but not all people can access the services for 2 particular reasons. Firstly, is there just simply aren't enough music educators to go around, and then secondly, the cost of that. But more importantly, the provision of teachers to regional conservatoriums, and indeed, listening to the previous panel, to the industry at large, is also essentially a problem because there's no organised system of training for music educators, particularly outside the school environment. The peripatetic industry is without an industry connection to the training sector to develop a future generation of music educators. What training does exist is rarely fit for purpose and often delivered by people with little or no experience in the industry. There's also a lack of consultation with the industry, particularly from the tertiary sector, regarding what it is needed to equip graduates to provide a quality music education as a profession after their graduation. There's also, and it has been raised earlier this afternoon, the lack of regulation in the industry. The lack of regulation in the music education industry, particularly the instrumental and vocal tuition sector, means that there is no global oversight, with the exception of what's going on in regional conservatoriums, which is heavily regulated by the department. But outside of that, there is little regulation of child protection, the training and development of teachers, quality control of music education outcomes, WHS and other legislative compliance. But we do believe that regional conservatoriums are uniquely placed to play a vital role in the development of teacher, training, development, and to play a vital role in that process going forwards. And alongside organisations such as the MTA, to help develop a framework to support teachers in the development of programs that can allow the next generation of young music educators to come through. But also, equity is another key concern of regional conservatoriums. We're currently accessing over 30,000 students across rural and regional New South Wales. Despite this, massive inequity still exists, with large parts of New South Wales still without access even to a regional conservatorium. And we heard testimony just previously where parents are having to travelling hundreds and hundreds of kilometres just to simply access instrumental lessons. This is a story that regional conservatoriums can tell you in spades. Under current financial models, music education is reserved for the well-off. Specialised music education is out of the financial reach for most students, particularly if they're attending public schools or in the lower socioeconomic areas. In the 2005 National Review of Music Education, this was highlighted as a major problem in the Australian music education system, and in that time, nothing has changed. Stating the obvious, we are failing if we consider access to music education is a right and not simply a privilege for the well-off.
So the Association of Regional Conservatoriums represents one of the most skilled bodies of music educators across regional New South Wales. But these people are music educators who have a mindset and embrace the notion of a portfolio career. They're often community leaders within their communities who use music as a vehicle for enriching the lives of their communities. They may be in the classroom, in the community, running ensembles. They may be local business owners. So we're actually really thinking, when we think about training, that the training of music educators needs to embrace the notion of a portfolio career, particularly for those people who would embrace and contribute to the lives of regional and rural communities.
Ms. Callanan?
I have worked in music education all my life, but over the last 15 years I have focused my work in supporting regional New South Wales. And so my view is very much taking that regional New South Wales view, a picture that includes the conservatoriums but goes beyond it. So the first thing I'd like to raise is just the question of why music matters in our regional communities. And it matters a lot because there are young people growing up in regional New South Wales. And we all know we've got strong sporting communities in our towns, and that's a great thing, but it's not for all of them. And for some of them, until they find their tribe, which is an arts tribe, they are lost. And so music is really important to help those young people find their way through life. It's also important right through the ages because, interestingly, in regional New South Wales, not all of our learners are young. We have lifelong learners, and that is a really interesting makeup of how people learn and the reasons why they want to keep doing it. But the other thing I want to also point out that in regional New South Wales, I really believe that having strong music education flows on to an activity that actually helps build more cohesive communities. So I've just noted down 4 areas that I think are really important, and because we work together, there will be an overlap, but it's not all exactly the same. My first point will be the same point that I'm sure you have heard repeatedly, that there are such serious issues about getting good teachers in regional New South Wales. And I do believe that there are ways we can try and address some of those things, and while it may not answer everything, there are a number of things that I believe need to be looked at. The second area is, I think that for music education to thrive in our regional communities, we need to make sure innovation is there. it is important, I believe, that the offer is wide across what music education means. Certainly not just classical, contemporary has a strong place, but I would actually say industry-wide. Because when we have young people growing up in regional communities, they have to see what's possible. And there is so much possible within the music industry. So I think that we need to make sure that we've got young people learning to play instruments. But I also think that we need young people that are learning about the music business. We need young people that are getting trained in audio skills, for example. There's a whole industry out there, and it's a big industry. And regional people both can be feeding into that bigger picture. I grew up regionally, and I look at where all my friends are. You know, one of my friends now is one of the top sound people in the world. He was Kylie's sound man for quite a long time. You know, those things are possible, but they become possible if you can see them, and you start learning when you're young. So I would really like to think about how we can be more innovative to connect our learning to a whole industry. I also want to make sure that music and music education is celebrated within our communities, because if we have active things happening, we have a gig scene, we have things like town bands still operating. Those things really feed our community. And the last thing I'd just like to say is how inconsistent music education is across regional New South Wales. We've already heard that. There are not regional conservatoriums in all areas, and that's always been a slightly ad hoc approach to what makes a regional conservatorium. So we have to acknowledge that. We have to acknowledge that it affects the access issues, and again, we've already heard about the SES factors involved in that. But we also have to look at, what about those areas that don't have a con? Is that about making sure that we're extending the reach of the regional cons? Is it making sure that we're putting other sort of scaffolds in to make sure that people who are operating outside of those areas maybe have better supports? And making sure that there is compliance, because while compliance may be an onerous task for many, we have to look at the quality that is happening in all of those areas right across those things.
Thank you. Questions? Ms. Boyd?
Sure, thank you. Thank you very much for your submissions and coming along. So just coming off of the discussion we were having with the previous panel of witnesses around, I guess, how music education has become seen as something as, the preserve of the wealthy, particularly in a lot of regional areas. Looking at the history of conservatoriums, have they always been sort of subject to grants programs from government rather than being fully funded? Have we ever had properly public conservatoriums in the past, or have they historically been charitable sort of organisations?
Yeah. I'm Pastor Hamish just momentarily, but in the case of Wollongong Conservatorium, and bearing in mind we are in a more urban area, the grant that we receive from the Department of Education represents about 14% of our turnover. So really, the way that I look at regional conservatoriums and the message that we're projecting in terms of the value of the contribution our communities make to music education is I'm putting a social enterprise argument around it. So our communities actually invest $15 million a year in music and music education through regional conservatoriums, and that far out exceeds the core grant from the Department of Education. So I'll just pass to Hamish to answer your question directly.
I'm curious as to where the funding comes in from.
So when you make reference to public funding, you're talking about
government funding.
Government funding. So grants or in the history of regional conservatoriums, there's been no point where the government has taken sole responsibility for music education outside of the school system. So the regional conservatoriums first evolved in the late 1970s in Bathurst, and those conservatoriums were to some extent supported administratively by, in some cases, local tertiary institutions such as Charles Sturt University, which was then the there's a College of Advanced Education coming off the Riverina Teachers College in the case of Wagga Wagga. But for the most part, you will see a mix of conservatoriums evolving as a consequence of the New South Wales State Conservatorium, which doesn't exist anymore because it became part of the Sydney University and now is the Sydney Conservatorium and has no role in regional conservatoriums. So they're either supported in that regard, or they came out off the back of declining involvement in music education from the Catholic teaching that was done through convents right across regional New South Wales. And then in more recent years, just very active community groups coming together to say, we need one of these, we need to bring, because it's only through that collective in your community that you can actually attract teachers to come. So without the regional conservatorium in the local area, there will be no teachers in most of those areas because people won't leave their metropolitan safety to move to a regional area, and that's a case we hear in many industries, but in music education that's very real. So in the late 1990s there was a shift in government funding, and under the Bob Carr government some initial funding was released to regional conservatoriums. It was very marginal, and it was just simply a pie cut up proportional to each in the conservatorium. It wasn't much money. Most conservatoriums were operating with maybe $100,000 a year in grants. As we moved to 2006, 2007, it became very clear that model was no longer working, and John Della Bosca, who was the Minister for Education at the time, initiated a review of regional conservatoriums, which resulted in the current funding model, which was rolled out in 2009, and that model hasn't been reviewed since then. So that's quite a long time for that model to have been in place. And we've enjoyed a very close relationship with the New South Wales Department of Education during that time. We work very closely with their key performance measures and their guidelines, but in most cases 14% is probably on the low end of the spectrum where that funding is supporting. It can constitute up to 25 to 27%. I don't have exact figures in relation to that, but in most cases you're looking at an average contribution to the turnover of those regional conservatoriums of about 24% from government grants. The rest of the income is coming from fees and any other donations and philanthropic support that regional conservatoriums can gain.
So in terms of fees then, I guess, would you view that as, I guess if you had more public funding, would the fees be lower? Would that then create a more equitable playing field? Or what's your sort of comments around if we've got this decline particularly in our public education systems around music tuition and people are going to conservatoriums, then...
So to put it in perspective, probably one of the most expensive services offered by a regional conservatorium is a one-on-one lesson, which is the traditional learning environment for most instruments and vocal areas. That's excluding groups, things like ensembles, which are obviously more cost-effective for parents, but you can't really participate in an ensemble unless you know how to play your instrument. I would say on average, and David might be able to provide more context for that from his perspective, but you'd be looking at an annual cost for a family for a 30-minute one-on-one contact point each week, an annual cost of in the vicinity of $1,600 to $1,700. So when you look at those kinds of fees for families on marginal and lower incomes, that's actually just well outside the reach. And if you have multiple children engaged in music education, the fees for that 1/2 an hour contact point actually start to rival the fees that the parents are paying, even for lower end non-government school fees. So, and then when you look at sort of lower income families, which, the normal people within our communities, in fact, the cost of music tuition is just simply way outside. And certainly over the last 12 to 18 months, all regional conservatoriums have seen a massive slowing of participation coming off the back of COVID and now into several years of high interest rates and high costs of living, where just putting food on the table has become very high cost. The discretionary choice to engage in a music education has become, it's a choice much more under pressure.
May I add to Hamish's answer? In terms of your question, if there was more funding available, I think the reality is that there are many young people across regional New South Wales who are not able to access music education in schools. Now, we know that the department are not employing specialist music teachers because of the bias within the curriculum. But actually, regional conservatoriums could employ specialist music teachers and deploy them on a peripatetic basis to schools. So then the regional conservatorium becomes the employer, and it becomes responsible for delivering music in the classroom to meet the curriculum needs, as well as the extracurricular activities that many of us do in terms of school band programs and ensembles and so on. So in terms of that increase in funding, there would be a very real benefit, assuming that the increasing funding allowed us to pay competitive salaries that attracted people to move to and base themselves in regional New South Wales. And I think that there's a tension there as well.
Can I just ask a very quick question to clarify funding? Like, universities are generally the purview of federal government funding. So what's the relationship between conservatoriums and the federal government?
If you have as a regional conservatorium, if you walk into your local member's office for the federal, the normal response is, this isn't Australia-wide, it's a state issue. And that has been the response I've received multiple times over the last 20 years that I've been in my role. Okay. And I would also just add to David's comment around being able to go into schools. So workable models exist right across the regional conservatorium network, where regional conservatorium staff with the relevant qualifications to be able to walk into a classroom are in fact delivering curriculum programs in schools on and behalf of the school. In 2 cases in the Riverina in the last 6 months, the schools have been unable to pay the cost of that, and the cost of those programs has been subsidised by donations from the community. But that is a key performance measure that regional conservatoriums are held accountable to by the New South Wales State Government.
Dr. McGurk.
So I think we just need to explore the way you're funded in a bit more detail, because it's an incredibly complex model and it's clearly inadequate. It might have been okay in 2006-07, but it's clearly not adequate now. So I just want to unpick, first of all, the criteria by which you're funded by the Department of Education. That's the first point, what you have to do for that and what's happened to that over a number of years and what pressures you're under now. So that's the first point. Secondly, what opportunities you have for other income, and I understand that's actually constrained not just by the market, but by issues around GST. So that's an important consideration. So we just need to unpack that. And I guess the third point I want to explore is that you do receive funding from the Department of Education.
I'm sorry.
And you did so, Dr. Callan, you're okay?
Yeah, as you've probably noticed, I have a little bit of a cold, and
Okay.
I'm trying not to cough and making it worse.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just let us know if you. Yes. Thanks, Mr. Anderson. Yes, if you need medical attention, thanks. So, and you did describe your relationship with the Department of Education as a close one, but in fact, in the scheme of the education system, my observation is that you are tiny. That you are, in fact, I would suggest, barely noticed. And that your interactions are at a very low level within the Department of Education, even though, in terms, I would argue, of regional context and providing access to regions for music education, you're absolutely critical. So, 3 issues there. 1, just tell us how the funding from the Education Department works, what you're required to do, and what's happened to that. Secondly, what are your constraints on other funding? And thirdly, I guess that's just a comment from me about the visibility of your work within the Department of Education.
Excellent. So that's excellent questions, thank you. So in terms of the funding we receive, the regional conservatoriums are funded through a program called the Regional Conservatoriums Grant Program. As Hamish said, it was in its current form formed in 2008-09, and it allocates, the regional conservatoriums receive $7 million across the 17 regional conservatoriums within the grant program. The Department of Education, our understanding is that they also receive an administrative fee. So it's Treasury money that is administered by the Department of Education, and the Department of Education are the administrators for the grant program. So within that, the Regional Conservatorium Grant Programme requires us to report against priorities for the Department of Education. So for instance, how many public schools we're in, how many public school children we reach who are receiving regular music education within school as a result of our work, non-regular music education, also how many adult participants, as well as schools that are in areas defined as regional and rural by the department. So there's a whole series of KPMs that we report against, so key performance measures that we report against. Those performance measures also reach beyond the school system because regional conservatoriums, the breadth of work that we deliver far exceeds what happens in schools. So for instance, most regional conservatoriums have an early years program and run community ensembles. We're the largest provider of music therapy in our region. So a large chunk of the work that regional conservatoriums delivers is captured through other KPMs. We also have to record our estimated teaching hours. So this is the value of the time spent delivering our activities. So it was interesting, the previous panel was saying, that there isn't data in existence to sort of demonstrate the work or the value that's going on in music education, but actually that is not the case for regional conservatoriums. The department has been collecting...
In fact, it's quite ironic, the level of detail you're reporting and the level of detail not available else in that other issue. But let's keep going.
I'll let you say that. I'll let you say that.
Mr. Tate used the phrase heavily regulated earlier, and I was going to ask what you meant. But here
absolutely.
We are.
Yeah. And I think that some regional conservatoriums would argue that it is disproportionate in terms of the turnover of some of the conservatoriums. But that is not to say that the funding is incredibly welcome. It's incredibly valued. And we were delighted that when Deputy Minister Carr was appointed, the doors of communication opened, and in our submission we included a link to Minister Carr actually talking about the role of regional conservatoriums and the role we play. So in terms of to answer your third question then, the dialogue with the Department of Education is good. We would love to see the Department of Education advocating more strongly for our work internally. Their default appears to be, we are the administrators of the grant, as opposed to you're an important part of our program and we're going to advocate for your work. So one of the questions as president I have is, when we provide all of this reporting, actually who internally is seeing that? What impact is that having in terms of the department's knowledge of our work? So really it's falling to the association to do that advocacy work.
And in terms of those KPMs, as you've called them, they increase from year to year, do they?
Yeah, there's an inbuilt 15% increase.
And does your funding increase by 15% each year?
No, the funding has not quite kept track with CPI over the period since 2009.
So you've had a 15% increase in KPMs year on year for the last...
For each triennium, we have a 15%,
Okay, so that's 5% per year?
Correct.
But the grant doesn't match CPI?
Correct.
Right.
Okay, just before we go to Ms Butler, just what relationship, if any, do you have with the Catholic and independent schools, either collectively or school by school or with individual students?
Absolutely. I'm going to let Hamish answer.
So historically, regional conservatoriums have done a vast amount of work in the non-government school sector. Unfortunately, that doesn't get captured in our reporting through the Regional Conservatoriums Grants Program because that's just a reporting. It's not required by the Department of Education to collect that data. But definitely within Catholic and other non-government schools, right across regional New South Wales, the level of engagement with regional conservatoriums by those schools is very high. Though putting that into context, non-government schools in regional New South Wales are very different to, say, non-government schools in metropolitan centres. So, fees are not nowhere near as high. And in particular, Catholic schools in regional New South Wales offer very, very low fees and are often providing enormous amounts of fee relief for students. And that can even extend to supporting their music education to some extent, though that's not particularly typical right across the network.
Okay, thank you. Ms.
Sorry,
Butler.
Can I just
Oh.
did have a third question, which was, sorry, I did have a third question, which was other sources of income for the
Yes.
conservatoriums, and if
Thank
that's
you.
constrained in any way. My apologies, Ms. Butler.
The primary source of income for regional conservatoriums, other than the Department of Education grant, is through fees that we charge to individuals for their music tuition, and also that schools pay us for providing programs. I would say that in many cases, particularly for extracurricular activity, that cost is passed on to the parent, and or the P&C often pay for that extracurricular activity. Certainly in the case of Wollongong Conservatorium, and I have a background in the arts, so I'm very used to making funding applications. I certainly do benefit from project grants from, for instance, Create New South Wales, and we're very grateful for that. But actually, again, the opportunities are relatively limited for regional conservatoriums.
You also asked earlier about constraints on other income sources. So regional conservatoriums are, for the most part, charities, not-for-profit charities, and under the Australian Taxation Office GST provision for charities is that they operate on a 75-25% consideration basis. So if the fees that a conservatorium is collecting exceed 75% of the cost of providing that service, then GST has to be charged. Now, that then sits on top of the regulation and compliance issues where we're competing against, often in our local communities, as the funded organisation, we're competing against unregulated private providers who have almost no compliance requirements, and in some cases are offering cash-based businesses. And if we then suddenly add 10% onto the fees, then because it's operating within a supply and demand economy in those environments, then the demand for the service at a higher fee is just going to diminish even further. So involvement will diminish even further. So that becomes quite a bigger picture. Now, that would be less of a concern if all of those private providers were held to the same compliance frameworks. But when they're not even having to comply to basic child protection legislation, it becomes a very, very complex competitive environment and arguably unfair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Ms.
that.
Butler.
Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to clarify that in your statement about music education should be a right, not a privilege. I don't think it's changed from being a right, personally, and I just want your view on that. I think it's always been a privilege. When I look back at my mother studying at the conservatorium here in Sydney, to my brothers and I all having lessons, to me giving my children music lessons, and I look around my friend group, it's always been a privilege. It hasn't been a right. Am I right in saying that? And you're saying that we need to change that status quo?
I think our position is that music education is a right, and as articulated in the cultural communities policy released by Create New South Wales late last year, is that involvement and engagement in arts and music is now regarded as a fundamental human right. So when we have schools without specialist music teachers, when we have no music being taught in the curriculum and Kappa being marginalised to very small number of minutes per week, month, term, where our primary education graduates are going through 4-year primary degrees, having done maybe one subject in Kappa, and I heard a report only last week that can include up to 2 hours of music. That what we are seeing, in fact, is the vast number of children in particularly, and our representation here is for regional New South Wales, is that the vast number of students in regional New South Wales simply don't have access. And I think it's our philosophy that music education should be something that every child should have a right to be able to access. It shouldn't be something that is reserved for students who have parents capable of paying for the auxiliary services. And certainly the Regional Conservatoriums Grants Program goes some way to addressing it. It certainly provides an incredibly good model that is demonstrated over a long, long time, decades of work, that it's very effective at reaching communities. the key issue is simply resourcing to be able to ensure that that work is able to be perpetuated.
Can I just add that to that too, that for many years it was always seen as something that was going to be provided by the schools, and that has been eroded really quite seriously over the years. And so what we could have argued many decades ago really was working in New South Wales as a right for all young people. It's not the case now.
And so my next question is in an increase to funding conservatoriums to deliver services in regional areas. Would you need to form additional conservatoriums? Because if we look at the southeast, for example, Wollongong down, there is no conservatorium. So how could you deliver services from Wollongong all the way down in Bega?
So this might be a great time to tell you that I conduct a choir in Pambula. And, and I drive 5 hours in each direction to do that. And I have a partner down there who rehearses the choir on a weekly basis, and I go down once a month and conduct their concerts and so on. So Wollongong Conservatorium is providing some limited services to the far south coast, but I absolutely want to acknowledge your point that there are gaps in regional New South Wales that are not served by regional conservatoriums, and we would really love to see those gaps filled. And there may be other organisations who are working in those spaces. So, for instance, on the far south coast, prior to this job, I was the executive director of the Four Winds Festival in Bermagui, and we formed a major education program. It was funded entirely through philanthropy, and we were working in it's say a major. It was within the region major. We were working in 5 local schools, and by the time that program matured, Bermagui Primary School actually engaged a music teacher. So you can see how regional arts organisations who are committed to music education can also have an influence. So it may be that there are partner organisations out there who could become part of the network.
And I know on the South Coast that there is a lack of music teachers. You have to get on a waiting list to access whether it's piano, violin, like there's only one violin teacher in Ulladulla and one in Marie, for example.
Yeah.
And none that I know of anywhere else. And you just cannot get in.
That's exactly right. And when I was working on the far south coast, when we identified young people who had particular talents, often they were learning their instrument via Skype once they reached a certain level. And then the community were supporting them to come up to, for instance, Sydney Conservatorium or one of the regional conservatoriums. So, but that's also, I said in my introduction, there's definitely a mindset that comes into play here. And that mindset, particularly within that community on the far south coast, is one that appreciates and values the arts. That community is highly creative, it's highly entrepreneurial. I can't say that's necessarily replicated across the whole of New South Wales, but what it needs are community leaders in communities across New South Wales who can engender that spirit and provide real inspiration to their communities to get engaged in music education. Which is why I was saying the music leaders of the future need to be people who view themselves as much in the community arts leadership space as much as I'm a specialist trumpet teacher.
Ms. Munro?
Just moving on, I guess it's a similar issue, but to clarify, does each regional con offer courses in music teaching?
No, because that's not, they're just simply not equipped or funded to do so. Several of the regional conservatoriums have partnerships with, say, Central Queensland University or the University of New England, whereby they can train local musicians into their tertiary program. So, for example, at the Riverina Conservatorium, there's a program which allows school leavers to do their Bachelor of Music through the regional conservatorium in Wagga Wagga without having to leave home. They can do an external studies program where they do their practical studies with a local teacher. They graduate with a Bachelor of Music after their 3 years. But what's also happening concurrently to that is that those teachers are then being put through an internal training program, which is training them how to become a music teacher. And that's partly because the program itself offers 4 units in a full bachelor's degree, which broadly cover levels of pedagogy. So the degree programs that exist in Australia are very few and very far between, that provide very, very specific studio instrumental vocal tuition as part of their programs.
Okay.
That's just one component of the problem. But certainly regional conservatoriums are very much talking within the network about the need for us to address this issue, because if we don't, we're going to run out of teachers. A lot of regional conservatoriums, I can think of Young Regional Conservatorium, have been advertising for a strings teacher for nearly 2 years and had no applicants, or had one international applicant, but because of the immigration restrictions around the working visas, they couldn't afford the salary that was required to be able to pay them at even a basic level. And I think that's one of the biggest concerns, is that the salary levels for instrumental teachers in regional areas, and I can't speak for metropolitan situations, but certainly in the Riverina, a teacher on a full-time contract working as a piano teacher, for example, will probably be earning $60,000 to $65,000 a year. Whereas, and if they happen to have a master's in teaching, a school will entice them out because they're desperate for a music specialist as well, and that teacher will be enticed out with a salary that can, even in some cases, double that. So the ability to attract and retain teachers of a standard capable of delivering this quality of music education is becoming harder and harder. I have been a CEO in regional New South Wales of regional conservatoriums since 2000, and in that time the problem has become worse and worse and worse. We've been advertising for a saxophone teacher, saxophone single reeds teacher since December last year, and I've only just had an applicant in the last week. So that sort of gives you a bit of an idea of just how low the supply is of teachers in this space.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, very, very quickly.
Yeah, just briefly,
Question and answer in the next 2 minutes.
just to come back to the fact that everyone has a right to education. It comes back to the rights and the privilege platform we were talking about. Everyone has a right to education, and creative arts is part of education, so it's a basic right. So when you think about the numbers that are allocated from the Education Department to conservatoriums, it's minuscule in terms of supplementing that right that people in regional New South Wales, and particularly when they have an access to a conservatorium, one of the 17s across New South Wales, it's a right, not a privilege, and there needs to be more work done, I believe, in that space in supporting the cons.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Sorry, Dr. Callan, do you want to quickly say anything in addition, more broadly than just the regional conservatorium?
Not very much, but I would just say the sort of issues that have been raised, I think there are many, many different solutions. So in looking at how to address some of these things, it's not a one-size-fits-all, but it's maybe finding enough flexibility within the offers that are made for conservatoriums to then work to address these in a number of different ways. Because we've already heard of the example of the South Coast of New South Wales, which has been described very well. In many ways, it's a hothouse of activity, and yet there's a shortage of teachers. But we have other areas where there is almost nothing, and yet people are asking for it. So that requires a different response. So I think we need to find ways of looking at solutions that can have a menu of different ways that it could be that there's a mix of video conferencing teaching and some face-to-face. It could be looking at how to find your partner organisations that are already active in that and giving them support and liaising in different ways. So that's the main thing I would stress, that regional New South Wales does not look the same across the whole area, and so building in to have that flexibility is the way I think it has to be addressed.
Okay. Thank you all for your evidence. The Secretariat will be in touch if there are any questions on notice. But again, thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll get started. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for making the time to give evidence this afternoon. Could we start by each witness, starting from my left, from Ms. Petoulios. Please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Sure. Ms. Mia Petoulios, I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Sydney Youth Orchestras. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Good afternoon, my name is James Pensini. I'm Head of Orchestral Training and Artistic Programming at Sydney Youth Orchestras. I'm also Head of Music Performance at an independent Catholic school in metropolitan Sydney. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Good afternoon, my name's Frances Georgeson. I'm the General Manager of the Australian Children's Music Foundation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good afternoon, my name is Rory Alcock. I'm the National Partnerships Manager for the Australian Children's Music Foundation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would you all like to start by making a short statement?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair and the committee, for this opportunity to contribute to your important work. For more than 50 years, Sydney Youth Orchestras has been and continues to be a place for young people to connect and create through orchestral music. We represent young people aged 5 to 25 through from 300 schools and universities and 200 different communities across Greater Sydney and regional New South Wales. We are one of the largest orchestral training providers in Australia, with 15 orchestras, and one of the few that provide a pathway from beginner to pre-professional. We strongly believe in the power of music to change lives and the educational outcomes of all young people, regardless of their gender, ethnicity or socioeconomic background. As one of the oldest youth arts organisations in New South Wales, we can testify to the impact on the individual and the vital role youth arts plays in the sustainability of arts and music industries. The infinite possibilities created when young people are given the opportunity to participate in creative arts can and often does change lives. This universal capacity for music to create impact is evident from Broken Hill to Lismore, Bega to Granville. Active participation in music and arts provides young people with the building blocks to understand the world around them, connect with others from different cultures and economic backgrounds, listen, work as a team, develop essential skills of creative thinking and problem solving, critical for success in the 21st century. It is well documented within research into the cognitive benefits music has on the developing brain. It is clear why the world's leading education systems have music as a cornerstone. As highly skilled migration increases into Australia, so will the demand on an education system which offers music as its foundation. We are already seeing challenges in the model and delivery in music education in New South Wales. Youth arts and community organisations are increasingly required to meet the demand without a secure funding model to match. These organisations need to work together with the education systems and industry to put young people at the centre of what they do. We believe government can play a critical role. In our submission, we made 4 recommendations. Each of these are fiscally modest and can help government to achieve greater return on investment. These are: establish a bipartisan arts and education policy, expand structures and subsidise music education across the state via music hubs, recognise key youth arts organisations to drive sector development, and establish an innovation task force to examine new delivery models. We are here to answer your questions and welcome the opportunity to be part of the conversation.
Thank you.
To the Chair and committee members, thank you for the invitation and opportunity to provide input into the inquiry into arts and music education and training. The Australian Children's Music Foundation was founded 20 years ago by Don Spencer, when he became aware that many primary schools didn't have a music teacher. For more than 20 years, our long-term music programs within low ICSEA schools and youth justice centres have unlocked hidden potential and changed life trajectories. It's more than music. Our programs have a tangible impact, proven to increase school attendance, self-esteem and resilience. I'm delighted that this committee has been formed, as we believe in order to ensure every New South Wales child has a quality music education, it requires cross-party commitment to both acknowledging the inequity of access to a quality music education and agreeing on a practical plan, of which we hope to be a part of the solution. In short, we believe addressing the inequity gap can be achieved by, firstly, reshifting a predominant focus from STEM to STEAM via a clear definition of what a quality music education is that includes a commitment to an hour a week of classroom teaching between K and A. Secondly, addressing the skills and confidence gap generalist music school teachers have in teaching music through a combination of upskilling generalist teachers, increasing the number of music teachers and building partnerships and allied support with musicians and organisations such as the ACMF to place teaching musicians in the classroom with generalist teachers. And thirdly, improve and embed data collection on access to a quality music education in schools in order to track progress. Thank you.
Thanks. I might begin, so for the benefit of the rest of the committee. The ACMF runs programs at one of my local schools, at Granville South Public School, which they can't do for all students all year. It's done stages 1 and 2 first half of the year, and the later stages after that. How are you finding the capacity of the classroom teachers after being in the classroom with your specialist teacher, are able to continue music education for the half of the year when you're not available?
Our music program at Granville goes for 2 days a week, and our goal is always to try and train the generalist teachers up. And in Granville specifically, overall, it depends on the teacher and it depends on which school we're in. But our success rate is probably about 70% to have those generalist teachers continue the music program in the schools.
That's great. Ms. Munro?
I'm curious about the task force that you've mentioned in the recommendation, and I guess what would that be about? Like, obviously you suggest creating the task force so that the task force could investigate those mechanisms, but is there anything that you have in mind in terms of innovative teaching delivery options that either already exist and are working well, or that you could imagine the task force investigating? It would be helpful to have commentary from all the committee members.
Sure. What we're seeing is that we have a very traditional model, which we've outlined in our submission, which really outlines a very ongoing sequential learning framework. What we're also seeing, though, in practical sense, is that we will not be able to deliver that in New South Wales schools, and that's really due to the skills shortage. So we actually do need to look innovatively at how we can actually address it. I think if we hold on to the notion that we're able to somehow turn that shift around, we know that it takes 10 years to get a musician to even at a level where they can enter tertiary education. We're seeing it. We try and bring kids as many as possible through. It's going to have a significant lag in our ability to actually increase those teacher numbers. So what we would be proposing is that it will take the regional conservatoriums, it will take organisations like us, organisations that focus in youth arts specifically, but the not-for-profit sector, community organisations, together to actually start plotting and mapping what is happening, what are good models, and what can then be replicated and drawn across.
So is that drawing on EdTech, for example?
Absolutely. So Sydney Youth Orchestras, during pre-COVID, we were looking at this challenge and looking at how we could put an instrumental music program into a low SES school. We know that Western Sydney, there is a significant decrease in the number of kids learning instruments in Western Sydney. This was our challenge. We'd started the Western Sydney Youth Orchestra. We thought, let's try and tackle this. COVID hit. We didn't want to give back any money to the lovely foundation that had supported that program, and And so what we invested in was a digital resource to help support the teaching of instrumental music. It doesn't replace the teacher, but what it does do is provide a framework and 480 videos that actually scaffolds the first year of learning. So it's looking at things like that because what we were hearing when we were touring regionally, when we were in Western Sydney, was that you had teachers that were teaching off instruments. So I'm a violin teacher, but I'm actually teaching all the cellos, double basses, etc. And so these were a video resource that could actually be applied. And it has been successful. At the Hume Con, we have a flute teacher who is now successfully teaching clarinet where she never felt confident to before that. So I think it's those sorts of solutions that we need to come together on.
And just further to that, on the concept of the task force, I think that has become obvious over the course of the day. There is remarkable kind of unanimity with in the sector and the things that are being identified across the course of the day. But it's simple things like even what is a music teacher? We throw that term around music teacher, but around the state it's used in very different ways. Does that mean a private instrumental teacher? Does that mean a classroom accredited teacher? Does that mean someone who can read musical notation? Does that mean someone who could teach music extension in a school? We're not talking necessarily about the same things, and not that any of those things are a problem, but there is a disconnect across the whole sector about what we're even talking about, which parts are registered, which parts are accredited, which parts are trackable, which parts have child protection implications. All of this is really, it's being addressed in excellent ways in lots of places, but in some places just not at all. So I think as you can see from the people around here today, there is a will to do these things, but I think government helping, like we did in the response to COVID, we brought all of these organisations together, and we haven't really been together since until today. But there is a chance there to kind of use the sector to set and to readdress some of these basic issues of what we're talking about, even in terms of delivery of music education.
And I'd like to just second that in terms of, I don't think that there's, as Tracy said in a previous panel, a one-size-fits-all solution. And I'd like to second that. I think it's about looking at a range of solutions. I mean, just even specific to the Australian Children's Music Foundation, our preferred model is a teaching musician in the classroom with the generalist teacher, long-term, week in, week out. But that's not practical in every situation. And I can think of an example in the Riverina in Hillston surrounds, where we were not able to recruit a music teacher or even a specialist musician to go into class local to that area. And so our model there is for 15 years, we've been sending a specialist musician up there for 1 to 2 weeks a term, initial teacher training, and then going up every 1 to 2 weeks every term to set the start of the term in terms of teaching the class, but then working with each teacher at Hillston and surrounds in terms of their musical capability and the level of musical competency within their class to work out a lesson plan for the remainder of the term. And I think that flexibility is really important.
And do you ever use digital mechanisms to deliver information or training through your programs?
No. Basically, our model is to have the teaching musician in the classroom. I mean, there may be things used in that environment, on that day, but no. I mean, we did through COVID create teaching resources, but our model is to have the teacher in the classroom.
Okay.
And just to add to that, we deliver musical theory lessons live through a live stream to 400 children every week.
Wow.
So we are using and looking at the learnings out of COVID and how we can actually increase that. We also live stream our rehearsals for regionally based players as well.
So is that those lessons to 400 students, are they in line with the curriculum or they're extracurricular?
They're extracurricular.
Okay.
And focused on orchestral theory programs.
Yeah.
Yes.
Naturally.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. McGurk.
Can I just want to get to the Australian Children's Music Foundation, and in your submission, and I guess I'm actually going to come back and cover some material we've covered already today, but you've got a quote there that 2/3 of Australian primary schools and 1/3 of secondary students do not have access to any school music education. And there's a study published in 2018.
Yes.
My question is, does that apply to New South Wales? And does that apply today? And I'm just interested, perhaps from both groups, on your reflections on why we're at that point now, just keeping in mind that there are curriculum objectives that are supposed to be ticked off, and there is a curriculum that is supposed to be implemented.
Could I definitively say that those exact percentages applied to New South Wales? No, but I think you could take it as indicative that there is a real problem. And I think, as we heard from previous panels, it's the absence of a definition of what a quality music education is part of the problem, because current reporting mechanisms allow for the ability to interpret meeting the outcomes of the curriculum open to interpretation. And there are some pockets of excellence across the state, but there are also situations where schools, because of a skills and confidence gap, their ability to tick the outcomes means that they can, I think an example that's been used plenty of times is potentially a half an hour for one term a year. And the quality of what's being delivered is unknown. And I think that the real call here is about the improvement of the data collection. It needs to be that definition of what a quality music education is, and then survey questions that are able to elicit whether that's being met or not.
Do you mind if I ask a follow-up?
Yeah.
So you also mentioned your example of Hillston, and that you have not used EdTech or remote. You've relied on person to person, but you found innovative ways of doing that. In that case, it's a model, if you like, it's not quite a fly in, fly out. It's a sort of parachuted in residency for a bit.
Yep.
Which does create benefit locally. I think you use it to build strategic capability there.
Yep.
Have you partnered with regional conservatoriums in any of that work in regional New South Wales?
No, we have not. We have endeavoured to do that. I think the last time we had conversations with them was about 3 years ago, and we were unsuccessful.
That was just a capability issue
I think
on
it was
one
a
part or the other?
financial issue, yeah, and financial, and wasn't within the realms of their organisation to be giving funding to us.
So I guess what comes, my thinking from that relates to the concept of the music hubs that was developed in the submission and the presentation from the Youth Orchestra group. I mean, it does seem to me that if you do have a range of organisations located in different spots, some way of bringing those organisations, both city and rural and Western Sydney, together, with a focus on building capacity in those regions, rather than simply, sending a service out. There may be value in that. Do you want to comment on that both?
Yeah, sure. I guess so. The hub model was very much based on our successes in working with the Regional Conservatoriums network over a period of time, particularly through regional touring and various other outreach activities. And like has been mentioned, they play a really important roles in their communities. And we wish they were all around the state. For example, we work in Broken Hill. We do quite a bit of work in Broken Hill and Wilcannia, and there's simply no musical support like that. And there are, of course, other areas around the state. Not through anyone not wanting to be there, of course, but that model itself we see as a really powerful way of leveraging their place in the community. If you have more specialist music teachers in there, they can teach in the primary schools, they can teach in the high schools, they can capacity build the teachers in those areas, they can help organise touring and regional activities from state significant organisations, really to play that coordination role, and also to be able to provide salaries and employment that is appealing for people to go out and work full-time in these communities. Maybe they teach a bit of trumpet, they do a little bit of conducting, they work in schools, and you start to change the model by really investing in them. We just called them hubs simply to not tie them necessarily to the conservatorium name or the exact model, but just having that place also helps organisations like us when we say we have a space and the opportunity to do some regional outreach. We can partner with very clear organisations. We're not duplicating resources. We are really making sure that what we provide is targeted to the needs of those communities as well. So it's really an expansion more than any kind of revolution.
And I think we see the importance of the the conservatoriums within those communities, and it feels that it's very lacking in Western Sydney to have a centralised place where parents can go and they know that the teachers meet a minimum standard, that there is subsidised support for venue hire for teachers to operate within, that there's an administrative support network and framework around that. To not have that in Western Sydney with the largest population of young people, it dilutes, and people are really struggling to find where that is. You know, the Penrith Conservatorium of Music does a fantastic job, but it is a very small provider in a very big region. And as we know, just like regional New South Wales is very diverse, Western Sydney also is. So to have a large presence and focus around music education would also give those schools somewhere to be supported as well.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
Thank you for your contribution, your submissions. It seems like there's a common theme that, you know, the creative arts, music, drama, performing, visual, are significant contributors to the well-being and growth of our students. Why do you think there's such a disparity in terms of the attention paid to it by the Department of Education? I'm
happy to answer that.
Yeah, please.
Specifically, it's because there's wonderful things that still happen. There's wonderful musical outcomes, there's wonderful creative arts outcomes all around the state, because a lot of people are working a lot harder than they should have to make these things happen, because we value it and see it as important. There are wonderful things that happen everywhere, but they are harder to create than they should be, and they're inequitable. There are huge barriers to access, and a lot of it has been, I'll say this nicely, papered over for a long time. As an example, I'll use my own example. I started at a Western Sydney school learning trumpet because it was the only instrument left there. So you will learn the trumpet. Fine, great. But that was the music education in that school. So we didn't have any other music education. We had that band program. The band program was good. I was lucky. I had a really quality teacher there that taught me my instrument as well. From that band program, we have the principal trumpeter of the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra. We have myself. We have the director of music at the King's School. Just simply from that one school program. That program no longer exists anymore. That's just one little example, but that band program was covering up the fact that there were no other musical activities in that school.
Can I just interrupt?
Yeah.
Why do you think the program doesn't exist anymore?
The teacher retired, and it relied on one person doing a really great job, and also, I guess, all of us left to pursue other opportunities, and we still go back and help that school in various different workshops.
So should the emphasis be on the pipeline of teachers coming through
Absolutely.
in terms of music?
Teacher outcomes affect student outcomes. Yeah. So you've probably seen in our submission, we have no shortage of people looking for our services at SYO. That's partly to do with what's happening in schools and a multitude of reasons. But simply, we've heard about it from the regional network. It is the same problem in Sydney. It's obviously different goalposts, but the shortage of really quality music educators, and however you define quality, is really important. And I guess there's the other thing that I would put in there, and when we're talking about ensemble music education, it's really all but impossible to run ensemble music programs without the ability to read musical notation. It's our communication with composers. That's not to discredit other art forms, but when we're talking about large-scale music education, it's all but impossible to deliver without being able to talk to the composer directly to pass on to the students. That's why we're seeing changes, and we're seeing things like the Catholic school sector investing really heavily in the learning outcomes that we know come through music. That is then a bit of a brain drain from the department schools that were then delivering those programs. So it's kind of a perfect storm, if you put it that way, of why things are bubbling to the surface now. We have great research, we have things moving in a systemic level, and we have huge demand from students.
So in terms of like an orchestral component, you can't fake it till you make it, but some musos can. But Is there if there was a message you'd give to the education department about boosting teacher numbers and resourcing them, upskilling them, what would it be to...
To the Department of Education? I love the Department of Education. I'm a product.
Yeah, we all do. We all do.
I'm a product of the Department of Education.
Yeah.
But I think it's not necessarily they haven't been given the rope they need to be able to actually make this happen. Without the ability to employ specialist music teachers in primary schools, you literally just can't even employ one. Even
What
if
does
you
the
wanted
rope
to.
look like?
I guess in the broader sense, it's all the things that Alberts were talking about this morning, that everyone's been talking about. This sequential quality music education in primary schools. It's also the ability to employ people to run instrumental music programs in schools. So the Catholic schools have made it happen, independent schools have made it happen. There is nothing happening in government schools in terms of any student that learns an instrument in a government school is a public-private partnership with that family. There is no dollars invested in instrumental music education for that student to start learning that instrument.
So can I just explore this a bit further, because this is a really important line of questioning, because we've heard also that the tertiary institutions aren't training people to teach music, that they're not being employed in the schools, and there's a big focus on STEM. You know, the whole system is geared towards NAPLAN, STEM, and yet you've just made so I think they're all connected. You know, the funding of the universities is tied to jobs and job outcomes, so the funding for arts courses is reduced, and so they all build on each other, so eventually, bang, everyone's gone, and the people who've been doing the hard yards for so long on a sort of pro bono basis, once they go, the programs collapse.
Yes.
So you almost need to convince the system that it should be investing in this to change that, to get all those other activities working, teacher education, employment, so on. Curriculum, you know, monitoring, reporting on outcomes. Now, what's interesting about what you just said is that the independent and Catholic schools have seen the value and are investing in this. Now, I presume that's because they see a link between arts and music education and outcomes in terms of literacy and numeracy.
Absolutely.
I'm just postulating that.
Yeah.
And maybe the important point here is to nail that for the public system. That these aren't, it isn't a zero-sum game. It's not either or, that actually one would support the other. I'm just interested in your reflections.
Yeah, you go, man.
I think what's also a challenge is when instrumental music and ensemble music making is no longer in the curriculum, they're the skills that actually make really great music teachers. So when that's been removed out, it then becomes, well, we don't have to provide those things within schools. That it's not a requirement of the curriculum. So it is really reliant on programs like ours, on regional conservatoriums, on independent instrumental teachers to actually prop up all of those things, when we know that people who play instruments at a really high level make some of the best music teachers. So actually within the curriculum, there isn't the framework for that to necessarily happen on an instrument. And what we're finding, particularly say in Western Sydney, there is a lot of people that are coming through that can't read, music teachers. They're coming through not being able to read notated music. They play piano, voice and guitar. What tends to happen is that they went to a school that they were the only things that were offered was piano, voice and guitar, and they didn't necessarily know how to notate music either. So generationally, we're seeing that cycle is continuing. So instrumental music is then not actually being able to be offered because they're not actually coming through that process.
And just building on...
Can we just get back to the question? I'm not sure if I understood you correctly. You're saying that there are people coming through as music teachers who can't read music?
Correct.
Correct.
How did they graduate?
I don't run the tertiary sector, but to your point about the investment that you were talking about, in terms of this is very Sydney-based, but the Catholic diocese and particularly independent schools, long-standing, they've not just invested in the classroom curriculum component, that's all but a given, but it's also those opportunities for music making with their peers, practical music making. So I guess that's the kind of next level, not next level necessarily, but another option of what has been talked about today. What is not being delivered at all systemically is the curriculum classroom side. We're talking about those other opportunities to then have music making with your peers. So Both of those sectors have invested in both of those models, curriculum and co-curricular, if you want to call it that. Government schools, of course, have some wonderful co-curricular programs, but they are funded by parents or some allocation that the principal finds to direct to co-curricular. There are no funded co-curricular government programs.
Okay. Just building on what James and Mira have said, and in response to Mr. Anderson's question, in terms of the Department of Education, part of it is absolutely is a workforce, and I think we've both talked a little bit about the blend of solutions to that, some longer term, some shorter term, but it's also that steer from the Department of Education around, well, what is a quality, defining what a quality music education is, and a steer in terms of a time component that should be taught. And there's some differences in opinion, whether that's an hour, half an hour, but that is there for mathematics, that's there for English. It's not there for music. It's bundled up with the creative arts more broadly. And I think at the moment, we've heard from James about pockets of excellence. We know about pockets of excellence, but it's reliant really on a principle that has a firm belief and understanding of the benefits of music education, and a system that is reliant purely on one individual's understanding is a system that's going to be a patchwork of quality or not, and I think that compounds that inequity piece. And so my response to Mr. Anderson would be it needs that steer from the Department of Education, as well as investment in workforce.
Totally agree.
Okay, thank you. Just one last question before we wrap up to the Sydney Youth Orchestra. Going back to your suggestion that we really need a regional conservatorium in Western Sydney,
or multiple.
Yeah, should and could that cover non-Western forms of classical music as well, such as, the Indian tradition, Chinese, Arabic and Ottoman, because if it's all white, parents may not be that as interested if it covers
Absolutely.
The full gamut of cultural backgrounds in Western Sydney.
And I think that it's a real disservice that we don't actually have those traditions being taught in a formal sense too. I think that would strengthen the orchestral sector, particularly as an industry, if we actually had musicians that were coming through in a very structured way in those traditions as well. I mean, often there isn't for a want of performing those works, but often it's hard to find players that for example, can read notated music, which is part of that. How do you then be able to play this work as an orchestra? So yes, we would absolutely welcome that.
Okay. Though last year I went to a Brandenburg production of Ottoman Baroque music, and they had Turkish, I can't remember the name of the instrument. You probably know what it is. It's big and has strings and it kind of sits flat. It's probably a terrible description, but he teaches that instrument in Western Sydney.
And I think that, as to that point, all of the regional conservatoriums are governed and represent their communities. So it would be a total misstep. And there's just a gaping hole there. We started the Western Sydney Youth Orchestra to start the conversation, but there's just so much that could be done there, and so many exciting things that could be done that have never been done before. Not measuring success by can we fit a concert grand piano on to do a piano concerto, but like you're mentioning, can we do innovative things across cultures that have never been done before? But the space, as silly as it sounds, the space and that home and that place creates those conversations that are just not existent.
Okay, thank you all very much. If the Secretariat will contact you if there are any further questions on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you do in that pathway. Thank you.
This afternoon, and thank you for making time to give evidence. Could each of the witnesses, starting from my left, so from Professor Hinson, please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Do I have to stand up or do I?
No, yes, seated.
My name is Matthew Heinsohn. I'm the acting Dean and Head of School of the Sydney Conservatorium of Music and the Associate Dean Education in the Sydney Conservatorium of Music, part of the University of Sydney. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Hi, my name's Dr. Jada Regan. I'm a lecturer in contemporary music practice at the Sydney Conservatorium of Music at the University of Sydney. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
My name is Alex Masso. I'm the Executive Officer of the Australian Music Association, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you all like to start by making a short statement?
Can I start, Chair? Yeah. Is that right? The Sydney Conservatorium of Music, which is we call the SCM, is part of the University of Sydney, and it regards itself as the largest and best tertiary music education institution in New South Wales and in Australia. This is based on the number of students studying music degrees from undergraduate to postgraduate, which is about 1,500 this year. The breadth of our curriculum, which goes from performance to composition, contemporary music, musicology and music education, and the continued response from our enrolled students who almost always rate the education received at the Sydney Conservatorium as the highest of any faculty within the University of Sydney. The success of the Conservatorium depends largely on there being a successful ecosystem in music education throughout the state, and so it's wonderful to be part of this conversation today. It's particularly the case because most students come to us from New South Wales, although we do attract interstate and international students. We need a successful primary and secondary music education sector to encourage students who may wish to have a further career in music. We feel this is extremely important, and it's one reason why we so strongly support our music education students. They are the ones who will be going into our school classrooms, teaching the next generation. Many other of our graduates are also involved in teaching, including private teaching, as part of their portfolio careers. The Conservatorium enrolls all its students through an audition or interview plus portfolio process. This is in addition to the minimum ATAR requirement of 70, plus additional factors required in the case of music education degrees. And of course, it's no surprise that the SCM are strong advocates of the merits of a good music education. We would say that. However, if you'll indulge me to tell a personal, very recent anecdote. My daughter's 9 years old and yesterday came home from school buzzing with energy. I asked if she had a good day at school, and she said that in her music class she worked in a group of 4 children, most of whom she hadn't worked with before, to create a new piece of music based on the Dreamtime. She described how she really enjoyed working together with others, working collaboratively to come up with a result that took everyone's ideas into consideration so that everyone was happy. Basically, my daughter was describing a group work process. The class teacher was using music to teach broader skills, collaboration, cultural competence, influence and leadership. Music is inherently a collaborative art form that is based around successful communication. That's why it's so important that we can have as many students involved in music as we can. And I know that backs up a lot of the statements that have been made earlier in the hearing today. Not just listening, although that is essential, but also doing, making and creating. The New South Wales music syllabus, particularly the HSC, is good at this, as are the regional conservatoriums at providing a focus point for music study. We just hope and wish that every student in New South Wales will have opportunities to learn and grow such skills as my daughter did yesterday through the creative arts.
Thanks. Thank you, Matthew. I would just like to second that opening statement, as we're both colleagues from the Sydney Conservatorium of Music, so I guess I second what Matthew has said there. And also to add that my contribution to the Sydney Conservatorium is that I've been part of a new degree that focuses on contemporary music and specialises in different kinds of practice. And so I guess I would like to add to what Matthew is saying, that our students can come from all different kind of parts of New South Wales and beyond. And these new degrees, I know that I'm sorry, can you just give me 1 second while I catch my breath? I guess I would just like to second the importance of the teaching and learning of all different kinds of music and music practices. And I feel like our work at the Conservatorium is doing that particularly well at the moment, as well as a lot of other institutions around Sydney and further into New South Wales with regional conservatoriums of music. So I'm really passionate about the idea of students, when they come to tertiary study, to be able to engage in a broad variety of music types, and also to be concentrating on great transferable skills like collaboration and like establishing community. So yeah, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this inquiry. Thank you.
The Australian Music Association, or AMA, is the industry association for music products. Our members are wholesalers, retailers, manufacturers and associated businesses of musical instruments, pro audio, print music accessories and so on. Many of them are involved in music education, directly and indirectly. Our range of interests includes wood regulation, skills and occupations, live music, radio frequency spectrum, tariffs, competition policy and much more. But our central concern is the provision of music education to children in Australia. When I talk to our members, if I go to a music store, a lot of them are small business owners, and ask them what can we do for their business, what can we do to support them, they'll usually tell me we need more people making music, and we need more kids accessing a good quality music education. We need more to start, fewer to quit. That's our sort of motto. In addition to my work for the AMA, just for context, I have a strong personal connection to music education in New South Wales. I've worked as a music tutor in schools. I was in a school this morning teaching percussion, in fact. For 17 years, I've worked at a regional conservatorium. My 2 children attend a public school. I've been involved in the PNC. As a young person, my life and career was shaped by my experience with music education. That included the public schools I went to, the regional music ensembles, which haven't been mentioned much today, the arts unit, original con, community music groups, interactions with the industry, and also Sydney Con. I was there. It's my alma mater. We made a recommendation about many issues with a pretty substantial submission. I just want to summarise some of them. I'd love to talk about some of them more. Number 1, we need an action plan for music education in New South Wales with ambitious targets and resourcing. We want ambitious but achievable standards. So that includes all children having access to minimum amount of music education every week throughout the primary school years. And we think instrumental music tuition and co-curricular programs should be taken seriously by the public school system. We want to see, number 3, develop policy solutions for particular areas, such as employment pathways for music specialists, suitable for school facilities, so facilities that are suitable for the purposes that we expect them to be used for, like music, storerooms and stages that are big enough and so on. We want to see targeted funding in the areas of grants for schools and targeted fee relief for music programs. And we want to see some addressing workforce capability issues. That includes generalists and specialists that have been mentioned a lot today, tutors and conductors. And we also have issues in our industry with finding technicians for musical instruments. That's a big issue for us, and we don't even have the training pathways, let alone the people to do them. I wrote in our submission about the function of regional cons, private providers of music education like music stores and tuition businesses, arts organisations, community groups, being like the sporting clubs of music. They play a complementary role to the school system and they're essential. Only some of these are supported by the government, and many of them are actually independently contributing to music education in New South Wales. A government or parliamentary inquiry into music education like this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. The 2005 National Review of Music Education highlighted many of the issues that you'll read about in the submissions and you're hearing about today, but not enough has been done to improve the situation. some things have actually deteriorated. A child born at the time of that review would have finished school by now. So we actually need to see some action from this policy. We're really keen to see that policy development, and we're excited to be part of the process. Thank you.
Questions?
I would
Okay,
love
Miss
to
Munro.
speak about the Bachelor of Music Education. It's pretty worrying after all the evidence that we've heard today that the only university or only offering of that bachelor's degree is at the Con. I'm wondering, how many students are you getting through each year?
Okay, I can speak to that. So we have about 70 apply every year to come in
Okay.
into first year. That's an average over the last 3 years. Then by the time that they all have to do an audition or portfolio, so some are knocked out at that first stage because they won't have the ability to finish. Then the ATAR requirements come into place, including they have to have 3 Band 5s in their HSC, including in English. And by the time that happens, we probably get about, I'd say, 25 in the Bachelor of Music Education per year.
Okay.
We also get some students who transfer across from the other degrees into that further on in their degree. In addition, we have a Master of Teaching degree for students who've done another music degree who then would become teachers, and there'd be about 35 total in that enrolment. So about 135 students studying Bachelor of Music or Master of Teaching.
At one time. So are those requirements for the music education entry the same or similar to other teaching degrees? I mean, apart from the music aspect, like for example, the Band 5s, is that what other education degrees require?
You mean in other institutions or within the...
Other institutions.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They are standard things that are mandated by NESA for us. So I can't speak to other bachelor's degrees. I just know we have to follow those.
Yeah.
It is problematic in that we have so many people. In addition to that, we also interview all the incoming students to make sure they're suited to the profession.
Yeah.
And it is heartbreaking when you get the students who, they got 2 Band 5s, and you could just tell they'd be a good teacher, but they don't. They don't meet that requirement. So often we say, well, why don't you go off and do another degree and re-audition, or do a year somewhere at a university in another degree and then maybe reapply to that. But I mean, there is strong interest in becoming a music teacher, and I must say that I always warms my heart to see that. And I often ask them, why are you interested in this? And often they've had a great music teacher at school, or they just love music and want to be involved in communicating that to others.
And where do those students usually end up after they graduate? Do you have any visibility over that?
Well, we have the very fortunate situation in that our graduates are very highly prized. So particularly in recent years, we've found that the majority of graduating students actually get a job in a school before they've even graduated. They have job offers because the standard is very high, and we have a fantastic staff. I think we have a fantastic curriculum, which does include, for all students, they have to learn to read music, so I don't know where that information is coming from. All students have to do music skills, so theory and oral training. They have to do, it's a Bachelor of Music Education, so half the degree is specialising in their specialty area, be that performance or contemporary music, JD students, or composition. The other half of the degree is about music education subjects in particular, but they always relate back to music. So our graduates are very strong, and as the employment rate is through the roof for our graduates.
But 60 people graduating each year doesn't seem like very much, considering the full quantum of teachers in other areas that are graduating every year.
Yeah, and should there be more? I mean, it'd be nice if we could have more of those 70 who apply come through.
Just can I follow up on that? I mean, what other courses are available apart from your course if one wants to do music education at tertiary level? At the tertiary level, my understanding is we have the only undergraduate Bachelor of Music Education. So, I think that was my understanding. So I just wanted to confirm that. So that, to go to Ms. Munro's point, that means that there's 60 people graduating a year. I mean, that
If
no wonder
that.
they're getting jobs.
Well,
Frankly,
yeah.
given the demand we've heard about, even from a system that doesn't really value them.
Can I just clarify, is that 60 with a master's or 60 with the Bachelor of Music?
I wouldn't say it's 60. I think it's probably closer to 40.
Okay.
Uh,
By the time
per
they get to
year.
the end of the
Yeah,
course.
okay. Okay.
I'd say 25 undergraduate and 15 postgraduate.
Masters,
Yeah, masters.
Okay.
On average.
Okay. So would the remainder of them, Professor, go into orchestral programs? Would they go to the Sydney Symphony, for example? Where would they go?
Are you talking people doing music degrees?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, well, depends what degree they do. If you're a classical music performer, we've had great success in terms of students gaining positions with orchestras. A lot of people go on to further study to do a master's. That's very common. I think 40% of our students go on to further study. Either
Not a master's of teaching, but a master's further in music.
Yeah.
Right.
And that includes, that's domestically and internationally.
Yeah.
Because there's a great tradition of students doing their undergraduate degree at a place like Sydney and then deciding to go and study further on. Relevant to this committee, a lot of those students will have portfolio careers, so a lot of students are involved in teaching, which is why, for example, in our performance degree, all students must do a unit based on teaching, about pedagogy for their instrument. So that's compulsory for all our students because we recognise, in fact, a lot of the students are already teaching. We live in Sydney at this conservatorium and life is expensive. And
Well, you're doing your part in terms of feeding that pipeline back into the education system.
Well, I believe we are, and not just doing our part, but I think we do it well. I think the standard of the students that are graduating from the conservatorium is very high.
Do you get federal funding as well because you're associated, obviously, you're part of the University of Sydney?
We don't get specialist funding, no.
Okay.
No, so we get the normal funding that goes to universities.
Okay, but we heard earlier from the regional conservatoriums that they're not getting any federal funding. It's fully state government and then private pathways.
Yeah, we're part of the University of Sydney, so whatever funding goes to them is then allocated within the university system to come to us. And I'm very grateful that the University of Sydney sees the value in what we do and supports us in that way.
Do you have any idea of what your graduates, whether they go into the private school system or the public school system? Numbers?
I don't have that data. I can get it if you like.
Can I give some?
If you had that data, that would be interesting.
City-based, or do they go regional?
I'd say it's a mix. We've had some really amazing students have we go regional recently.
Yeah.
There's one, for example, who's been up working in Lightning Ridge for quite a number of years, really transforming the place and really doing an amazing job. We think it's really important to have a good link with the regional conservatoriums because we think they do a really good job. We fund our students to go there and do internships and placements there. We've got some philanthropic support to do that. And one of the reasons, apart from the fact that it's great for students to get that experience, is to help students realise that, as you heard from some of our colleagues from the regional conservatoriums, it's really important that people realise there's a potential career there in the regional conservatoriums, in regional New South Wales. And so many of those conservatoriums do an amazing job. But if you've just grown up in Sydney and Sydney's all you know, in terms of that, we think it's really important both to contribute to the conservatoriums there, but also for our students to make that connection to future possible careers for them, should they so wish.
Could I just explore the Lightning Ridge component? What are they doing in Lightning Ridge?
Well, the student Lucas, who's a graduate of our music education degree, he did his prac teaching at Lightning Ridge, and he got the bug. And I remember speaking to him and say, how did you find it? Because he grew up in Parramatta, and his first time in being somewhere like that, he really felt that he could make a difference in that community. And when he got there, I was talking to him. He said, "Look, the problem that they've found, for example, in Lightning Ridge, is the teachers would stay for a few years and then go. So the community's like, why should we care about you if you're going to be a fly-in, fly-out sort of see you later person. Whereas so he's taken that as a challenge, and he has we've had students go over there recently to actually work with him now.
So he's drawing them out.
That's right.
That's great.
And actually making a difference. And he's established a choir there now, which was really it's part of the town.
Is it the public school or high school?
Public school.
Public school.
I believe actually. Yes. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there's two schools there or not. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it's a public school. Yeah. That's excellent. See, that's a classic example of, give them a taste of what happens out west, and you then can take someone with thanks. Then you can take a very high quality teacher out there to be able to impart that, and if they fall in love and stay with the place, then the benefits are really felt.
Look, that's true, but 40 graduates a year. My guess is that more than 35 will end up working in Sydney, and my guess would be they would be snapped up by private schools. I would be really interested in data on that, because as exactly right about that story and the inspiration of it, but we're commenting on it because it's an exception to what is going on. And this is not a criticism, obviously, of your program, but it's a reflection on what we're trying to grapple with in the inquiry here. And the system doesn't have teachers coming through. It won't have, those regional towns won't have people like that come into them.
Yeah, Miss Butler.
So you've all got careers in music education. How, from you growing up and getting into music, has some things changed that not as many people are having those opportunities? Like, how did you all get? Was it through school, or was it through parents giving you private lessons? And what has changed? And we'll start from left to right.
Okay, so I grew up in Shell Harbour, south of Wollongong.
Barbara is your mother.
Yes.
I babysat you when you were a child.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that was going to happen.
All right, I think we need to close the committee down now.
Well, there you go.
I wondered.
Okay.
I know your story.
Well, actually, I wouldn't mind saying though, because
Suzuki method.
I grew up playing the violin, and because a violin teacher came to Kiama preschool and gave a demonstration and said, "Who wants to learn the violin?" And I said, "Yes, I'll do it." So I grew up learning the violin.
Is that busy, busy, stop, stop?
It was.
Yes, it is.
So you've done it too.
I learned it too.
But then I went to high school. I had the music class. Well, if I can call it that. No offence to the school, high school that I went to, but there was no music really in the school. There was a brass band program.
Was that Clamour then? Or?
No, that was.
You moved away.
That was another school in Wollongong, Catholic school, and so in fact I had a very unhappy high school experience because music wasn't the sort of done thing. But Wollongong Conservatorium saved me. And so I used to go there and have lessons and do theory classes and orchestra and all that sort of stuff after school. And I got my first composition lessons there. If it wasn't for Wollongong Conservatorium, like I write music for orchestras and ballet companies all around the world as being part of my job, I wouldn't be where I am today had it not been for that. And that's absolutely true. And I started as a job as a computer programmer at BHP at Port Kembla, and I also applied to Sydney Uni to do music, and I got in, and it changed my life. And I always say to the students who are applying, and to their parents, which is more important sometimes, that you follow your heart. And so, I've seen music is a massive industry in Australia, a multi-billion-dollar industry. It has tremendous opportunities for people, and so I'm passionate about music education. I've talked enough, actually.
Can I just give some personal experience of the cohort of people who come through a place like this, enter the field as professionals? So my class finished in 2007, so we're about 15 years out, almost 20 years out of the con. Almost all of the 20 people in my cohort are still active in music. One of them runs Adelaide Youth Orchestra, Mia's colleague. One of them owns a music store, one of our members. One of them teaches at Sydney Con. One of them is the head of music at a private school and runs a band program in a public school. A lot of them are teaching music. Most of them are private tutors. Almost all of them are, I would say, private tutors. Probably most of them earn money in education. A couple work at a regional con. So that's like the style of, the flavour of career paths after a non-education, like a performance degree. A lot of people, there is work there, and a lot of people, I think, it's probably typical still, I would say, like people are coming out of places like Sydney Con as professional musicians, they're able to find work. You know, there is a good supply and there are paths for them. That I think there might be a difference in challenge for the classroom teachers is a different thing. You know, there's quite a different challenge there, and a lot of them are being absorbed now by the Catholic system. Even in the peripatetic teachers, a lot of them who used to work a few different, they used to go into this public school for an hour and this public school for 2 hours and this one for 3 hours. Amadeus came and said, I'll give you a job for 4 days a week. Do you want it? I'll give you a salary. And they said, yeah, okay, sure, I'll take it. Because they don't want to do all the bits and pieces. So that has actually absorbed a lot of the people, and they're getting classroom teachers, which is great. Like they're providing jobs, you know. But I think there's a challenge at the moment. Like there's a lot of growth in that sector. Our members are seeing it because they're providing the instruments, you know. I put in our evidence in our submission that the typical breakdown from one retailer, they told me that 20% of sales go to public sector, 20% to Catholic and 60% to independent. Last few years, it's been 60% in Catholic schools. It's huge. You know, one member told me that they had to call them up and say, are you sure this is the number? Because shouldn't it be one less zero, or one or two less zeros on the number of instruments you ordered? Because it's just so big. So I think there's a particular thing at the moment with that sector sort of expanding, which is a great thing for those kids. They're very lucky, but it is challenging, and they have said too, I think, I don't want to speak for them, but they've said too that they've got challenges finding classroom teachers.
Yeah, I think we'll need to wrap up now, but thank you all very much for your evidence, and the Secretariat will contact you in relation to any further questions on notice.
Thank you.
It's been wonderful. It's been great. Everyone for coming in this afternoon. This is our last session for the afternoon. So yeah, thank you for taking the time to give evidence. Could we begin by each witness starting from my left? So, Ms. Loxley, please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation.
Thank you, Minister. I'm Anne Loxley. I'm Executive Director at Arts and Cultural Exchange in Parramatta, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Rose?
My name is Layla Arias. I'm the Youth Engagement Producer at Arts and Cultural Exchange in Parramatta, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I'm Brett Adlington, CEO of Museums and Galleries of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you all like to begin by with a short statement?
Sure. So I'm very happy to speak with you today in my capacity as Executive Director of Arts and Cultural Exchange, and also in my capacity as a member of the working group of the Western Sydney Arts Alliance. We represent over 40 arts and cultural institutions in Western Sydney, and in many ways the ACE story is emblematic of the broader cultural sector in Western Sydney in the role that we play in arts and music education in Western Sydney. The Alliance has written a paper to this inquiry, it's submitted a paper to this inquiry, and we would like just to bring the group to notice, in case you are unaware, that the Crown Packer Family Foundations, which have been investing in arts and music education in Western Sydney for the last 10 years, to the total of 100 million, is finishing this year. So that will significantly impact our work which where we're making really significant contributions to the upskilling of Western Sydney's young people. Arts and cultural institutions are very well placed to play a big role in arts education, and in Western Sydney we are particularly skilled in creating and maintaining culturally safe spaces and working with people from First Nations, socioeconomic disadvantaged and culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. And one of the things I'd just like to note for one moment, that so many of the talented young people from CALD backgrounds that we have the privilege of working with are coming to us with a skill set that includes a first degree in law. It's only once they've done a degree like that they can become creatives. I could name so many talents in that space. So we fervently believe in maintaining the investment in the small to medium arts and cultural sector in Western Sydney, and places like ACE play a very big role in place-based education for people to be creating their own cultural events, their own exhibitions, their own music events with their own art and their own music, and also playing producing roles. We also at ACE play a really big role in upskilling early career screen creatives from marginalised and diverse backgrounds, both in below-the-line crew training and in creative skills in the screen industry. So we would ask the inquiry to recognise the role of the arts and cultural sector in Western Sydney. Obviously, I know that you know the importance of the work of the schools. There's a lot that we do at ACE and my colleagues across Western Sydney partnering with schools and with tertiary educations and with other community groups. It would be so beneficial if partnerships was streamlined with the schools and with the other institutions, so that organisations like ours were able to do our work more easily. There's a lot to be said for artists in residences in the schools, or musicians in residence in the schools, and to be promoting the creative industries as a very sustainable employment path. Just before I finish, the Creative Kids vouchers were a great thing. And partnerships with the Department of Education would be really, really helpful. So that's it from me speaking in a broad way. And Layla is very well credentialed to speak to actually the work.
So I am specific with working with youth at ACE. I work in two components, in school, specifically with at-risk students or those who are disengaged through a social work lens with alternative education through creativity. And secondary, we have on-site programs where we work with an older age group, which is usually around 17 to 25. And they are specialty programs for more marginalised groups, such as LGBT plus, COLDS, and people who fit within those further marginalised groups that don't have access to creativity for free, a huge component. All our programs at ACE are kept free, so everyone has access. I also am in these positions because I'm a professional practicing artist myself. I was in the Biennale this year. I'm from Western Sydney, so I have a lot of expertise in how to direct these young kids and how to move through Creative Sydney.
Thanks for the opportunity to present to you today. Museums and Galleries of New South Wales is a service organisation supporting the over 500 museums and galleries across the state with a focus on the small to medium sector. As such, our submission and my focus today centres on two key areas. Firstly, the more informal role our sector plays in supporting cultural access and education for students. And secondly, the role the small to medium sector plays in supporting career pathways for cultural workers. So to the first point, I guess a common example in which museums and galleries provide cultural access is through school visits to exhibitions and collections to experience cultural material firsthand. Often these visits supplement curriculum-related content. Galleries also provide access to artists to discuss their work and practice either within the gallery or in the classroom. Public museums and galleries also deliver out-of-school hours workshops for students, often led by practising artists. These workshops cover mediums or activities unable to be offered in much detail within the school environment. And I guess in particularly, that is also the case in regional New South Wales where there is sort of less access, as sort of has been previously discussed. And I also wanted to note that Creative Kids vouchers were a huge financial benefit to the sector to assist in delivering these programs. However, and again, as this has sort of been discussed a bit today as well, engaging with arts and culture doesn't always have to sit within the context of the art part of the curriculum. Access to cultural material held in museums and galleries can help students have a deeper understanding of many other parts of the school curriculum, including First Nations histories, the environment, social histories, languages and cultures, and also building social cohesion, which I think is an increasingly important thing that we all need to be considering and grappling with. More broadly, however, there are many studies providing evidence that arts activity can enhance learning across various subjects by fostering critical thinking, creativity and collaboration, improve reading and language skills, enhance mathematical skills, build better social skills and increase motivation, and generate overall higher academic achievement. I'd just like to finish by highlighting the significant role this small to medium sector plays as a critical career pathway for many artists and cultural workers. Regional galleries and museums are often the training ground for cultural workers, including artists, where they are provided opportunities to develop a broad range of skills which can be honed for more senior roles or for artists' major institutional presentations. As highlighted in our submission, this workforce feeds the workforce of the major institutions. If we seek a professional workforce within our major state institutions, there needs to be a commensurate understanding of supporting careers at the small to medium end of the sector. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes, thanks. Look, thank you very much for coming today and thanks for your contributions. Mr. Adlington, if I could just start with you. I'm fascinated by your submission and the fact that the career pathways there. Take a step back. Do careers advisors, do you think, in the education system, offer up any of your pathways, say this is something that you should participate in or pursue?
I would doubt it, and again, I guess it sort of has been mentioned here before. I think there is an increasing lack of understanding of what the career pathways are, and a less, and I think the federal sort of government changes with funding, making those courses more expensive is a huge disincentive to students, particularly regional students. Our submission also sort of highlighted the decrease in programs in the sort of cultural space. So I think once you sort of factor all those things in, it's increasingly looking like a really not a career pathway that is enticing to many people. And I think what that has got the sort of problem of doing is ensuring that people working in our cultural sector are basically coming from higher income backgrounds. And I think I think the sector itself is sort of grappling with that, wanting to sort of break that apart, but it's going to be increasingly harder when the sort of pipeline of people coming through are from those wealthier backgrounds.
It creates that inequality. If there is that barrier to entry and costs is a problem, then that's a very sad indictment in terms of trying to get people involved. So if there was a pathway forward in terms of fee structures, what would be your message and how to get people involved?
Look, I think that's probably a little bit outside my wheelhouse, but I guess we, and also sort of recognise that it's, a lot of these sort of systemic problems are outside the purview of state government as well. So, we sort of understand that. Our submission included some things around, scholarships for students, particularly sort of regional students or students who need that sort of financial support to be educated in these areas. So I guess that's sort of one area where I sort of think perhaps the state government could be mindful of.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms Butler? Thank you. Ms Lockley and Ms Elrays, I think you said that you offer courses where students can come free of charge. So do you get any government funding to assist in delivering those courses?
Yeah, we're very grateful.
State government?
To state government. We're a social impact organisation and we're almost equally funded by arts programs and by social service programs. Layla's role is funded by DCJ Targeted Early Intervention Program, but the program work has actually been funded by that Crown Packer money, so we're scrambling right now to find alternatives.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
So what impact will that have?
Well, we're very resilient. We're 40 years old. We exist on the smell of an oily rag, and we just won't say die. But so we're just fiercely writing grant applications all the time, and because we do that, we can be really lucky. We also have but what distinguishes our work in the music space is that it's ongoing. We've been running electronic music production programs now for almost 10 years. A lot of our colleagues in the arts and cultural space, and I'm sure Brett would agree, it's project dependent. So we can't have that ongoing role, and we somehow have managed to keep this brilliant program for neurodivergent musicians going for almost 10 years as well. Club World, marvellous, so talented neurodivergent musicians working as professional musicians, and we just this year were successful in a federal Department of Social Security grant where that program is now funded for 2 years for $996 million. Now that... No, 996,000.
Really?
$4,000 off $1 million. So yeah.
How much was that? Sorry.
996,000 for 2 years. So that we were about to have conversations with the board about how are we going to keep that program going. So the government, we're lucky because because of the social impact box as well. And we have access to 2 sets of funding, but yeah, we are tenacious about the money.
Sorry.
Dr. McGurn?
Thanks.
Sorry.
Can I just... you mentioned that you made a comment that you partner with schools.
Yeah.
But you also said it would be good to streamline that process, and then you also mentioned value of an artist in residence. So I'm just picking up that there's a room for improvement in that relationship with the schools. Now, schools are very much part of state government that's in the wheelhouse, as Mr. Adlington would say. I'm just interested in how we can, your reflections on that for the committee.
Well, I would just say that Minister Finn is aware of our work, which we're in Parramatta.
Yeah,
so
I should declare that
Yeah.
20 years ago when I was a Parramatta councillor, we had a partnership with ACE in digital arts, and I was on the board of that for about 3 years.
So I just mentioned that because I'm so grateful. We are so grateful for your support and for the support of people like Minister Donna Davis. But we've done work in Granville Boys School. We did it for about 10 years, and that school, when it was my predecessor walked in the school, John Kirkman, that school was a sort of, let's just say, more of a rough school. Now it's a school which is getting the high end of the achievers of the kids, and it goes back to what Brett said. You know, it was a lot to do with our work that helped turn it around. As mad as it sounds, it was a barbershop program for kids that had, you know, needed a bit of
attitude correction,
encouragement to turn up.
Yeah. But so then that principal, Noel, he understands music. So then we've stayed there, and Layla's been doing other brilliant work there. But getting in the door, wouldn't you say, Layla? You've just got in the door with Auburn Girls and doing a wonderful program there. But there's a lot of work, isn't there, to get in the door?
Definitely. So coming back to our funding, I'm the only person in my position. We don't have teams. We should mention ACE because our funding only goes so far. So each producer is completely responsible for the entire stream. So it's difficult to get through the door because I'm only one person trying to write the grants, apply for grants, write the program, connect with the school, make sure the programs are being run correctly, make sure I'm overseeing the facilitators, the budgets, etc. So that's the issue. It's not exactly a one straightforward thing about contacting the school. In fact, they are like over the moon and like as encouraging as they can. It's just how much we have for each other, how much time and energy and space, but it's definitely a shared like enthusiasm.
No, I understand that, but they're very appreciative.
Yeah.
But they're not bringing resources or help to the table either.
Yeah.
That's what we need to clarify.
Sometimes they have a bit of money. You know, money's a funny thing, isn't it, in the public sector? So sometimes they have a bit of money, sometimes they don't, and money is often an issue. And artists in residence, we've, you know, Layla's been taking an artist, some writers into Auburn, and I've known this is going to the other end of the spectrum. There's a really great program at Newington School. And they've had an artist in residence program there for years, very successful. And it would be, and some of the other really high-end schools I know have had them because it's a different economic scenario. But yeah, I do think it.
I was just going to pick up on that a little bit with. We've sort of done research with our sector and found 56% of organisations do partner. We included this in our submission, partner with education providers to provide programs for students in their areas. But I think this was sort of highlighted earlier, I think a lot of times those partnerships are due to the passion of individual teachers and the relationships that might sort of be existing to enable those programs. I sort of feel like it's rarely sort of coming through a formal process from the education system to work with, you know, a gallery, museum or any other sort of cultural organisation. It's very much about those individual relationships and the passion of teachers, and programs sort of live and die by the staff within the schools who might sort of then move on.
And also for families. There was a period of time where we didn't have funding for the Granville Boys Barbershop, and before we introduced them to another sector of funding through Education New South Wales, that was funded by the parents putting money together and to keep it going for a term.
It's great because those families aren't super wealthy, but I know they can be really generous. I've been to many events at Granville Boys where, you know, a lot of people contribute, but it's not huge amounts, but a lot of people do contribute.
And on that funding aspect, obviously you've spoken about private philanthropy, and we've heard a little bit today about how valuable that can be in programs. I don't want to get too deep into your arrangements, but do you have outcomes that you have to achieve, or when you're approaching philanthropists, are you finding that there's been a difference in attitude and approach over the last decade, for example? Could you just give us a little bit of a feeling of how that works?
Well, the Crown Packer, people are very reasonable. The funders are very reasonable, and it goes back to what there's two things. There's like the behavioural stuff and sort of well-being and those things, and then there's the excellence factor of people being exposed to quality arts and music programs.
Like, for example, are they requiring a similar level of oversight to what you might expect from the Department of Education, for example?
Definitely, yeah. We are doing proper reporting, acquittals, etc., data collection.
Yeah.
Constantly,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm just curious about how, whether those requirements are more or less onerous, or if there are lessons that we can learn from either side of that funding stream that would make the other more available, I suppose.
Well, the Crown Packer money's drying up, so but it still was very good.
Yeah.
I would say that was fairly. They wanted a report, and we had to show outcomes, but it was only like one report a year. Saying with all the love and appreciation in the world to the government funders, I find I usually have to report on the same chunk of money 5 times.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because the state government is now overhauling the creative. With the creative communities policy. It's going to be interesting because they're saying that there is going to be less reporting, but it's not too bad.
Okay.
I'm in the process of applying for 8-year funding at the moment, and I just wanted to say,
too.
like, the process does seem a lot easier than it has been in the past, so I just think it's be good to acknowledge that.
Thank you.
Okay, we're getting very short of time, so do we have just one last question? Okay, well,
very helpful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.